if your roamer's in a pretty safe spot, they can do it themselves and maybe work some sort of flank later in the round if those black eye cameras are still up and available. So not a bad ban at all, especially since Mira is not allowed in play due to a bug she's currently having with her black mirrors, being able to have a nitro cell or explosive placed on them and finding a kill through them. So you don't have to worry about banning a Mira because she's currently in quarantine.
That is actually a very good point to bring up, that one of the most common bans in the pool right now, you don't even have to worry about taking off the board in the ban phase. So it does open up some flexibility, even though we might not necessarily see it in this ban phase where Cade and Valk, two equally common bans, come through on the board. But maybe we'll see it at some point later. Certainly in the lineups with no Mira, we will see some still standard operators come out. Initiation in the office being the first site, you'll see quite a few deployable shields come on the board to allow for some congestion over into cache, over into security, to make sure that the attack who will likely enter from that side face as much resistance as possible. This is a site where a setup where a Mira would be very useful to put black mirrors in initiation to watch over on that side, even to watch maybe Arcade or Cafe where we see one deployable shield setup, but because she's out of play, you'll have to rely on the secondary utility between Wimpy and Vivid to do that job, but creating a Mira window for a deployable shield, that's a perfectly fine trade.
Yeah, you can focus both on the extension leading in over through Cafe, because that's a pretty common way to go about actually attacking against office initiation, and then having a shield pretty much across the map wherever else you are going to need. Renfree so far with them spawning closer in towards cache, I could imagine that's where they want to actually push in from, maybe having someone go over near the control hatch and gathering a little information while the rest of the offense begins to lead their way over on a couple window repels along with the cache balcony as well. And there we have it. There goes the info game, trying to feed in any info towards Dexter to see if they can actually flush out Wimpy earlier than expected.
Wimpy will take down one drone looking at him. A Twitch drone just around the corner, though it moves the opposite way. Never mind. Going back towards him, dodges Wimpy's line of sight once again. This is a dangerous spot for defenders to play. You see the 6 nades on the board for Renfree. One of them put by Dexter, flies on in, but Wimpy has already vacated the area, but gets smoked by Dexter on the entry. He might have backed up, but unfortunately he stayed still a little bit too close to the attack.
Already there goes the first entry favoring Renfree, and they're rather close to the site. We'll most likely have to see that late proximity near the side of Cafe, move in a bit closer and hold some of those light walls just to have extra backup here for Giddy, because currently he's all by himself over inside of offices, but again, those long angles can give him a little bit of backup if need be. But so far, this is fantastic pacing here for Renfree. They just need to gather a little bit of extra information and set themselves up in the right places. They could probably hit the site pretty soon.
I definitely start focusing over towards that security side as well, trying to open up that reinforced wall. They are very much focused on this A site right now, which is perfectly fine if you want to get a plant down or an execute on there. Having Dexter already pushed up into bathroom, excellent, but maybe try to diversify a little bit. After all, they still have a minute 15 seconds.
So far, we've got Dexter going in for even more map control, just about ready to go and hit the site, and looks like a couple people are also fishing in through some flank cams to make sure no one hits them from the backside towards these final 60 seconds. Exothermic charge goes off, but the Nitro Cell is there to greet Twist, equalizing us in the 4-4, but at least the wall gets opened up, allowing an easy entryway to maybe go for this plant situation.
Yeah, Butters has an excellent angle onto the Vault player right here. Renfree are just probing for an opening, waiting for LSR to peek or to die to some utility, and Giddy almost gives it to him, but Dexter might find it first. Young Alec goes down. Second kill for the Ana so far, but Renfree as a whole are looking for a third. They know Giddy's in Vault, and down Giddy goes. Butters with that LMG finds his mark, and now everyone left for LSR is not directly in the site. Inrio and Vivid both have an angle, but they'll have to play retake at this point. Nice shot by Inrio, but Dexter has been quicker than any LSR member so far. Vivid can always be clutch in these situations, but he's just run out of that key smoke utility, and that'll allow not only Renfree to move into the site, but to get up some powerful angles. Filthy on the drive-by just smokes him off of that one. Renfree take a very strong and a very dominant first round.
I mean, off the bat, it was just fantastic isolation. We had Dexter being fed countless amounts of information. He was able to catch Wimpy on the fallback, and he did it once again. Despite Giddy being able to eliminate Twist, the wall still got opened up. He was waiting for someone to overextend. He had the 1-for-1 as there was no information on where the Ion was playing at. The same thing also happened for the Finka as well, and at that point, it was a 4v2, and there weren't many options left for LSR to stop Renfree because they were already in sight. They were already getting set up to go for that post plant, and they were actually pushing back the defenders that were trying to hold those longer lines of sight through Cafe Hall, and the other defender as well that was actually trying to go on the retake part. And so that was just a fantastic start for Renfree on their attack so far.
Just waiting for LSR to peak, and we saw the defense, sometimes begrudgingly in the case of Wimpy, but other times willingly and necessarily in the case of Giddy, take those gunfights, and Dexter especially did a great job at winning them. LSR will switch sites, go over to Bunks and Daycare. The thing with this site is you still need to defend initiation at least a little bit. Treat it almost as if you're defending two different bomb sites. Extend a little bit forward. Maybe you don't need to push or watch as hard in security or as hard in cash, but you'll definitely need to focus on these buffer areas to make sure that Rent Free don't get as close to the site as quickly as they did in round number 1.
Seems like the lineup is about the same for LSR, and the exact same thing could have been said for Rent Free if they didn't have the Thatcher, but assuming maybe getting that hard breach could be a little more challenging here on this site, they want to rock the EMPs, and also with the fact you have both the Wamai and Jaeger ADS on the board, if you can save up some of those EMPs and time them correctly with your grenade player, you could probably break through a lot of utility much faster than what you would expect, because depending on the proximity of those EMPs, where the ADSs and Wamai mags are set up, you can disable them, allowing nades just to fly right in through sight and probably find a kill, or at least just break some vital util like those shields we've seen constantly by LSR.
If Inrio is going to be playing as aggressively as he is, he might find himself the recipient of a nade, or maybe just the recipient of some bullets shot from Dexter's ARX. Drone moving into Vault, just spots Inrio, then turns around, but gets shot before it can. But they know he's here now, and this is a spot where Inrio might find himself stuck. Another drone going through. He'll just continue to play his life. Maybe try to go 1-for-1 on this spot. He's got Wimpy for support, but Wimpy can't help him in time! What a flick by Dexter! A huge debut so far for the entry on Rent Free. Wimpy might answer back with one onto Butters. That key player of Dexter still on the board. His reign of terror stopped by Vivid, but he certainly had enough of an impact in the first half of the round.
The smoke just barely surviving, but like you mentioned, the damage, it most certainly has already been done. Your hard breacher is still alive. You have grenades and those EMPs on the board. Really, this is almost a pitch-perfect setup by Rent Free, and already those smoke grenades are coming out as well to try to stall for time, but there's a minute 30 to kill. This would be an almost impossible position to lose by Rent Free unless they just isolate themselves and Young Alec and Vivi land some nasty shots.
Vivid's too low of HP to make that a reliable strategy, so Young Alec, the player who CJ mentioned earlier, has had a hard time in the past few months. Moving back to CL, he's got to go big. Vivid finds one, though. It's not Young Alec, but the low smoke player to get the first kill in this potential clutch. Man count now even. Maxley and Twist, the only two alive, though. They might be at the same man count where Rent Free and LSR are, but the utility for Rent Free is still very good. They have those EMPs, and they still have those exothermics to open up line of sight. You have to worry about the crossfire that LSR might set up, of course, but this utility can open up very powerful lines of sight to take down the remaining two players, but it might not be enough. Young Alec gets the drop on Maxley, and that leaves Twist, the substitute, alone. And if you could navigate a crossfire in a 2v2, it's twice as hard now that your teammate is gone, and LSR clutch it out with that 2v3. Low health be damned. LSR answer back Rent Free's round.
I mean, they had to go work a couple of kills in those last couple of moments, and they were just able to, winning a couple of 1-for-1s, and it slowly allowed a funnel effect to go in through by Rent Free. I'm really shocked they didn't just stack up as a team, maybe open up that bunk wall a little bit earlier, and then just try to bombard the site with a couple pieces of utility, and maybe having a few drones here and there just to make sure no one goes on a rotate, but jumped the gun, and because that, LSR was able to bounce back and actually get around on the board for themselves as well. But starting back at the confidence that we saw by Dexter off the bat, still able to go for those 1-for-1s was just absolutely marvelous, and it definitely made LSR a little concerned, especially since they had lost so many bodies just to one man so early in that round.
The confidence that Dexter's feeling right now is definitely something to be concerned for LSR, and on a map where you don't need to do some deep roams off the site, but you definitely need to extend a little bit. I mean, Armory Throne might be the site that is the least noteworthy example of this trend. You know, initiation, bunks, and daycare, you definitely have to. Drone, you can do a little bit more anchor play, but definitely something that they need to be worried about. I just turned off my light instead of turning it on. Normally I turn it off in game because it gets hot while we're on broadcast, but I actually forgot to do it. So I was like, oh, rehost, turn it on. It's off anyway. So, but yes, I believe we'll be having a rehost. It actually hasn't been confirmed yet, so
they did call
just
it,
have to wait.
So, waiting on an official ruling, but I would assume since someone left and a rehost was called during the prep phase that we are going to get a rehost, but
well, we'll have to see.
Question mark?
Just have to wait. We're not admins, so we can't make that call.
That is true.
Actually, we don't have, unfortunately, the certified admin license, but I actually do think we will be playing on. All right, so unlucky that you lost Giddy. And I mean, that's, to be fair though, that's one less player that Dexter has the opportunity to kill moving into the building. So even though they're down a guy, this might be a blessing in disguise.
I mean, should I just write in that Dexter found a third entry? It would make sense. I mean,
I mean, no.
Well,
because Giddy was the second to die last round. Wow.
Oh, true.
Someone's got caught in my throat.
That's all right. Well, I guess we'll have to go in and wait. Hopefully it was not a nade tossed out by Dexter, because that man has been doing crazy things so far. 2 different triple kills, both round 1 and 2. I mean, he's looking like he could potentially find another one perhaps, unless someone disconnecting might have thrown that stat line away perhaps. Map control so far by Rent Free has been looking quite well, but the major difference here for a site like Throne and Armory in comparison to any of the top floor sites is you normally have to clear out the entire map on this second floor, and then you want to establish that vertical play, and especially when not having a Nomad or anyone actively fishing through any kind of cameras that are left for flank, you could definitely be susceptible to someone just retaking the top floor and trying to go for a hero play.
Rent Free are definitely focused on hitting the site right now, or taking down this maintenance wall early on. Mute Jammer done, Exothermic on, and nobody's there to, well, actually I say that, somebody is there, Impact Trick, but unfortunately, the impact misses from Wimpy, or the explosive misses from whoever decided to throw it, so that wall will be opened up. Vivid's got to focus on actively denying entry into that area. No smoke on the board, unfortunately, for LSR. Only 1 C4 as well, so that job's going to be very difficult. Now the player playing on the throne is now gone. Dexter finds his entry. 3 in a row now for the Yana player on Rent Free, and he's gunning for a second.
I mean, it's most likely bound to happen. Wimpy's very low in HP and is not receiving a lot of help from his teammates, and really it's only a matter of time for Butters just tries to enter the building and shut him down. There's one for the Finka, goes to the pre-fire and lands it perfectly on the young Alec. Almost a third as well, but the smoke impairs his vision, allowing a team kill to fall through. A headshot by Max, but it won't matter. Butters secures the third one with that LMG, and now the rehost will be called and hopefully answered.
Yeah, I believe that will go through now that the round is over, but it is one more round for Rent Free to tuck under their belts, feather in their caps, whatever analogy you want to indicate that they just won another one. Built, maybe not primarily this time, because we didn't see Dexter get as flashy of a play, but definitely a round that heavily benefited from how Dexter has been able to find these gunfights in the early round. Not even necessarily by, doing anything crazy with utility. Dexter has just either moved into spots and been able to win a gunfight, or just waited in positions, and eventually a gunfight is given to him that he ends up winning. So it's a combination of playmaking and patience from Dexter, and right now both are working at 100%.
Yeah, just picking the golden opportunity to go run at somebody and shut them down before someone's able to actually go for a proper trade or even deny the gunfight from happening altogether. It's been really good stuff by Dexter so far in this first half, and I like the way that we had Rent Free actually play that round. They didn't take a lot of time to go and clear out the entire map, because they're like, well, someone disconnected, we already have a 5-on-4. Let's just try to get aggressive, hit the site as quickly as possible, gather more information, and then we just run at them with LMGs and Dexter, who has not really missed a lot of shots, and it's a recipe for success as now they retake the lead 2-1 as we're in the midst of a rehost.
Yeah, they've done a really good job at focusing on critical positions that, if knocked down, makes it infinitely harder for the defense to hold. Vivid playing behind that throne is a key example. Once that wall is open, just have someone sit on the doorway, have someone sit on a long angle on that breach. If he peeks one of you and the other one is watching, you can make a pretty good guess that you're going to at least go 1-for-1. And like you said, you don't need to clear out the roam as much anymore. The defenders of all, if they are off-site, have relegated themselves to over by Arcade and Cafe. Just go for the half clear. No need to overextend when you're already in a 4v5 that was given to you.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that perfectly. I mean, Wimpy was in sight as Vigil. You don't normally get to say that all the time unless it's already been like 2 minutes down and he's already done enough jobs as the roamer, and he goes back to site more willingly, not he's just forced to because they're down a man. But we're getting everyone slowly stacked back in the match. We'll be getting ours in through in a couple quick seconds. But besides that, I mean, it's been pretty much the exact same thing. Maybe during this rehost, we could see a little bit of a change-ups here based on who's playing what role, because as of right now, it seems like Wimpy is just hard filling in for Kento as kind of like that heavy fragger or first to get into action. And so far against Dexter, it just hasn't been working out. So are we going to see more passivity by Wimpy? Will there be a willingness to give up more map control early on to keep that man advantage alive? Or are we going to have people just flat out change what operators they're playing to maybe better counteract both the Ayana and Finka?
I think it really depends on the site. On a site like Throne, Maybe we'll see them get more aggressive since there are a few more dimensions the attack has to cover than, say, bunks or daycare or initiation. That can, of course, be a double-edged sword for the attack, but on Throne, you might have to commit to a full clear, worry about some of that vertical presence, or worry about some of those flanks coming later in the round, maybe somebody coming down Dragon and throwing your entire attack into disarray. But on a site like Initiation or Bunks, maybe we'll see them just wait a little bit more. I mean, Rent Free's attack wasn't exactly two-dimensional even. They pretty much all sat in cache. Dexter sat in bathroom. They waited for an opening, and after the initial kill onto Wimpy, they found one once Giddy was trapped inside a vault. Maybe we see LSR just wait a little bit more, not try to get aggressive and take those angles, and force Rent Free to push. Because after all, even though Vivid was in a 1v3, that round still came down to the last 20, 15 seconds as well. So we know LSR can delay. Maybe by not peeking, they can delay a little bit more.
And at least on round number 2, when we saw Dexter land that nasty 2K, I mean, LSR had the refrag set up. Dexter is just too different, apparently. So he was able to find both kills, despite it being almost impossible at that point, and then finding a third afterwards. So the step-by-step process, it does seem there, but maybe just losing out on the gunfights, that's been the bigger thing. And in that case, it tends to be just kind of a 50-50 gamble on who wins that gunfight altogether, who's in the better position or whatnot. So I guess it is a little bit rough to assume that just in these 3 rounds, we're going to see a recurring pattern, especially since LSR were able to actually get a round win on the board just by playing for that patience game, allowing Rent Free to start making mistakes towards the latter end of that round. So there are glimmers of hope, and it can also be quite difficult to defend sometimes on Deep Arc if you have a hyper-aggressive team that is willing to just get in your face and go for those gunfights.
Well, it's hard to sometimes defend against a hyper-aggressive team that is still relatively an unknown quantity as to what they're fully capable of. I mean, we had that Gamers Without Borders tournament, which outside of relegations was, of course, one of the first big showcases of, okay, what is this team capable of? And just because it's outside of a normal league, you know, it's not Challenger League, it's not Pro League, it's hard to see what all teams are capable of because Pro League teams might be hiding stuff and maybe Rent Free were just playing to have fun instead of playing to, you know, fully sweat it out, fully strat it out. So there's always going to be a little bit of a guessing game. And in the first 3 rounds of a best of 1, maybe Dexter is feeling really confident, but then he starts burning out. This is what this rehost might prove to be as a benefit for LSR. They get some time to talk things over. Maybe they want to change around some roles. Maybe they want to change around some play style, but whatever it is, they had some time to talk about it. And with 3 extra rounds on this have to go, rounds 4 through 6, still plenty of time to fix it.
Yeah, and they could also go and save attack timeout, that being for both teams towards the second half if one tends to struggle more in comparison to what we have seen so far in this first half. Initiation will be reattempted now for the defensive side of LSR, and once again, there are no changes to their lineup whatsoever. You've got the double shield, you've got Jaeger ADS as well, my magnets, and then you've got the mute as well for a little bit of wall denial and also some info denial as well, because Rent Free have been incredible with just feeding Dexter tons of info so he can run in, go for a 1-for-1 gunfight, and a majority of the time, just win it because he's in a better position outright. So again, if we don't see that readjustment of slightly better team play or a little more passivity by LSR, a more of a willingness to give up some map control, we could still see Dexter just run this entry stat through the roof because so far he is 3-0 on entry.
Go back to Initiation, the first site to start out. I thought maybe we'd see LSR actually try Throne again, considering, you know, 20% of their roster disconnected and, you know, in the prep phase. So thought maybe we'd see them try that again, see how it went. But they'll go back to Initiation first and foremost. And as you said earlier, it's not like this was a round that was all darkness for LSR. There were still certainly some good moments. It was mainly just Rent Free able to work themselves in positions, find some kills at the right time, and maybe LSR give away some openings to Rent Free. We'll see them pull back here, rethink some of their setup. For example, maybe Wimpy doesn't play as aggressive on top Dragon as early on as he did. Maybe he just backs up really early since that's a spot that the attack is probably going to get anyway and won't have to commit too much utility to get at that.
I like the switch up here by Max on the Thatcher off of the Jackal because we haven't seen a lot of proper roam clearing done by Rent Free. They've been very direct on a lot of their attacks, even on Throne and Armory, because it was a 4v5, like you had mentioned, off the back corner. So that could probably just allow for better util burn and util denial over on the defensive side, especially if those EMPs meet their mark. And we also have Filthy as well over on the Buck just for extra soft obstruction and flashes as well. Maybe he could try to go lurk around on that first floor, maybe create a couple of vertical holes underneath, or he'd just be useful somewhere else. Either way, it's still a fantastic lineup here by Rent Free, and it seems like they still have the exact same plan of attack, trying to flush out Wimpy as early as possible in this round to get immediately inside of cash room.
So many of Wimpy's rotates are cut off, though. Dexter can watch that hole made in the long hallway that Wimpy will rotate in front of. They've already started throwing nades at his direction, but he seems to have made it back, at least just a little bit. So we'll make it out of the fray for right now, and Rent Free won't have as easy of a kill as they might have had otherwise. That long haul and cash are, of course, now clear, but everyone from LSR has backed up. And if you want to play aggressive, you can play the shotgun angle that you can see Vivid holding right now. If somebody just pushes up that hallway, or play a crossfire to watch the bathroom doorway, where most of the attack was staked in round number 1.
I was going to say, maybe you could have Filthy open up that soft wall. It's already been done, and, well, I guess I'll get cut off mid-sentence by Dexter, who once again finds another entry in this best-of-1 series, and grants a 5 versus 3, technically, as Giddy's currently downed.
Yep. Giddy down, a nade goes in, but I think it might have just fallen short. But Dexter still going huge in his CL debut. Butters has also done some work on that Finka and almost took the life of Vivid from the same position that LSR was playing him in last time. It's actually the same two players who are alive as in round number 1, but this time it's a different last man standing. Inrio with that 416, playing on top of Yellow, doesn't even get a single kill before Rent Free cut him down. 3-1 right now between these two teams, and in that round, it didn't look close.
I mean, it's still just the Dexter show. He's able just to walk in and just win a 1, and that just creates so much space for Rent Free. They're able to establish very strong map control. Even Filthy just watching the cutoff, that way nobody can rotate into control room to try to hit a flank. They have that on lockdown, so they only have to focus on the site itself, which they are still doing God's work over in through offices, having both the Finka and Iona tag team once again. It's just been way too much for LSR, and it seems like in terms of composition, they really aren't changing anything. The only major difference this time is that Azami is on the board, and honestly, if Giddy just dies early on, all those key barriers are going to be pretty much useless, so it's still a huge red flag just based off the playstyle we've been seeing by LSR. Very little adaptability so far.
Well, it's still interesting. I mean, there was a lot of talk going into the season about how powerful Azami is, how she might even be a mainstay for the defense in every single round. She's already been banned quite a few times in the NAL, so clearly powerful enough to take a ban spot away from, say, Valkyrie, or maybe even a target ban for some or for some teams on the defense. But we haven't actually seen LSR bring her out that much in this game so far. We'll see her on Throne, which I think makes a good defensive site just a lot better by Azami's presence, but I think maybe that would help Wimpy out a little bit in the position he plays on Initiation. But either way, that'll be if they go back to it. For right now, we'll see Giddy play with those Kiba barriers right now, I believe, not even on the roam, just a bit closer to home.
Seems like it's a full commitment up on this top floor, but again, you have a lot you can get away with if that vertical play can go down. It weakens a lot of the actual site pressure. It can help open up a couple of hard walls, mainly the one from Yellow side, where you can go in through the back of Armory and try to get that plant down. A C4 goes out, but it only brings Dexter down to half. And with the addition of Finka in this lineup, Dexter can just get healed up by an adrenaline boost and then be pretty much back up to full HP to go live to fight for another day. And still, the map control, it's pretty much solid by Rent Free as Dexter just walks in the site after, or not site, sorry, walking in the cash room after he's been fully confirmed that no one's there and they've all fallen back.
LSR giving this up very quickly. They'll probably hold on this side of the map a little bit harder, but probably only for maybe 45 seconds or so. We won't see them hard commit on the top floor. At least all of them will not hard commit on the top floor. That will allow Filthy, though, to start getting that soft destruction out. With that skeleton key, he can start remodeling the floor, creating angles that look down towards Vivid or look down towards Giddy, depending on where he rotates. That is a new dimension that LSR will have to worry about going into the remainder of this round. Maintenance wall opened up, but a difference from the previous Throne attempt. The impact trick works. That first exothermic is now gone, so Twist will have to put in some more effort to take this one down.
And because Giddy was just anchoring in the site, he has a lot of key barriers stacked up to actually weaken the overall push coming in through by Rent Free, especially since they haven't really gotten much soft structure down, as Filthy has still tons of buckshot left in that skeleton key.
The wall gets opened up. You saw Filthy open up a segment of that wall before it was broken by the exothermic to help Twist evade that impact trick from Giddy's impacts, and it ended up working out. But thanks to these Kiva barriers, I was going to say Vivid is in a lot easier spot, but both site players have now died. We will see LSR quickly rotate back. Enrio has already done so. Wimpy will now join him on the site. But that's two key players with those Kivas to make it a little bit more manageable to anchor, and a C4 from Vivid, both now gone. And you'll have to rely on the gunplay, remaining 3 LSR defenders, because young Alex C4, it's gone as well. He'll instead go for a flank all the way down yellow. This could be the play to make something happen for LSR. He will instead go up yellow stairs, but the flash is now coming in. We're waiting for Rent Free to push. Young Alec will maybe push their clock up a little bit. He's taking down Filthy. He's taking down Butters. He's causing havoc for Rent Free right now as Maxily commits. He doesn't know Inrio's there. A pre-fire nails down Wimpy, and Twist might just be the savior for Rent Free, but can young Alec get to him in time? He's made it into Connector. Doesn't seem to know that he's behind Throne. He's got an idea, but there's too many angles for him to check. Dexter, the Menace, pushes on in. He's sitting right on top of Twist, who gets the bomb down successfully, but young Alex finally showing up with the pistol. He switches, and with the pistol, he wins! A 4K for young Alec. 2 on the flank, 2 on the site, 2 rounds for LSR.
And I believe with nobody watching that flank drone, young Alec was able just to walk in through the back hallway and secure several different kills, retakes the site from Split, eliminates the coverage on that diffuser, and although Twist had the information, he just was not able to land enough shots as we had young Alec on a heater of a round, able to grant LSR their second one so far in the first half, but man, despite young Alec bringing out everything he could in that round on the Mozzie, it still was down to the wire.
Yeah, Renfree once again just able to wait outside of the site and find those picks when defenders walk in front of them or end up taking a gunfight against them. That has been Renfree's MO so far. That top floor, they still were like, okay, we've got our vertical control, we've got initiation, we've got office. We don't need to push any further. We'll just use the skeleton key, open up the floor, have some people on flank, or have some flank drones, which obviously maybe somebody wasn't watching, or maybe the drone got shot later on in the round, like we saw young Alec do. But they still just waited outside the breach and waited outside the door where they could find a moment to push on in, find a moment to exploit, and then push forward. Young Alec had a great play right there, as you said, but it came down to the wire. If LSR just get one more of those rounds, hey, 3-3-1/2, worse things have happened, but this still seems like, at least in terms of the confidence and momentum, Renfree might be patient in the early to mid round, but once they have that moment, they are not hesitating whatsoever to take advantage of it.
Funk and Daycare, the final site in play for LSR, unless we see overtime in this best-of-1 series, and seems like we got the same old ragtag lineup we've seen a majority of these rounds, except when Armory and Throne has been in play. And so far, the util portion of this composition really hasn't been that helpful against Rent-Free, especially when Thatcher has been on the board. I would definitely prefer to see more maybe of that Roam style kind of composition, or maybe seeing the Izami once again in play. I feel like that could definitely enable Wimpy to stay in portions of the map for a lot longer, and we had the Izami Kiva barriers be slightly helpful, and although Dexter still managed to get that entry and still eliminate Giddy, I mean, it was still pretty darn close to not landing those shots.
If you just shut off some of these lines of sight for Dexter when he's pushed far up into bathroom and maybe you're not expecting it, those kinds of plays might be shut down, but he'll just wait. And there you go. 6-0 on the entry for Dexter so far. And at least only 1 kill in this round. Maybe gunning for more. Knows Inrio might be involved and can guarantee that someone is probably on top yellow as well. Though finally, LSR are able to trade out that first initial pick. Many times, Dexter has gotten 2 kills to start out the round, but now LSR have at least made it even and even taken the advantage. Filthy downed and finished off by an impact grenade. There's still the tricky position of Inrio inside a vault to deal with, but you've at least staved off LSR's momentum for just a little bit longer.
And with that hard wall open up, you can actually apply even more pressure onto the Jaeger if Enrio's stuck in that back vault. And depending on if we see LSR begin to overextend a little bit, that could be a pick worked for Rent-Free to at least equalize and maybe try to go in for this full-fledged execute.
Yeah, the barbed wire start breaking. The nade cooked, goes out, lands next to Uno, just past Wimpy, and finally LSR getting active. Inrio with 3, Maxily alone, put to low HP as well, but does down Vivid and can finish him off with that pistol. He's got a minute left to go as well, so even though he's low on HP, he's got 2 drones active and quite a bit of time to try to find these remaining LSR players. Defense does have case control though, so if Maxily wants a chance at winning this round, he'll have to play it slow.
50 seconds left. Max just setting up a camera for his dead teammates to go and watch, providing more and more information. Almost notices the player deep through the bunk doorway, but they're not going to actually go in for that swing. And once again, Max is just fishing through cameras to see what he can get away with in these final 30 seconds.
Nobody inside of Vault, so he's cleared out office. Inrio has moved up to the daycare doorway. He's watching the door that Max will walk out of. Wimpy playing it more safe. He crosses and does get the diffuser. So maybe light intel for Max to work with. Zeeping going on through. 40 seconds now gone. Wimpy's on that doorway. Ooh, just spots him at the last second, but Wimpy doesn't bite. He waits for the time being. Some more shots for Max to chew on. They know there's one hard left. Inrio swings. Max knows where he is, but he can't react in time. LSR finally get a convincing round on the board, and it might be the only defense left for them in regulation, but at least will feel a lot better going into their attacks.
Yeah, pretty strong showing by LSR overall. The team play was there despite not being aware that Dexter had just walked in through bathroom, allowing a 6th entry for the Iona player. But the fact that we had Rent-Free just unable to get rid of Inrio from Vault, it basically forced this beautiful crossfire and tag team that Rent-Free just simply could not outmaneuver, forced an entire portion of the map to no longer be in the pocket of Rent-Free, and they were also struggling on the opposite side of the map as well. Filthy died to Young Alec, who's holding off initiation. It was a complete stall by LSR to now grant us a completely even split going in the second half, and the first site in play now for Rent-Free will actually be Thorn and Army with a very intriguing lineup. I'm really looking at the Thorn here out of all things, Carter.
I'm looking at a combination of the Thorn and the Azami. The Azami specifically, well, obviously, yeah, it's Azami. But the Azami specifically is, I want to see Rent-Free make much better use of it than LSR did. Mostly because LSR didn't make use of it when I think it really would have helped them not only counter Dexter, but counter the overall playstyle Rent-Free like to go for. And obviously, I predicted LSR, but I kind of want to see Rent-Free use that operator to the full potential that we didn't really get a good sampling of in the first 6 rounds. And with that Thorn as well, if somebody hops in through a window and they look down to shoot that Razor Bloom, that's a perfect time for 1 or 2 Rent-Free members to take a gunfight and get an easy kill. So definitely looking to both of those, but for me, especially the Azami and how Rent-Free use her.
And in general, with the Razor Blooms, you use them for the most part to just gather information. If you have a couple of pests that have been activated as well, that can feed your roamers tons of info to go run around the map and pick the perfect moment to go strike. Maybe synchronize that with a Nitro Cell as well, depending on if the offensive LSR wants to go for vertical. I would imagine that is their main goal. They've got Giddy on the sledge, and vertical when attacking Armory and Throne can almost be a must-have a majority of the time. Dexter will be able to pest out one of the many drones trying to flush him out from his top floor, but so far no one's actually pushing his general direction, as I believe they want to set up another drone to actually confirm where the Mozzie's playing.
Didn't see much success in that position from LSR throughout their defenses, but with how well Dexter's been shooting, entering on those attacks, I'm worried he might be able to do what LSR was not capable of on their defenses, but he's already pushed back, so won't see the same kind of aggression going into minute number 2. He's moved back to Vault, but right as I say that, here he goes, finds a potential void opened up in the attack setup right here. He'll move into bathroom, waiting and hoping that maybe they just assume nobody will peek that doorway, and he'll get a kill. The Nomad has already entered, and there we go. Dexter gets that first kill onto Wimpy, who so far has seemed to fall into Dexter more than most of the other LSR players.
I was just about to highlight, I love the actual patience there by Dexter as it allows that false sense of hope. Great Kiba Bear uses as well to try to deny these grenades, and the first one, it actually gets thrown way too high up, but there are still 3 in total, so because of the fact there are no ADSs on the board, it will probably be pretty easy to go and stop these Kiba Barriers unless they just get completely blockaded. But there's one more left in their back pocket, and it actually just works, but there goes the impact trick, but it does not connect. The back wall from maintenance gets opened up.
And that was a really good play by Butters, and what I was hoping to see, just a lot more creative and, well, usage in general of those Kiba barriers, but specifically that creative usage to try to stop those nades from going over. Sure, it didn't end up working in the end, and the impact trick failed as well, but at least it was something to keep LSR on their toes. But now with that wall opened, Young Alec will send in both of his firebolts. He's pushed up, trying to copy Dexter from earlier, wait for somebody to move across this doorway. Flashbang's going as well. The LSR's still holding for the time being. They've used that utility, but they have not played off of it. They're worried about the roamer still off site, and certainly be worried about Dexter, certainly be worried about Twist, as Dexter's causing havoc and gaining all the focus. Twist opens up a hole from below and takes down the man with a diffuser. A second kill from him on this same makeshift vertical angle he made in the late round. That's just Inrio with the LMG left alive. Can't get the diffuser. He has to go for these kills. Knows knows Twist is inside of security, but he's worrying about Dexter as well. Dinka downed and finished off by the sub. Rent Free take the lead once again.
And again, the patience out by the roam game, refusing to leave as well. It allowed a complete tag team as you have people in maintenance focusing on the actual site execution, and it completely distracts them once you see both Dexter and Twist light up the kill feed. They have to worry about the verticality and the flank, and you just get completely collapsed upon by all these angles that the defenders can use against you, especially since they have the man advantage. I think LSR just skipped way too many steps in the early round, and it was perfectly highlighted by Dexter once again winning the opening duel, because for the entire round, they had no idea that Dexter was still in that top floor. They had no clue he was in bathroom, working his way around through cache. They had no idea he was going in for a flank, and they also had no idea that Twist was above as well. I mean, it was just a perfect recipe for disaster, and LSR, I mean, they just followed the cookbook recipe perfectly.
A big difference there. When LSR was on their defense, they backed up super far. Rent Free did not give that ground, as you said. Dexter specifically did not give that round, and maybe was forcing LSR's hand to clear him out, which may be still what he wants, to take some of those gunfights, to play his life. LSR opted not to do it, and we know what happened as a result. So Throne now 1 for Rent Free. They'll move on to Bunks, where we will not see an Azami in play. So maybe it's just something about Throne that attracts those Kiba barriers, because now Rent Free, like LSR, will opt not to go for that style of play. But if Dexter keeps going the way he is, 7-0 on the entry so far, I don't think utility is necessarily something that Rent Free are in dire need of to help in the early round.
I'm really shocked Dexter is just not rocking the alibi pick. That's actually Maxley. He was one of the other roamers, though, that was actually over in on round number 7. He was the only one to die as well in the roam game, and I guess it also allowed a false sense of security for LSR once again, because like, oh, Vigil's dead. Surely there's no one else here on this top floor, as we're already close near Cache and, Top Dragon, for example. Nope. That clearly was not the case. For LSR, they're actually opting to go in through a cache room clear, while they have to immediately deal with Twist over near the top of Yellow Stairs, and once he hears the call that someone's working their way in through Cafe, he can probably just go set up on that shield and try to slow down the rest of LSR, maybe communicate with his teammates that he wants more backup in this general direction, because all the audio, it's there. He's just potentially waiting on someone to creep up Yellow Stairs first before making a move somewhere else.
Right now, the move somewhere else will be down in Drug Lab. We see both Vivid, I'm not sure who the other person was, but 2 players at least go down through that bottom lab window. Butters is on main stairs, anticipating that kind of play, saying that, hey, maybe somebody will come from below. I'll focus a little bit on top arcade as well. But there is the potential of a couple different areas where the attack could push from. Twist as well, in a different position of the map, but still worried about the same topic, that somebody might come down from below. No, Butters is there. They've Z-pinged him. He'll find the drone as well. Half the round now gone, and Rent Free almost at the opening pick.
They almost break the stat line as well of Dexter just being on a heater in terms of winning these opening 1-for-1s. Inrio getting tagged up as well by, I believe, Butters once again, but still no gunfight to be found. And finally, the cycle has been broken. Giddy lands a perfect nade onto Butters, and that's the 5v4 for once, favoring LSR.
And the 5v4, the first time Dexter hasn't gotten the entry, and the first time LSR has, but Filthy spots one down below, so the man advantage is short-lived. Though Filthy might also find himself short-lived momentarily. Low health, somebody just outside that break room window, and he's now hopped on in. They know Butters is off main stair, so they can start pushing up through top arcade and cafe. This is a very difficult position to make work. Might have been alleviated had Filthy taken down Wimpy, but hopping out through the smoke and hopping on low HP, he'll give his life to the Lion. Maxley back in sight, starting to get active, starting to weather the storm. Dexter finally gets on the scoreboard, and Inrio somehow falls, despite the fact that the eyesight was ripped away from Maxley. He's got plenty of bullets, and maybe some time to pick up Inrio as well. There's an alibi very close to him right now, and one that could peek this long hallway. He's been spotted, and Dexter and Maxley both finish them off. The Dexter finishes off one, and Inrio unfortunately bleeds out, but Rent Free still wide in their lead.
And one thing to note as well by the playstyle of Rent Free, it was an immediate trade. Maybe not the same kind of trade you would normally expect, but it wasn't a 5v4 for that long by LSR. They just barely had the man advantage for 10 seconds tops. Filthy eliminates the player that's actually over in lower arcade, and he runs out and almost kills Wimpy. Maybe if his smoke grenade did not fully obscure his vision, he could have actually connected that shot and have found the kill on the Lion, but it looks like that wasn't meant to be. But still, having that trade game well established and still having the great amount of team play that we've seen by Rent Free time in and time out, it's just enough to where they retake the man advantage and still give LSR a run for their money, now having 2 wins in a row in their defense.
And now they'll go to initiation, try to complete the hat trick, and try to get themselves match point. 5-3 is often the scoreline that is a little bit of a tipping point. LSR is able to win one. Hey, 5-4, it's a very close scoreline. I mean, you're just 1 round away from that penultimate round in regulation. But if Rent Free win, it's match point. It's a 3-round gap you have to overcome. This can be a big change in the momentum and the mentality for either of these teams, depending on the way it goes. For initiation, we will see that a zombie come back out as well. So if there is a way that Rent Free want to just solidify their control or their ability to come back from any kind of man disadvantage, look to Butters right now. I know I've mentioned a zombie multiple times, but she really is that good. I'm not selling you a false bag of goods here.
Yeah, no con artist in sight, as of now at least. With the cube barriers being pretty much a multi-purpose tool, they can be just inflatable shields. They can allow for one-ways to go through as well, making it very difficult for you to actually enter the site. I mean, it's just, it can be very creatively used as well, like we saw by Butters earlier in the round when they were trying to stop the Thermite from actually having anyone throw nades over to get that back wall opened up from maintenance. But so far, we're all going to have the majority of the cube barriers just kept in the pocket for Butters. He'll use them more proactively in this round. And in terms of proactivity by LSR, they seem to be rather slow as of right now, but eventually they hop in the building and begin to go in for that recon game, just trying to spot out any roamers that could be found over in their throne or armory.
See Inrio down below at the moment, maybe try to pinch that player playing top dragon, which is Maxley right now, but team's already 1 step away from rotating back down that long hallway towards the site. He's lost a lot of HP, and yep, right as that EE1D goes, he'll take that as his moment to back up and play behind this shield. So he will evade death for the time being, but still has an angle from which he can contest anybody sitting or repelled on that balcony. Spots the head of Young Alec for just a second, but unfortunately, the Capitao not only ducks away, Maxley misses the opportunity he had, and never mind, he misses it. But Young Alec certainly does not.
So far, it's looking pretty decent for LSR. I mean, the only thing that's a little lacking could potentially be that map control, but now that they have the man advantage, they've got a lot more room to actually breathe, and they still have tons of utility on the board as well. Nades get tossed out through the waiting hallway, breaking the shield that was there moments ago, and everyone's stacked up. They're just waiting for the final rally call. Filthy trying to get hyper-aggressive, but Giddy still on the hatch will shut him down, and now it's that 5 versus 3 favoring LSR.
They have that opening, at least in terms of the man count. Still a lot of the positions that Rent Free need to be holding are held. They have somebody in waiting and then somebody in each of the sides who could still get aggressive by taking some of these gunfights. I think LSR seeking for just 1 more kill to then start flooding in to either office or initiation. Still plenty of players on that balcony, and there's still Dexter who wants to contest it, but a nade gets caught by the magnet, so Inreal will just send it on in. Now the utility has failed. Worked himself in the position that Dexter on the attack made great use of last time, and Dexter will make great use of it, at least in terms of fighting back. Butters finds one as well. Dexter going huge so far in terms of the impact. LSR now on the back foot. Giddy will push it up, send it in through the double door. The Behemoth and Raid Boss has been taken down. That Dexter now off the board. Giddy and Vivid seem to be grasping at straws right now. Giddy, the most. With Vivid gone, he's got so many angles to worry about and not enough intel. Knows someone is inside of bunks, but he's got to focus on Vault, and he can't focus on it enough. Rent Free take match point. Twist drops lol in chat, and with a retake like that, I think he's justified.
Might be a little bit of a chalker there for LSR as well, because they really had that one in the bag. I'm honestly shocked that we didn't have anybody potentially rotate around, for example, maybe going through Cafe or Yellow Stairs just to add a little bit of variety, because during that 5-on-3, it was just the site presence, essentially, by Rent Free, but we still had LSR just kind of walk in one by one and allow these singular kills to be found, especially by Butters opening up with that 2K. Then we had Twist and Dexter follow up as well. I mean, it was a round that just should not have been won by Rent Free, but because of just these little mistakes made by LSR towards the end game, it allowed so much more breathing room for Rent Free, and now they have match point.
And I think this might be a good time to take a timeout. I mean, at least in isolation, losing a round like that, definitely one where the mentality might start getting off the rails. So I want to take a timeout and get back into it. But this is still a case where just Rent Free win 1 more round on Theme Park defense. They take the first best of 1, the first match of Challenger League Stage 2, and one that they definitely needed to win and will be important going forward. Not, needed to win because, they're on the verge of relegations like we have in the later season, but against a team that still has a very good reputation in a lot of people's minds, in what may have been, at least on paper, a hard game, out of the way with a really good result if they take this next round.
Well, it seems like a lot is on the shoulders here of LSR, especially now that they have to probably attack against one of the better sites here on Theme Park, that being Armory and Throne. And the lineup looking a little familiar, except now we have a Jaeger on the board for Filthy, and I would assume that with the idea of LSR wanting to get that maintenance wall opened up, we could probably have some ADSs procced around near that hard wall to actually weaken the overall clear done with those grenades. We could maybe see young Alec utilize those Kabatow asphyxiating bolts to actually make sure nobody can impact Trick the wall closely, and that could still allow the wall to get opened up, but that's just all depending on the placement of what operators are in what position, and if we see that Kabatow not repicked, and that will be correct, instead, we have a repick onto the Thermite to allow better destruction for those back hard walls, and a Nook as well for that element of surprise you tend to see a lot.
That Nook pick from Inrio is really intriguing me, because that might be the answer for how they want to deal with, players like Dexter and Maxley on the roam. Send a Nook in, maybe from arcade side, to push on in, move in from the back by the yellow stairs to catch Dexter off guard. He's obviously aware of that possibility, maybe not because a Nook is there, but just because, hey, make sure you're watching your back. That could be the kind of opening that LSR need. We'll see Inrio hop in from the bottom floor right now, and maybe we'll see him start moving up, or even just looking to connector for an easy pick.
He's already in the midst of lab. Currently someone's droning him out as well. If it weren't for the fact that the split door was barricaded, he maybe could have walked into sight and just found a couple of kills and forced a very early retake by Rent Free, but it looks like they were expecting something a little fishy this time around on round 10. So Inrio most likely be just holding a cutoff angle for quite a long time, expecting a roamer to fall back near arcade stairs. Maybe he could work a pick in that sense. But as of right now, it's still pretty much just silence across the board as LSR is still taking their time gathering more and more intel.
They've gathered Inrio to get some control down in lab, but beyond that, still sitting out on that cache, that Dragon balcony, waiting and taking their time to get some more intel, deciding how they want to push out Dexter. Vivid, of course, has also entered. He can kind of operate on a different wavelength than the rest of the team right now. He can focus on getting that wall open. With how many Kiva barriers Butters is saving, he's got 4 in his pocket right now, along with 2 impact grenades as well. He's got a lot of utility on his own to deal with these nades, or utility coming over to burn those ADSs. And Alec will get a very important first pick, though. Not only Dexter, but Inrio finally makes his lurk work, takes down Twist, but there's still a lot in Rent Free's pocket to make use of, well, stopping these exothermics.
All right, the ADSs also not connecting on top of the frag grenades. Must have been some proper burn by Vivid, as he only has 1 flashbang left, so the back wall will eventually get opened up, allowing a new attack strategy for LSR as they can actually get into the building, or pardon the site, sorry, without having to funnel in this 5-on-2.
Inrio's strategy has worked wonders so far. Maxley will start flanking. Doesn't even see the guy top dragon. He appears on his screen, but Maxley doesn't react. So wired into the stairway, but he reacts in time. Does a lot of damage to Giddy moving on into the site, though. Once Butters falls, that leaves the Vigil on his own. He'll have to hop down. Can't use the element of surprise anymore. He's got to deal with all of these angles, all now looking towards him. One hops up. Ooh, but a nice flick downs Giddy. Nade goes on through. Maxley will have to rotate off as a result, and also play through a post plant as well. Inca behind the bomb chassis. Maxley knows he might be there, but his health is getting whittled down by the second. Now just 1 bullet away from death. We are watching the prone angle. Will get his back as Maxley rotates into maintenance and stop the win from Rent Free for just 1 more round.
And it seems like the passivity for LSR is working out a little more from what we saw in that first half. They're waiting for people like Dexter to make that first move, trying to work that pick. Young Alec was just in the perfect place to shut that down, so the raid boss of this best of 1 was already off the board, and the rest of the round was just pretty darn surgical by LSR. They were still able to get the back wall opened up despite the ADSs, the mute jammer, and the Kiva barriers all being thrown at their way, and they were still able to find a couple quick kills on the site to actually get themselves put in that post plant, and it was just a very weak retake attempt because it was a 5 versus 2 turned then a 4v1 with Max all in his lone trying to go for a hero play. So good recovery by LSR, but they are still short of 2 rounds, and if they do not keep up this trend, then we are not going to see overtime today.
I think Inrio's pick for the Nook, and then just sitting inside a lab, waiting for the roamers to rotate back to site, using that common avenue of, going down top arcade or going into split, going down yellow, going into split. That was a really good move, but Renfree are probably going to expect it now, so are we still going to see LSR do that? Inrio's already... I was going to say switch to the Finka, but he switches the Amaru instead, so I'm going to scratch everything I just said. Because, John, I want to see what this man is going to do with Amaru on a first floor site. He's just going to send it in, go for a quick roam clear, control up top. I don't know. But things just changed a lot for how I thought this round was going to go by that one change.
That's what I would assume, is that Inrio just wants to hop in through a top floor window and try to catch the roam game off guard, potentially. Besides that, it definitely seems like a very questionable selection, especially since we haven't seen a lot of Jaeger and Wamai comboed when attacking Armory and Throne, so you wouldn't need the extra flashes for burn, and seems like so far in terms of repelling, it's actually going to be young Alec once again on the Capitao LMG, and, well, across the map, we have Inrio, hop into break room and kill Twist because he probably was not expecting an Amaru to greet him in the first 40 seconds.
That Amaru in the break window is always a little tricky to make work because, well, person knows you're coming in through break or can react in time, you're pretty much dead, but the strategy of not only that Amaru, but also just an aggressive clear of the top floor is working out for LSR so far. Twist and Maxley both gone, but Dexter, he's still alive. He's still top yellow alongside Filthy as well. That means there's only one person. There is nobody on the site for Renfree right now. It is empty. There is no one there. Everyone is on the top floor, and LSR are biting hook, line, and sinker. They've gotten 2 kills so far. They might be able to make a few more work. Renfree will bide their time for right now as Filthy does rotate back, so not completely empty anymore, but still the majority on this top floor.
LSR having no clue that everyone was still stacked up on the top floor, as they are just still trying to clear this one rather linearly. They're not actually working a floor lower as of just yet. Butters eventually hops down as well, leaving the sole survivor of this top floor being Dexter. And I'm not even too sure if LSR are fully aware of his position, so once again, we could see a potential flank if Dexter bites his time.
I hope they are aware of him. I hope they are. If they aren't, this could be the game right here. Could be everything gone if they're not aware of Dexter still upstairs. They've all rotated down. And Dexter, he still remains inside a vault. LSR now looking towards opening up this wall, John. When do you think Dexter's going to strike?
Well, it could be in a matter of moments, I suppose. See how well the Nitro Cell does. It gets shot out of the air, actually, by Giddy, I believe it to be. And finally, that back wall gets opened up. I think now's about the good time for Dexter to probably kick it into high gear and get ready to go on this flank once this wall gets opened up.
Second nade goes through, finally destroys the new jammers that Exothermic can go, but the impact goes over, and it misses once again. Renfree very lackluster on these impact tricks, but as the time starts ticking down, question still remains, when's Dexter going to make that play? He's creeped up to top dragon, his first victim goes through. Wimpy not aware, on the drone he falls. Inrio gets Butters, moving in through split. There's still Dexter, Filthy pushes on through. It's all left up to the Mozzie. But a flank can work in a 3v5, and a 1v3 where they expect you now? This is a situation that definitely favors LSR. Giddy watching and waiting, and his moment comes. The play we were all waiting to happen, it finally pulled through, but the rest of Renfree fell before Dexter could make his full impact known.
And the shock factor plays are working quite well for LSR. We saw that with Enrio just chilling out in lab, waiting for Renfree to eventually fall back the last time Throne was in play by Renfree, and then also having Enrio as well hop up, being that X-Factor player as per usual, just going in through break room, killing Twist immediately, and then having backup as well by young Alec to force back a heavy portion of Renfree to actually play the bomb site because nobody else was alive to do it. Dexter was able to find at least one on that flank, but because it already started off that round in a 5-on-3, and again, because we had everyone already inside of sight procking down that plant, it just wasn't meant to be. It just wasn't a fast enough flank to actually work out, and the site presence as well was just a little underwhelming. And shockingly enough, although we've had this site not work out twice in a row for Renfree, they are still opting to go for it up until now. They finally switched to Bunkin Daycare.
And I gotta admire the confidence from LSR, because to be fair, especially with that Amaru play, these are gambles in a way. You can, get intel, you can find out Twist position, you can wait for defenders to start rotating back to site, like we saw Inrio do in round 10. But still to have the confidence to take some of these gambles, that especially that Amaru play again, are just something you're gonna have to hope you win the gunfight on and hope work out. It's paying off so far. It is catching Renfree off guard, and it's giving them openings where just pushing into Dexter like we saw them try to do in the first 3 rounds just wasn't working out. It's always a strategy that you might not be able to lengthen and might not be able to translate into consistent wins, but it's worked for 2 rounds now. I want to see what they're going to try to do here. Are they just going to stick to the strategy they did before and that we've seen Rent Free do? Sit inside a bathroom, sit on Dragon Balcony watching the long haul, and hope that Rent Free peak? Or are we going to see them try to do something a little bit different? Maybe not with a, an off operator like Amaru, but still try to catch them off guard in terms of positioning and maybe going for a lurk somewhere over by Arcade to try to repeat their success.
We did have decent productivity by LSR last time Bunkin Daycare was in play by Rent Free. They immediately burned through the shield that was over near Cafe Hallway. They had Giddy throwing out grenades, which ended up netting LSR their first 5v4 in this best of 1 series, favoring them. So they were pretty aggressive when they were actually trying to attack. It was just towards the end where they didn't have as consistent of a trade setup as Rent Free did, which eventually cost them that man advantage and the round altogether. So just that slight better team play that we could potentially see, that could maybe be their saving grace to guarantee overtime, because at the beginning of this round, when they last played this site, they did pretty darn well. Again, it was just the end game that had them caught up.
I think that is a really good point. They were still able to make a lot of good use of that utility in the early round. That might still pay off here if Rent Free are playing their same positions, which it generally looks like they are, that we don't see Butters playing on Arcade Stairs like he was last time. He's in a different part of the map, and it's just Filthy playing on the railing. That is filling that same role. Butters is instead pushed very far up, playing by that deployable shield in the doorway, but sitting on the arcade machines right now. That could allow Inrio to fill that space on main stairs a lot earlier and get an important piece of control, so long as he's watching those railings.
Shield is finally destroyed via a frag grenade. Butters almost gets caught by the shrapnel as well, but is able to evade it for the time being. 1:30 gone, and it's about the same pace that we saw last time when this site was in play, but still no entry to be found just yet for either team. It's still tons of information being gathered out by LSR, and I think they still have somebody trying to maybe creep their way up through Arcade Stairs. That being the player with Case, that's a pretty big risk, and if Vivid ends up dying, this could be a huge disastrous round here for LSR.
It's also a gamble that LSR might not be able to mitigate with information. They only have 3 drones right now, and most of them not on flanks, but still in active use, and that means at risk of being shot. So if you want to push them up main, now you've only got 2 with Vivid. With that Case, he is pushing a very difficult position to make work. So many angles you have to worry about, and they're just not even aware that Filthy has filled this gap. Inrio caught completely off guard. This is looking like a regulation win if LSR can't get things back on track. Vivid is pushed up. He's taken Inrio's spot. He knows there's somebody inside of Daycare. But Rent Free are holding the line right now. Wimpy might just have the position. He's outside, still in that break room window, hitting those ZE1Ds where he's been before, and he's taken down Dexter, one of the key players for Rent Free so far. Though he has a little bit tapered off in the remainder of this game. Twist pushes up with a shotgun, retakes outside of Arcade. Wimpy falls on break. It's just Vivid, 1 in 6 since the rehost to keep overtime hopes alive. Maxley's feeling himself. He's getting confident sitting inside that angle. It's not Maxley, it's Twist, excuse me. They know where Vivid's position is. They're waiting, and finally they strike. 7-5 for Rent Free in their Challenger League debut. And LSR, after what was a little bit of a disappointing Stage 1, will have to go a little bit longer without a victory in Stage 2.
And it seems like the honeymoon phase that we saw by LSR in Stage 1 of Week 1 is not going to be a pattern that we will be seeing here. They actually start out with a loss in their first matchup here on Stage 2. They brought it back a little bit over in towards the second half, but they still just had a lot of major basic issues. And I think with the fact that Wimpy is just a new addition to their team, that's going to be something that will be molded in time. But Rent Free able to take advantage of that and manage to force out a relatively awkward map to play on when you're having a new addition on your team is definitely a huge net buff for them, even though they also were playing with a sub. Funny enough, it just seems like Twist was more compatible with the roster of Rent Free than Wimpy was with LSR so far.
Well, and also, I mean, we talked about it quite a few times, but
yeah,
7-0 on the entry in the first 7 rounds. That is just something that is almost impossible to deal with from LSR on a strategic scale.
And he almost had 20 kills.
Exactly. He almost had 20 kills. We had a rehost, and he had 11 kills since that rehost.
Yeah.
The man was playing out of his mind for the first play day of Challenger League. and definitely a statement to be made. And I'm sure the desk will commend a little bit, LSR trying to adapt with that Nook play, with that Amaru play, but still, the debut that Rent-Free had from players, like Max Leo did a good job, Twist did his job as a substitute, but Dexter, with that stat and with the play he had, absolutely outstanding. But that's all for John and I for right now. I believe we'll throw it to the analyst desk to break down what, of course, Brim, Connor, and CJ did predict, which is a Rent-Free victory, and I'm sure they'll brag about it.
Boy, I'm sure glad I listened to you, Connor. That's one of the few times I've actually made a smart choice prediction-wise. Okay, Rent-Free comes out, Connor. They put their stamp on this stage so far. Now, there's a long way to go, so I'm not, putting the cart ahead of the horse here, but it was an impressive first showing for them.
Yeah, they looked incredibly good. And for the side of Rent-Free, there were a lot of their attacking rounds that it almost feels like LSR just gave them. Because if you notice, there was just not a single ADS burned or not a single Azami Kiba barrier shot down. And there were still shields left up on the side of LSR's defense. And Rent-Free, they were still able to just win. Not with nades or flashbangs or any other explosives. They won the rounds entirely just with bullets. And then when you swap onto their defensive side, still a lot of the creativity and a lot of the free-flowingness of their defense came out, and it made LSR kind of look scared to take some gunfights. And then after that momentum was gone onto the way of Rent-Free's side, it almost came too much to kind of overcome and bounce back on.
The one thing I noticed, and we were talking about this as we were watching at Cookies, although it wasn't a lopsided match, it was a 7-5. It could have gone to overtime. It was close. We're sitting there in the first half watching the site choices of LSR and just kind of throwing up question marks, like not utilizing Throne, which is known to be one of the best defensive sites in the game. And it was a rough defensive half for them. I know it was a split, and they ended up, cleaning it up by the end, but it didn't start off well for LSR.
Well, it's hard to start off well when Dexter is just putting his foot in their mouth for the first 7 rounds, apparently. And then, of course, Connor talked about how it was just seemed like LSR was just kind of waltzing in front of angles and just kind of giving up kills instead of maybe seemed like the angle knowledge wasn't really there. And even going back to last stage, they actually lost Oclix on this map too. Same type of way. It seemed like Oclix was more based than them on this map. I don't know if you're going to have your LSR, if you're just going to shelve it going forward, but definitely seems like it has become one of their shakier maps. So it's entirely possible we won't see that going forward.
And Connor, I mean, this was, we'll have the stats pop up shortly, I'm sure, but this was a stat matchup. You had Dexter popping off for the side of Rent-Free, and then when we look over at LSR, young Alec, Giddy, and Inrio also had very good games, but a little bit lacking on the side of Vivid and Wimpy.
Yeah, it was a rough showing from Wimpy, who's on a completely different role than what we saw from him in Pro League with Parabellum. No longer on the second entry. Now he's kind of onto a flank watch role on the attacking side, and that can be a hard transition. He's not going to be as involved and more in those gunfights that are a bit more fun to take as an attacker. So not surprising to see his performance dip. But on the side of Rent-Free, oh my goodness, Dexter, you look at that entry number. Casters talked about it. We've already touched on it. We need to bring it up again and again because that is absolutely dominant. Sure, we can say maybe a good amount of it is the giant crater-sized hole that Kento has left in the early round kind of strength on the side of LSR. But Dexter's also an incredibly great player, and I think he has a lot of upside, and a lot of people are going to know his name by the end of this stage.
That's an entry stat that if you are not part of entries for the rest of the stage, that could carry you on the leaderboards. And you know what? Just as fate would have it, it's Dexter that we're going to be talking to for the interview. So he gets to shine on his first matchup, and now we get to talk to him. Dexter, congratulations on the win for the team. Obviously, you guys have been able to play together, but what was the synergy like on this first day in Challenger League? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You yourself had a phenomenal day. Were you feeling it today? Were there any nerves positively? Because obviously it worked out well. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. LSR, they were a great team last stage. Obviously, they're still good now. It was a close matchup. Do you guys see yourselves doing well matching up against the other teams? Because obviously you have some knowledge of these players and these other teams. How are you liking the outlook for your stage early on now? Mm-hmm. 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 Well, I mean, if you just go 18-8 every single game, I think you guys have a pretty good shot maybe down the road. Thanks for your time, Dexter, and good luck in your next matches. Absolutely killer. I mean, player of the day possibly already outside of the first match. Who knows at this point? But the 7-1, I can't get this out of my head. I'm trying to think of other things, Connor, and yet this 7-1 is just like seared into my mind.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is puzzle, and then everything made sense, and he goes off and has a crazy game.
Well, folks, if you're voting on these games, the best thing you can do is get yourself a pair of really good analysts to just tell you what to do, because that's what I did, and I got the vote right going to rent free. But that's only one match down. We've got 4 more today. The next one after this break coming up, don't go anywhere. It's going to be One Shot taking on Luminosity. Welcome back from the break. We're getting into match number 2 of Playday number 1 of stage number 2. Lots of numbers flying around here, but we'll get it all sorted out. And joining us now, we have Tanner, Mr. Forceful.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. So this is a big one, okay? This is One Shot taking on Luminosity. Luminosity as an org making a return to the Siege scene. Now, let's start with One Shot. This is the team that was ranked 3rd last stage, going up against the team that was ranked number 1 last stage. We might have known them as ATK briefly as another team, but now we know them as Luminosity. But we'll talk about One Shot, Tanner. Talk about their roster because they had some important moves, some big moves.
Yeah, they really kind of pulled a gamble in this offseason. Like we said, they were the 3rd best team in stage 1, and that doesn't even do it enough justice. Like, they were 1 point away from being tied with 1st place. Like, it was such a tight race, and they made a bold roster move in which they dropped Subarctic and Slippery, and they picked up 2 of the former Exec players that we saw in stage 3, or Razor, we saw him recently with Mirage, with Prod and Razor. Now, this move, it might actually be to their benefit, if they're looking to win the whole thing. If this is a gamble that they don't want to be the 3rd best team, they want to be the best team, this might be the direction that they need to go. Specifically, I want to highlight, they still kept players like Swaylin at an absolutely monster stage from stage 1. I think he was either the 4th or the 5th highest rated player, and he's just been an absolute tour de force. And what I really like is them solidifying their back end with Prod. Bringing Prod in here is going to give a lot of confidence, a lot of stability. He's a good IGL. He's got really solid drone work. He's got good team fundamentals. And I think as a unit, like this is one of those rosters that I think could pull away from the stage. Like, they could pull up to the top of the leaderboards.
I mean, any pro experience is good experience, and this team has plenty of it in spades. Now, moving over to the side of Luminosity, Connor, this team as well made one change. But one very interesting change, didn't they?
And they, unfortunately for Splash, he got the boot. He did land on his feet over towards the Nocturne's roster, but in comes Asian, one of the hottest commodities on the market. As soon as he turned 18, he probably had an entire inbox full of contract offers. And some of them were maybe it's interest from T1 orgs, from what I've heard behind the scenes. Got a couple tryouts, was so very close. And that's already just impressive enough for Asian. Coming in as a new player. Sure, he has the comp experience. He switched over from Xbox about a year ago, played in a bunch of T3 leagues that pretty much every single time he graced the league with his entry, that his team won. They just won everything. And we haven't really seen Asian lose anything. So for Luminosity coming in, great roster, already won last stage. They're looking to continue on this pressure. Trying to really crank it all the way up, crank the heat, continue to be the top team in Challenger League. Now they also have a pretty fancy org backing them as well, so hopefully that pushes them over the edge.
Now, as we get into the critical points, Tanner, I just want to say, first of all, I loved your point about you've got to take big risks. You come in 3rd, you have to shake things up and hope that elevates your team, because if you don't, what can you expect but 3rd again? So this is a team on the side of One Shot that really wants to improve what they built last stage.
Absolutely. They're definitely putting all their chips on the table. They're going all in with this roster move. Like I said, dropping Slip, dropping Subarctic, like those 2 players, they performed in stage 1. I expect to see both of those guys back in stage 3. Or correction, I know Slip's got picked up by West Garfield, but I expect to see Subarctic back in T2 because he's a very high-level T2 caliber player, deserves to be here. In terms of my critical points for this game, the biggest thing is coming in here and making sure you're abusing LG. So one thing LG did in the first stage is they had a 5 map pool. I think they went to Oregon. Let me check my notes here. Yeah, they went to Oregon 6 times. They won it 5 times, including in their last matchup Playday versus One Shot, where they won in overtime. So biggest thing I'm looking here from One Shot is don't take them to Oregon. Control the map bans. One Shot demonstrated in stage 1 a very large map pool. They have a lot of maps they're comfortable on. They don't have very many permabans, whereas on the other side of LG, they did have a bunch of permabans. And then the second thing, this whole meta has been shifting. We saw this all stage 1, and we saw it at the Charlotte Major. The game is very less utility-based now. It's very tempo-based now. So in order to control the tempo, you need to have good information. You need to be good on the entry. And like we said, we just saw that Asian pickup. That's a massive pickup. You need to have that information so you're going to be able to control the tempo versus LG and, not get surprised by, their ability to make micro plays and to get picks.
Okay, so where they risked a lot, One Shot making a big change, Luminosity saying to themselves, look, we had a great stage, Connor. Let's not change too much. Let's tweak it a bit, try to make a bit of an improvement. But more or less, do you want to kind of stay the same? Like, you did everything right. Why, rewrite the book?
Yeah, they didn't really need to change a whole lot, except they definitely are going to have role changes. Considering Splash on the attacking side, he was playing that good old sledge most of the time when he wasn't lagging out of matches due to hotel Wi-Fi. He was on the sledge. And when you have Asian coming in, he's a Finca, Yana, a Rooney player. So he's always off site on the defense, and he's first in the building getting those frags on the attacking side. So it's going to be up to most likely somebody else that was more aggressive and kind of in the entry department, most likely an Eddie, slotting back to a little bit more of that passive flex role, picking up the soft breach. And with Tanner, you made the great point of potentially Luminosity having the weaker map pool. They play a lot of Oregon. They found a lot of success on Oregon, but not really anywhere else. Hopefully, with this offseason, the kind of minor changes, only having to put in one new player, still having a great support staff in the form of Wayfair, allowing them to really bolster up their map pool.
Well, I think the hope then, Tanner, is that we're not going to Oregon, but are we going to get something as crazy as Theme Park in the map ban phase?
No, I actually don't think we're going to get anything too crazy. Like I said, because this is all based on previous information, so it could be a big surprise. LG banning Oregon right off the rip.
That's interesting.
That's interesting. Like we said, they played that map 6 times. They like to play it. Now they're banning it. It's looks like maybe they have a different map pool, which you can kind of expect. I was kind of leaning towards, when I was doing my analysis here, towards a Villa or a Chalet, just because it lines up better for both of these teams. They're both maps that both teams like to go to play. Theme Park and Border being taken out, that's no surprise. Theme Park's a permaban from the side of Theme Park's a ban for the side of LG, and Border's a permaban for the side of One Shot. So, like I said, these map pools and how they're actually developed here throughout today, it's going to be completely different. You see the Villa ban. It looks like we only have, I believe it's Chalet and I don't know what Cafe left. I'd be really interested to see a Cafe. No, LG's been permabanning Cafe since stage 1. So going to Chalet, kind of how I predicted. Chalet is a great map. It's a very attacker-sided map. It's very pick-heavy. You don't need a lot of map control to kind of execute on site. I think this favors heavily on the side of LG in terms of their ability to basically get into site and get active. One of the biggest weaknesses we saw from them throughout the stage 1 was they weren't taking map control very quickly. They were just getting picks. This is a perfect pick map for them. There's a lot of cheese plays they can make. I think this is looking very favorable in terms of the map bans for the side of LG.
Well, I have a counterpoint.
I
have a counterpoint, Mr. Tanner, because if you remember the relegations match with, we can almost look towards the XSET relegated team, because this is not just One Shot. You can call them XSET because it's now up to 3/5 of them. There's a lot of old XSET players, and all of the players that are on the roster, NVK as well as Razor and Prod, they played incredibly well. I guess maybe not NVK to drop a donut on that map, but Prod and Razor played very well on that. In that relegation BO5 on Chalet, where they played against Parabellum, who were by far the best Chalet team that we had seen and looked incredibly good, brought that match to overtime. So maybe if any of that has been imparted upon them, that should help, because Swalen and Kilo also had a very strong Chalet with old iterations of One Shot.
Absolutely.
Well, is it the possibility, Tanner? We'll throw up the predictions here, but is it the possibility that with those early bans that you saw, where they almost seemed opposite of what we'd expect from each team, that these teams took the time in the offseason to maybe develop their pools and change up, their strengths and their weaknesses?
100%. Both of these rosters are top tier CL teams for a reason. There's a lot of depth. You go into just in the prep work, you can see, when you go and examine these teams, you can see the massive map pool, the big strat pool they have for each site. They're comfortable with multiple bans. They can counter ban. There's a lot of counter strat going on. So last time we saw these two teams play, it was an 8-6. It was a very close game. So both of these teams show a lot of depth. Both of these teams would have looked to improve in the offseason. They both have, big coaching staff. I didn't even mention on the side of One Shot that Necrox was picked up as the coach, right? Huge. And you've got, it's a massive pick, right? The guy has a lot of pro league experience. He's been in the scene for a long time. He might be far removed from the game as a player, but that game knowledge and that game sense still kind of can show through from the side from One Shot. So, I definitely expected both these teams to expand that map pool, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the Chalet game. from both.
I'm personally super excited for it. This might be the matchup of the day, although Dexter did put on that show last matchup. So, the bar is set high today. But like we said, that third place team taking on the first place team from stage 1. It's one shot going up against Luminosity, and we get to see them on Chalet.
Definitely break with Brim a little bit. I don't think this might be the match of the day. I would say this is 100%. Even with Dexter's performance last game, I think this is the match of the day. Now, of course, I could be foolish, John, and maybe this game will be a blowout one way or the other. I mean, hey, maybe if LG blow one shot out of the park and on Asian's debut, it could be good. But personally, I think this has got to be game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's top 3 teams for CL last stage, and you've got pretty much a brand new roster of people who have proved themselves before in the past, and then you have the former top team of CL in stage 1 with a completely new, I guess org now, backing them up, giving them even more help and
LG.
support. I mean, surely, Luminosity, they must think that this team is going places if they are completely willing to pick them up for stage 2.
I mean, after a first place finish in stage 1, and you make roster moves that you get a massive young gunner like Asian, who him alongside Gunner were like the 2 big pickups everyone was looking at once they turned 18 coming out of T3. You get that on top of what looks like a very promising roster with players like Berta making a comeback in stage 1 and putting up some really impressive numbers. I think it's definitely a good pickup for LG. But even then, looking at one shot, as was mentioned before, you have 3/5 of that now relegated XSET roster, but it's still some very good players. Prod is a very well-respected support, and Razor is a very talented fragger when he's put on a project that he believes in, and I think he can thrive on and rely on his teammates for. So going here, we have a young gunner coming up from T3, a very talented gunner coming down from T1, both clashing in Challenger League. That's part of the reason why I think this has got to be the game of the day.
And we mentioned the incredible gun skill for both Luminosity and One Shot, and a map like Chalet, it definitely fits that bill quite well. It's a very attacker-favored map, and also you can sometimes see that supporting role kind of shining through again. I have seen Sens actually played on this map before in the past and properly utilized, so I'm really hoping we get to see a little bit of a supportive styles of play here as well, maybe going in for that post-plant setup. I mean, especially with Osa being on the board as well, if she isn't banned, that could be a huge op to bring out as well, especially if you want to just hit the site and go into post-plant immediately.
I mean, personally, I would like to watch some Sens. You throw one of those little rolling gadgets out, the light screen comes up. It's very cinematic when that can happen, so I would certainly appreciate seeing some. But Chalet as a whole, again, another reason why I'm excited for this matchup, of course. Saw the map bans coming in, was curious where this was going to go. Chalet is a map that, as the desk talked about, not only favors both of these teams, well, LG in terms of play style and One Shot, and these players in terms of their history and their pedigree, but it is a map that just tends to be a little more explosive. Once those initial power positions are knocked down, once library starts getting cleared out, once you start pushing down solar stairs into maybe downstairs into kitchen and trophy, the map tends to get very hectic, but tends to get very heated and very exciting, and tends to revolve around gunfights once those initial positions are taken down, which should be a good showcase of skill for both of these teams, but also some good showcase for maybe the supporting core on One Shot. Chalet is also a map that revolves around, getting players into positions and then using utility and working off each other in these various positions, and that's something a good IGL and a good support backbone can contribute, and I definitely think One Shot has this with the roster moves they made.
Well, still waiting on one player. I guess we can go over one little side note. We have Julian actually back to his old name of Kickstarter, so in case you aren't familiar who Julian actually was, that will be there instead. Yeah, so might be a little weird. Probably still going to call him by Julian. I think it's a more fitting name, hence why that's probably the name he was given on birth. Yes. So we'll just go by that with simplicity just to keep everything as usual. Finally, we've got all 10 players up in the lobby. We're just waiting on ours. So we'll be hopping into the map of Chalet momentarily, and then we get to go discuss the operator bans, which we saw a little bit of variety on the last best of one matchup. Do you think we'll see that here today as well, Carter, in this match?
I mean, I certainly hope we will. As we mentioned before, Mira is, I was going to say blacklisted, but I guess she technically would be blacklisted. Yeah. Well, either way, she's not allowed in comp play due to a bug. So
in quarantine.
Yeah, she's in quarantine. That kind of opens up a ban slot. And I mean, we do see Mira bans on Chalet sometimes. Maybe not like highest priority. Normally might see Valk taken off the board as a defensive ban. For the attack, I think we'll probably see a lot of the usual suspects, maybe a Thatcher and a Hard Breach, maybe a Thatcher and somebody else, but I think never mind. It's actually 0, the first ban, so I did not expect that one.
Well, okay. I don't know if that was intended or not, but
Prod is unhappy.
Probably was, yeah, no. Prod was not having any of that, probably a little upset. And the Thermite ban to follow up. Wow.
Right.
Okay. This is a very unique ban phase. I mean, with a lot of walls being pretty, reachable for a Thermite just to open up a gigantic wall into sight, it does make sense. So that's definitely not a bad ban. You could see Zero sometimes for better burn with those Argus cameras. You still have some sort of flank watch and secondary heart breach. I mean, he's got a little bit of everything. The jack of all trades, if you want to call it that. And then the more default ban of Valkyrie. I mean, honestly, all these bans, they make total sense.
Who is RZZRR?
I believe that's Razor.
Oh, wait, I'm stupid.
It's
Wait,
okay.
I'm stupid.
I was going to highlight that too, but I was like, you know what? I can just stick to Julian for now. It's fine. I'm sure everyone else can figure it out. No, apparently not.
I literally was like, RZ, what? And there was no .1s in the name, so I was like, what? But never mind. We're all good now. I was losing my mind for a bit. We do see a zombie ban come through. I was going to say, I do think we might see here on this map, just as I said before, this map for the attack revolves a lot around getting into positions like sitting outside library window or sitting on office balcony outside that doorway or that window. That a zombie can be very useful in just shutting down those angles. Put her inside a pillar or top fireplace. She can toss Kiba barriers at all of these positions that not only could cover areas, but could give her positions and effectively deployable shields to play behind. So I think that's a ban that definitely makes sense for Luminosity to deny for one shot as we go further into the match. And right now, John, what do you know? We actually have Prod switching to Sens in round number 1. How he'll use it on Kitchen and Trophy to be determined, but Asian will fortune call rehost, so see if that goes through, but we do have a Sens.
Fingers crossed.
At the very least. Confirmed.
Yes, so we will probably... There's a really cool trick you can do for Dining Room, which I'll probably highlight a little more if we actually go into the rehost. Nope, just kidding. 5v4 off through it for one shot. There is a drone hole located near the Dining Room bomb site where you can throw a projector through, and that completely cuts Dining Room in half to where you can go in through the back wall and go for a default post plant while having that entire line of sight blocked off. We could potentially see that in play, although it could be rather risky with not having a Glaz on the board. So for now, we'll have one shot, do the basics. They want to clear out this whole top floor, that way they don't worry about any kind of verticality that Luminosity might try to bring out here to stop that plant from going down. And already having that 5-on-4, they could be a little more lenient on how they want to go by this, but it seems like with NVK over on the side balcony and the rest of one shot just pushing their way through, it seems like they'll still be as aggressive as they were as if it were 5-on-5.
You just stick to your game plan, not worry. Ooh, both magnets taken down, or 2 magnets taken down for free right there. So MBK, he will take those and move onward. You don't have to worry as much about burning some of those magnets when you throw in some flashes and throw in some nades. So you can get a little bit quicker with that explosive utility now that those are off the board. Asian playing at the bathroom door right now, looking out, providing some support to Ferda if need be, though he is rotated all the way back into master bedroom. So shots exchanged between LG and One Shot right now, but One Shot might just be going for that half clear and not really focusing on pushing all the way through this top floor.
I mean, so long as they have a sightline opened up and someone just watching either on those fireplace stairs or someone just over near the top of mezzanine, for example, they can stop anybody from asserting any proper vertical. You just have to worry about the long lines of sight you can gather over near Trophy stairs, but with someone actually applying a bit of pressure either near the solar rappel or just over near Trophy room, it seems like Luminosity will have to fall back just a bit further during this final minute.
He might have a nice angle right now. If Razor pushes a little bit too aggressively, he will do that and take a shot, but will not be the end of him. He'll lose a bit of HP and minimize all of that damage, overwrite it with an Adrenal Surge, not back at full HP, but just a little bit under it to go forward. A lot of nades used by the attack at this point, but they've acquired that vertical control. They might not have gotten any kills, excluding Eddie's PC crashing. Still have that advantage, but with the control they have, the vertical, and these still plays that could happen, could go huge, but Kix gets very aggressive with that super short. He takes down Razor with 2 shots, but NVK's right behind him. NVK's going forward. The castle knows. He is aware of his presence on Trophy stairs. There's somebody around the corner as well. The LMG starts firing, but NVK's not aware of Ferda just to his left, and he gets taken down. Eddie does return, but he might not even have needed to be here. LG and the man advantage right now, dominantly so, despite Kilo entering the post plant. He's put the diffuser on the floor. He's worried right now. There might be somebody in fireplace. He takes him down, but Asian puts him to 1 HP. And even though they all line up, the stars align for Luminosity. They take round number 1 despite the 4v5.
And still, with Luminosity having to give up a lot of that map control, they were still pretty darn strong, holding down a majority of that first floor, and they were still able to isolate a lot of 1-for-1s. In particular, Julian finding a kill with the Super Shorty and having nobody pressure him out from that trophy window, allowing him to still hold a pretty decent amount of the map to just give the rest of his team time to go for those hero plays and still get those 1-for-1s down. I felt like One Shot they stalled way too much. It was not that difficult of a process to clear out that entire top floor, especially since you have a 5 versus 4 granted to you because a rehost was not activated. So it just seemed like a pretty big red flag to start things off for One Shot here on their attacks.
Now the first defensive win under their belt. Eddie back in the lobby. They'll go down to basement, definitely feeling probably the most confident they probably could feel after a first round of a CL game, beyond maybe flawlessing as well. Winning that 4v5, even when it got to the post plant, I mean, that's just excellent for Luminosity as a little bit of a taste for what could come further in Chalet. Again, as I said, it will be basement. We'll see a very heavy roam by Luminosity. Kicks moving to the Oryx. Agent on the Vigil. A lot of offside play for LG right now.
I mean, it makes sense. They're a very aggressive team, and when you go and pick a bottom floor site, such as Wine, Snowmobile, you have the luxury to basically extend all the way to the top floor, and you can waste a lot of valuable resources, not only players, but the drones they can have in their back pockets, and also the time that they have as well. If you can waste a minute and a half, even more than that, on both the top and middle floor, that can slow down the verticality you tend to see when your Sledge or Buck wants to go in through the middle of a main room near fireplace, for example, also near the back of dining room, and those positions to go and weaken some of the places over near Wine. So if Luminosity could just have a pretty strong roam game overall, that can definitely lead a strong tempo throughout the rest of this round.
One Shot not pushing forward just yet. First minute now gone. Taking some control over by Library. Razor and NVK both chilling over on that side of the map, but beyond that, they are keeping their focus. Relegated to this area right now, not looking to get too far into the weeds, so they will likely have to turn some attention to there at some point. Maybe take down any presence on top of that wine hatch. Good piece of vertical to have if they opt to go for it. But right now, again, as I said, just focusing on that area, not trying to get things too complicated.
Seems like for One Shot, they will eventually begin to get this back wall opened on up. We had a small glimpse of LA Noire, I suppose, but now we're back to full color here as Kilo still does his work with the Maverick Blowtorch, eventually waiting for some soft structure maybe to rotate around, or just having a couple of kill holes opened up towards the back of Snowmobile. Still One Shot are in pretty decent shape, but I believe there's still a main roamer up on the top floor that has not been snuffed out just yet.
Still a little bit of presence on that top floor. Silent has rotated back. Asian has not moved down below. I thought he joined Eddie down inside a kitchen, but he is the one still upstairs. A dangerous player to leave alive on that top floor, might I add. One that One Shot have to be worried about, and they can't let anything slip by them. Swalen is watching the cutoff in case anybody starts moving over towards the library, so they may not have direct bead on Asian's position, but they are aware of the possibility that somebody might go for a flank. Razor, one of the first members of One Shot, focused on towards the site, waiting to see if anybody pushes up through blue hallway. Somebody does, but Erda not only escapes death, almost takes down Razor, but a lot of his shots go wide, and Razor will push forward as a result. He almost loses his life as well. The One Shot still retained the lead. Verda peeks and just stands there awaiting Razor's bullets. That leaves Eddie all alone. Doesn't have a lot of room to breathe at the moment. The entire other site is out of his control. He can spot the player moving off the planter. That's diffuser gone, but Swalen on the hatch will take him down. And One Shot redeemed themselves after not an embarrassing first round, but definitely one that was pretty unbelievable.
And the fact that we still had two different players lose the gunfight against Razor, it allowed One Shot to have total control of the site, essentially, force that 1v3, and because they took their time clearing out the entire floor and they were able to eliminate Asian before he turned into too much of a thorn in their sides, they had coverage of vertical, they had someone out on breach once the plant went down, and of course, they still had Razor in the middle of the site able to do God's work with that LMG.
Go to Master Bedroom and Office next. Talked about some odd site choices on Theme Park for LSR, not opting to go to Throne very much. Kind of the same for Luminosity right now. We see them go to Master Bedroom Office, which, at least in North America, has definitely not only been one of the least preferred sites, but also statistically the worst. There's Bar Games, one of the, if not the best and the most preferred, but LG have not opted to go for that just yet. Obviously, so far, it's too early to, say this is a bad decision just yet. They had a very solid round number 1 in the man deficit, and it looked like round number 2 could still go their way. So I have confidence they can make something work, but it is interesting to see them elect not to go to what typically is the most preferred side on Chalet.
No bar in gaming just yet. Maybe saving the best for last, I suppose. Whatever's in the mind. The thought process of Luminosity, maybe just trying to throw one shot off a little bit. Whatever floats their boat, I suppose. They almost ended up starting out 2-0 in their defense, which is a pretty good start for a map like Chalet. Asian, already receiving a lot of pressure, will begin to fall back just a smidge over near the top of Blue Stairs instead of holding directly over near Library, but still isn't giving up that much map control. He'll probably need to be directly forced out by both a drone and probably some actual utility, maybe some Lifeline Concussive Blast, or just NVK outright holding this position with that LMG.
Nobody peeking him just yet. Asian maybe getting a little aggressive, but just pre-firing, not really trying to fully commit to the gunfight. Instead, just holding back, maybe waiting for someone to peek. First DE1D goes out. Will force him to stand still. Takes down a drone. Cresting that Library Stairs. Ooh, Razor fires a shot. That scares Asians off, but he's cooking a nade. It bounces down. Iruni just escapes it in time. We just got to worry about now 3 one-shot players, 1 below, 2 up above. Almost finds 1, but Razor is whittling him down every time Asian peeks. Second nade goes out. He dodges it. He is wasting so much time, attention, and utility, but it's looking like Asian is a dead man walking right now. He's got to go 1 for 1. Silent takes down Razor, watching Asian like a guardian angel. This might just be working out for Luminosity.
Everyone is just solely focusing on Asian, and he has already done so much, and he escapes through bottom of blue as well. That has to be such a facepalm for One Shot, as they have wasted so many of their resources and lost Razor, which was such a powerful player to keep in their back pocket for the final minute 20 last round.
Starting to open up that office wall as well with the Maverick. Of course, no thermite to create the big hole that we would normally see utilized on sites like Kitchen and Dining and like Master Bedroom and Office. You're forced to create some kind of Frankenstein's monster with that Maverick breaching torch in order to open up. Silent did a very good job at getting aggressive and taking down Razor, baiting Asian to get that kill to start things off. And he's looking to continue contesting some parts of the map that the attackers think are safe. Looking out that double door, maybe even trying to tangle with Prod outside the bathroom window as well if he wants to go for that. One Shot right now just waiting, still biding their time for the moment. I believe they've opened up that heaven wall right now so they can start pushing on through, but Kix takes down 1. Prod finally gets something on the board for One Shot, but they might just have to send this. NVK's worked his way into Piano, not finding anybody just yet. They could vault into Office and start trying to get the bomb down, but there are 3 players in Bedroom who could look over that way and maybe even deny the plant. No toxic canisters, as Silent has used all of his. Unfortunately, it seems like the wall might be bugged. They might not be able to go through. They'll just have to try to stake this on kills. Verta cuts down 1. NVK gets a Claymore, but LG seem to be taking this round in full force, and maybe can take down Kilo in the gap between that plant. Will instead save his KD.
And even with the wall bug or not, it was still just a pretty rough start for One Shot, and that probably was the bigger reason why they had a lot of struggles on round number 3 trying to attack against Master. The actual coordination of pushing against Asian when he was trapped on Blue Stairs was essentially non-existent. We had nobody watching in through the Piano double door swing. Everyone was just solely focusing on Asian, yet when there were nades being thrown, when there were stuns being tossed out, when Lion scans were ringing through the map as well, nobody was actually pushing out Asian. Instead, they just let him sit there, back off a little bit, not get caught by the nade completely, and just burn through the pockets of One Shot, which granted Luminosity so much leeway, and also the fact that we had Silent go swing wide and get that 5v4. I mean, it made things so complex for One Shot once they actually started to try to attack the bomb site and the rooms near it.
Luminosity also, I mean, you talked about, the proficiency on Master Bedroom and Office, able to make things complicated for One Shot. Now they've won 2 bomb sites, but they've played all 3. They will go for number 4. So we will see every single bomb site played on Chalet. And Luminosity, with their final site brought out, again, as I said earlier, it is arguably the most preferred and the best statistically on Chalet. We'll see a couple changes for One Shot, though, John. We see Kilo moving to the Ying, an ace brought out as well, and a Twitch on the board, but definitely looking at that Ying and that ace to see what those changes in hard breaching and that addition of those Candelas will bring and change for One Shot.
I'm hoping for Kilo's sake that he uses some of those Candelas a little more proactively to actually try to clear out this roam game a little faster. I mean, a great example of last round is when we had 3 people trying to deal with 1 person on blue stairs, and they just simply couldn't do it, even when they had nades, regular flashes, and line scans. Maybe with that reassurance of the Candela fully blinding someone, even if they're in, you know, a 100-foot radius, they should probably be able to kill that person and get an opening duel on the board as an actual win for once, as so far it's been nothing but net for Luminosity.
Though we did see Maxley full blind in the previous game, still somehow get a kill on a player pushing in through a doorway. So most of the time, those things should happen, but sometimes they do not. Some things that usually should happen as well. Full intel on a player in garage. This should be a kill. Swaylen watching from one way, NVK watching from another. In this case, the luck does not go Silent's way. He walks right into NVK's crosshairs, and that's an excellent clear for one shot, though really was just kind of a sitting duck waiting for attackers to come clear him.
Well, at least things are starting out quite well for one shot with that information being fed that NVK is down below. Maybe Asian will try to work some sort of refrag. Seems to only spot a drone as of right now. Minute 30 to go, and it seems like NVK is fully rotated up near the main double door to just give more assistance. Still having a Twitch drone in their back pocket, they could break a little bit of extra utility before going in for this initial pushes. They still have plenty of time to kill in this round, Carter.
Quite a bit of time to still burn through. Asian will swing one. Ooh, takes the head off of Razor. Can't even react in time. That's the skill you need from a young gunner pickup. Oh, still plenty of time for even more flashy plays. You can face check that and get a kill, but how can you have some further impact in the late round beyond making it a 4v4?
Seems like they just have to try to get creative a bit. I'm really shocked that we didn't have one shot actually try to clear up the top floor at all. They've been really focusing on this basement side, and Asian is able to take down Swaylen before getting Marty domed out by the frag grenade. NVK shuts down Julian as well, as he's just in the midst of sight going in for this plant.
I have to hope that somebody's covering him, but it doesn't really matter because nobody from LG is on the site. They're still watching and assuming that they're going to push into games, but NVK creeps on into bar, and LG is left with their heads scratching, just wondering what the hell is going to happen. Eddie drops, and he falls to NVK. Prod gets the final one. One-shot read. That bar is a freebie. They take it, and LG are just caught in the crossfire.
Really shocked that we didn't have the mute player up above trying to do any sort of vertical play, as you already had the Jaeger watching in for a big window hopping through sight, but nobody was checking for any kind of presence that would just be through bar doorway, especially when you want to go for more of a basement orientated top or bottom to top clear, You are going to be expecting people to walk in through blue stairs, maybe go around through the snowmobile stairway as well. It just seemed a little bit off that LG didn't try to think of that at all, or didn't have any information to allow that adjustment to be made mid-round. So that grants one shot a second round, and that equalizes us going into round number 5 as well.
Going back down to basement, which we saw LG lose as the first round lost on Chalet so far. We saw quite a few players on the roam. 3 to start out: Silent, Asian, and Eddie, who I believe was kind of the one closest to home, who's sitting in kitchen on that hatch, playing off of it, but not as far out as Silent or Asian were. But it wasn't really able to work out all that much as for what they wanted. One shot was still able to do a lot of work on the site before Asian could, fully start flanking back and making something happen. But it's still something that one shot have to worry about, something that they'll have to deal with. And hey, if Silent's able to get a pick here, which I don't think he will, could have been huge, but no, we'll just have to resort to traditional means, try to get the opening pick.
Trying to move in somewhere closer, I suppose. Maybe buddy-buddy system here with Asian, as although he's been pretty good by himself on this roam game, having the safety net of potentially having a refragger to someone close by to feed off that information when he just died could be pretty impactful, especially when One Shot had been grouping up a lot, had been trying to be very methodical about these kind of clears. And already off the bat, we've got One Shot up on Library Balcony. They are fully aware that we're going to have Luminosity on this top floor roam, so they want to clear it out as quickly as possible to not have to worry about a flank later on.
Silent hops out, but he walks right into One Shot's crosshairs. NVK watching that very jump out. That's a position he's played all the way since X-Set as well. So this is a classic position for NVK. Classic position in general to watch that bathroom jump out. And Silent, unfortunately, falls for the oldest trick in the book. Not finished off, only down, so Asian can pick him back up. And that's still one bullet away from death that Silent, Asian's duo on the roam will now have to worry about.
Seems like we finally have One Shot beginning to drone out the first floor as well, so they can start getting that vertical down and then focus solely on the actual bomb site itself. Luminosity, though, because Silent was able to get revived, they're still in that 5 versus 5, and they still haven't been properly cleared out of this top floor. And really one of the big successful factors of this round for One Shot last time the site was in play was Razor going in for the heroics over near blue stairs. So if he gets denied this time by Ferda, this could be a great redemption arc for Luminosity, but Ferda gets immediately down and most likely will get finished off by that grenade.
Ooh, and another defensive player almost lost their life. Ferda was already down. The other player, I believe that was Eddie, not finished off, but 2 players now on low HP. Despite that, Silent took down NVK, and Swalen goes down as well. So this is a much better round for LG. Might have been a repeat with Ferda losing control of blue, but they are fighting back in a way that was simply 100% the opposite in round number 2. Rod starts bringing things back from the brink of destruction. He takes down Asian, but he was on roam. What has been the big problem for One Shot so far has been these site players. Eddie and Silent now rotating back, able to get active. Kick still has 1 smoke canister left to waste some time, but Eddie's actually upstairs. He's rotated all the way back up, and I don't know if One Shot have accounted for this. Prod is making his way all the way down in the blue. Player he was looking at through the drone hole, now gone. Kilo might be able to find another one. Silent just below his crosshair on 1 HP, but he dodges it for the time being. Finally finished off, but do they know about Eddie? They're looking into the site. The castle has waited. He has played the patient game. He'll drop, and Prod will hear. No, he's over by main. He swings, but Prod's looking the wrong way! But Eddie can't land the shot on the Maverick. Kilo saves it, stops what could have been play of the game. Gets One Shot, their 2nd win on Basement.
And the roam game has been pretty effective by Luminosity. Their biggest issue, though, is knowing when to come back to the actual bomb site. Their retake game has been very lackluster so far in this first half. If we saw Eddie potentially pick up the pace, maybe work his way down main stairs earlier, that could have been a potential kill on one of the 2 ops left on the side of One Shot, and that could have strongly put themselves in the lead, because the only defenders that were left in the bomb site were one shot away from death and had to get aggressive to stop that plant because there were no more toxic smoke left in their back pocket, which forced a lot of aggressive swings and a lot of gambles made by Luminosity that they just weren't in a good position to actually go for those kills.
Now we'll see Kitchen and Dining again. I will say, I'm glad that hopefully we will see LG with their full 5-man roster, but they still run the round even with 4. So I say that, but it should just be more of a good thing, what it already was, if you're an LG fan. I also hope that because of that, maybe we'll see a little bit more from Prod on Sens. You know, we saw him switch to it. We're very excited. And then we didn't really see anything happen with it. They went for a solar take, and LG just kind of stopped everyone from entering the site. So hopefully here, even if One Shot end up losing, we'll see that Sens gadget be a little bit more impactful, or at least happen at all.
See the projectors be a little more effective than just getting the plant down. Maybe actually help to clear out some of the roam game as well, which we have seen as a constant for Luminosity so far. Only time will tell. Kilo up with a blowtorch will unconventionally get the castle barricade off of the double window leading in through Master, so that can help out break off this defense on top floor a little earlier than expected, because the biggest thing that's almost always been a problem for One Shot is just their time management. They've always been a very structured and slow team, so once again, if we have Luminosity kind of walk all over them, get that first entry, and just waste a lot of One Shot's time, they'll be sitting very pretty and can probably equalize the scoreline 3-3.
They went for that half clear last time, so if they just get that same control, might not worry too much. Though, once everyone rotated, they did fill that gap pretty quickly, so maybe not actively clearing, but letting Luminosity vacate the area themselves and then moving forward. We're again seeing the impact of this thermite ban. What we would normally see here is exothermic on the office wall, exothermic on the dining wall, and that's it. That's your hard breaching done and dusted. But now here, though I will say One Shot could make a little bit better use of the Ace. He is unbanned and can make a little bit bigger holes and a little bit more efficiently than a Maverick or a Hibana. One Shot have decided to go for this hard breach combo, but it is taking a lot more time because of that thermite ban. Hicks is also looking to get aggressive with the player on Heaven, but loses, well, not his life, but his ability to fight back, because he's down behind the bedroom wall. There's one more thing that Luminosity are not being happy with this round.
And Julian will eventually be picked back up. Fingers crossed for the sake of Luminosity. The wall has finally been destroyed as well, so One Shot have an access way into sight. But besides that, they still haven't worked the pick, and they're still spending a lot of time just setting themselves up. And there's still a boatload of utility, not only with those toxic smokes, but also the yokais to try to stop this plant from potentially going down.
Yeah, there's no C4, which is sometimes worrying, but now there's no toxic canisters either. A nade takes away Silent's life. We finally see Prod in position to make use of these smoke screens from Sens. Sitting at the drone hole, he'll throw one in to cut off the entirety of the site once he does, though Asian fights back, takes down Kilo. The diffuser now dropped inside a site as well. Right as it goes out, the execute crumbles into dust. Prod also down, trying to enter into the building. This play we were hyping up is now completely nullified. Razor, the last guy left, only on 1 HP, but he sees two people starting to walk down Solar Stairs. Just one bullet will do him in, but he's got the angle and the info on now every single player. One direct, the other incidental, but it doesn't matter in the end as Asian gets the final 2 kills. Sadly, the Sens gadget didn't even have the opportunity to be effective.
And if we just had the case player just wait an extra few seconds for the projector to actually prop up, that could have potentially been a post-plant situation in a 3v3 with Toxic Babes. Not something to worry about as well because we had the smoke, the first to die in round number 6. But I could assume Prod made the call. I threw out my gadget, hop into site to go and plant, and just walked into the fray and died immediately because, again, the projector just didn't fully proc up yet, and it wasn't any cover to actually deny that line of sight, granting Luminosity just a glimmer of hope, and now an equal scoreline going into the second half.
They'll start out on basement as well, so neither party in this game really wanting to try out that bar gaming site. A whole lot, at least, is their first site, of course, but unsurprisingly, since One Shot are trying out basement, they'll go with that Roam. They'll put Razor on the Oryx. Not as much, not the Vigil or the Mozzie like we saw before, but definitely some ops that will help the Roam. Those Banshees that could be placed off site, but will probably be placed closer to the site, but specifically those goo mines, just to allow for just some intel that you don't even really have to think about. You just have to hear and then play off of.
Intel is always king, especially when you have a very roam style of heavy roam composition. Again, it just allows for late round plays to be a little more successful. In terms of a roam clear, that seems to be non-existent as of right now. Luminosity want to immediately open up this back snowmobile wall to get an immediate access way into our site, and with, I believe, an impact working and a second impact grenade flying out via Prod, it wastes all of Furtizek's Kairos charges, and now the Selmas will have to be utilized to maybe get an actual walkable hole in through this back wall.
Swalen pops out another. He still has another impact grenade in his pocket. If they really wanted to, they could get NVK down below as well for some more, but he's sitting up top right now using his impact grenades to make rotates up above. One Shot have certainly done enough to make Luminosity's hard-breaching hopes a lot more difficult. One Selma will be detonated on that wine wall, though. That is a very important one. The impact trick here, I think, fails entirely. So this wall will be opened up, and that's an important angle for the site players. But now you gotta worry. Open up that trench wall, open up that garage wall as well. Might not matter if Asian is just able to kill everyone, though.
Still having one more Selma left in the back pocket of Julian, he can actually get the side wine wall open up to go for that default plant. Having the man advantage and having Luminosity not worrying about the flank as of right now can allow them just to solely focus in on an actual site execute, but Razor changes things up, dashes into Furta, shuts down the Habana, and now can begin to go across the map to try to shoot Luminosity in the back.
Elo is certainly on site playing with fire right now, but Kix just made his way on in. Both him and Silent getting the diffuser down, and nobody from One Shot is able to fight back, or at least with gunplay, but the C4 lands. Silent escapes it, though. He just pre-fires and doesn't kill him. Downs Kilo, but the shotgun is a little faster. But the new gunner, the new pickup Asian, this is a prime time to show what you can offer to any team whatsoever. One's down already. He's got 2 kills so far. It's a 1v1. He's looking at the ace right now in the first round on the attack. He's picked up the diffuser. Where's NVK? Alt walking down blue at the moment. Just waiting. You can hear the diffuser clicking away. Asian falls off. Peeks one angle. Checks it. Doesn't know the right side now, but NVK, he might have the drop, and yes, he does! Stops the big play in round number 7 and saves One Shot's defense.
Such a close call for the young gunner as well, but because Kilo was alive, he was able to have the audio call to give NVK perfect information as to what Asian was doing, where he was looking at, and how to play in that technical 1-versus-1 situation. That was such a brilliant attempt by Asian, but an even better play by both Kilo and NVK to guarantee Luminosity do not take the lead.
I was starting to shake right there for One Shot, though. I mean, that was the play when once he gets that kill with the guy on the hatch, you're like, oh no, it's about to start happening. Thankfully, as you said, NVK and Kilo able to tag team it with one still on the floor. Able to bring that one back. Move to kitchen and dining now, where, again, we'll probably see something similar. We'll see One Shot station themselves in Master Bedroom office, then pull back towards Solar once Luminosity starts pressuring them. I want to see if Luminosity are able to circumvent some of those problems hard breaching that they had before. We won't see as direct of an impact trick, probably, just because you can't really play as aggressively on either of these walls as you can, say, on the garage wall, but it's still a situation where if they're not able to get these Soma charges down to full effect, they'll have a much more difficult time even pushing these players from One Shot back.
Wondering if Luminosity want to go for another direct attack, because with the Osa on the board, it is going to alleviate a lot of the pressure you would normally see when you go in for a post-lane kind of situation. You still have Eddie on the buck, so soft destruction and verticality is most definitely there, but for One Shot, for example, they didn't fully clear out the top floor all that often, except for on round number 1, I believe it'd be, and because they're a very slow team, it just didn't really work out as well as they probably had expected. So maybe for Luminosity, they want to just continue with that direct kind of play style and just try not to waste as much time as they can, so they can just hit the site with a lot of time to spare.
Certainly not wasting time moving upstairs. 45 seconds in, Eddie cleared out or maybe not the entirety of the bottom floor, but definitely garage. They're already starting to push into piano as the Aruna Gate goes up. Asian immediately burns it with that Iana clone, and within the gap before that Aruna Gate can be reactivated, they can start throwing flashes in, throwing nades in, and hoping to take down not only some utility from the defense, but also maybe a player or two if their aim is true.
Selmas begin to go off on the back wall, so it opens up a line of sight, potentially forcing back some of these top floor defenders here on the side of One Shot, and also could maybe allow for even more aggression. Again, Luminosity, they have taken a lot of map control so far in the midst of round number 8, and they're still looking to continue that trend potentially, or just hold off a couple of passive angles. The flash is coming through by Eddie, trying to burn through both the magnets and ADSs. A Gone 6 to fall, breaking some of that information game as the bulletproof goes down, and a nade almost follows up as well, just to try to confirm a kill, or at least keep One Shot pushed back for a little while longer.
That's caught by another ADS placed further on Utility's back line. Razor sends it out, catches one of Asian's nades, so it won't have that anymore. Tosses his second one as well. Now completely out of the frag grenades for Luminosity. Still have some smokes for the site execute and an Osa shield as well, so still some capability for Luminosity to fight back, but they really have not done too much damage or warded One Shot off of this roam too much.
50 seconds to go. Furta closing the gap, maybe trying to pop in a better Osa Talon shield to allow for more long one-way lines of sight. That way the coverage is strong enough for Julian to actually get this plant down, but the site presence in general is still rock solid because that lack of verticality we've seen so far in round 8.
They can play off a lot of the utility they have remaining with no vertical play. You can have full confidence that Razor is holding it up above. You can use these C4s, but Prod sends their only C4 out a little bit early, throws it into the hallway outside of sight. It doesn't find anything, and now Furta takes him down. Not playing behind those Osa shields. Asian takes down the vertical as well. Things have gone middling to worse for One Shot. Kilo has an answer for things, but Swaylin and maybe even NBK certainly don't. Kilo's got to do it all with only 1 HP remaining, or 1 to 2 bullets away from death, depending on how this plays out. Luminosity, they're already in the site. They're already getting the bomb down, and Kilo is working with little to no intel to make this work, with one close that he's not even aware of. Luminosity shut the door on their first attacking win.
And I guess just finding a small crack in the armor, I suppose, for Furta, walking in through the dining doorway and finding the first of many kills for the side of Luminosity. And towards the 40-second mark, things were looking rather grim. You had Nitros to worry about. You had the toxic smokes. You had no pressure on that top floor except Asian, who was lightly holding that office wall in case anyone overextended to stop a plant. But in that current moment, Luminosity, they were not in a good spot to go for the plant until both Furta and Asian found kills of their own. Even though Kix died, it was still just a multitude of frags being found by Luminosity, and just because they had that man advantage, they were actually able to hop back in this site, try to go for that plant, and finally eliminate a lone Jaeger left alive who was just on way too low of HP to find that 1v5.
And that's the worry for Luminosity going into this game, or at least the worry about Luminosity if you're a team going up against them. everything really was going One-Shot's way. Not in some incredible way, not like they had done some major damage in the early round. They just still had some useful utility on the site, still a lot of control on the top floor. It seemed like they could make it work, and then all of a sudden, LG just completely turns it on its head, and they are in the driver's seat in a dramatic fashion. And that's what One-Shot always have to worry about on these defenses, because even if, say, LG struggle to take library control for half the round, there's still a chance Asian or Ferda on that Nook can just all of a sudden rip it away from them.
Luminosity opting for potentially some extra parlor tricks. We've got Ferda up on the Nook, and you can imagine maybe we'll see a lower floor play. Yep, and it seems like Kilo had a good read on it, but the timing of the hatch drop was not quick enough to actually catch either Ferda or Asian off guard, still granting Luminosity that first entry with the new Gunner of Asian going absolutely huge. 14-6, that is a stat line that almost is close enough to Dexter's. We might see him actually break that scoreline here depending on how the rest of these rounds go.
Yeah, we're only 8 rounds in right now, and it is an even 4-4, so there is a guaranteed 3 more rounds of play to happen for either of these teams. That is plenty of times to get close to breaking that 20 kill count, which would be very crazy for a player in his CL debut. He's looking for a second right here, but oh no! Looks away to the right as NVK peaks. That is some unlucky timing, because given that crosshair placement where he was looking, that was probably a double.
Yeah, the caster's curse rings in through, but thankfully we did not talk about Silent playing on the double window near main balcony. He gets rid of Razor, brings back the man advantage, and he just has to only focus in on this top blue player, that being NVK, but Swaylin swings at just the right time, granting us an equal position once again.
Excellent work by Swaylin, taking advantage of the momentary lapse and the focus by Silent onto NVK behind that shield. He pops out, knows that he's not watching that doorway, and is able to get that kill. Now NVK, once there are players on the top floor focusing on him, he just backs up. He knows that shield is going to be destroyed. He knows that LG have already pretty much solidified top floor. Just back down, play site, and play the 3v3. But now they have to start worrying about Eddie with his vertical.
That's the only major thing for the most part. A lot of the secondary utility is already down the drain. There are still tons of drones, though, so the info game could definitely be very potent here for Luminosity. There are 2 nades in the pocket of Eddie, but that's it. No flashes, no other grenades on the side of Ferda, and if Eddie dies in this vertical, it's going to be a very tricky situation, but thankfully, he wins the 1-for-1. Luminosity retake the lead.
Prod might be retaking top floor. He's moving on up, but somebody peeks, but Ferda is completely unaware of this aggressive play by Prod. Makes the man count even once again, but Swaylin just sitting on the pool table. Kix just peeks in, goes, what the hell's going on in here? And shuts that one down immediately. Prod now fully commits to retaking this top floor. Catches another one off guard. Eddie is 2 steps behind. He's trying to frag grenade below while Prod is fragging up above. He almost takes down Kix, puts him to 1 HP. This is looking like Prod is in control of One-Shot's destiny at the moment. Kix has to plant. Retaking top floor is too much of a risk. He'll start pushing on in, looking down the hatch, but Kix gets the bomb down successfully. He can hop out now, but never mind. Prod is fully aware of this play and just waiting for his moment to strike and win the round for One-Shot.
Yeah, fantastic retake by Prod, because at that point you're thinking, surely, after we killed a guy who already tried retaking the top floor, another one will not join him in action. Nope, that's exactly what Prod wants you to think, and I believe he was able to just spot the diffuser being put on the ground, so instead of trying to hop down the hatch, give away his position and intentions, he just waits for Kix to actually get off the diffuse, or at least get off the plant, run back outside because he's on 1 HP. He can't just sit in the middle of sight against the vertical holes that Prod has, and that allowed Prod to just get a pretty easy clutch in that 1v1, technically 1v2 depending on how you want to draw it out, and now One-Shot will retake the lead once again, as it's still been a back and forth bout between these two teams.
Even if LG end up losing here, this is still a very good showing, but specifically a very good individual showing for Asian so far. They will take their tactical timeout after One-Shot have now won bar. Basement is unlocked as well for One-Shot, so LG might be anticipating this pick coming out from One-Shot and taking some time to go over their strategy, go over how they want to take this, because it did require an almost 1v4 from Asian to win it out. So that might be one of the things they're talking about right now, if they are anticipating and talking about One-Shot's potential site selection.
Round number 10. For right now, we've got Wine in contention here for One-Shot, and they were able to win off the back of having a pretty decent middle game, having enough utility to stop that plant from actually going down, specifically with that Nitro Cell we saw, and having Kilo alive to be a human drone, essentially, for NVK to win the 1v4 and stop Asian dead in his tracks, almost close to finding a 4K slash, 4.5K, almost ace clutch. to grant the round lead off for Luminosity. So overall, things on paper were looking fantastic for One Shot. I guess just the big thing was getting a little too aggressive when they already had the man advantage. That was really the only concern. But for Luminosity, they might go for a completely different style of attack as their roster just screams, we want to get in the site, we want to get the plant down, and we want to sit outside of that snowmobile wall for as long as possible with the Glaz, the Talon Shields, the Candelas. It's going to be a living nightmare, especially the fact there's no Warden on the board.
Yeah, this is a play we've seen many teams do in North America, and really, many teams overall as well. But I can remember PB doing it. I can remember Beast Coast doing it. This is maybe not a common rush on basement, but it's one that we see. We'll see that garage wall opened up and smoke sent on in, Osa shields planted, that Glaz sits outside and watches as the Candelas go off as well. There's no Warden for One Shot on the defense right now, so they could succumb to it. But one thing that is important to note, One Shot did a lot of damage to Luminosity by impacting all or most of the hard breaching done on that garage wall, and there's a Cade as well. So in order for Luminosity to make this strat work, they need to bypass their biggest hindrance from the previous garage defense.
We've got the Kaid Claw being popped after a frag was found. I believe one someone can go off, but no. They all get destroyed except for one left in Julian's back pocket. If this Kaid Claw can be destroyed before it gets picked back up, this could be huge, but it seems like Prod is doing a fantastic job of tricking the wall as of right now. So for LG, they've got to commit to at least clearing out this middle floor to a slight extent to make sure they can deal with Prod properly.
That is a really good rush that can work, especially if your coordination is on point for LG. The issue was they committed to something that still required them fix the big issue from that basement attack, which was having all of their hard breaching, or most of it, impacted by the defense or destroyed by the defense. You don't do that here. And now, John, what, you're just going to send Silent up trench? You're just going to send kicks down blue? I mean, all of this utility is still, versatile and can be used in other areas, especially if they're able to open up that single panel right there in one. You can still have the Glaz watch that long haul. But they just spent a minute and a half, and they still succumbed to the same thing they succumbed to in the previous attack.
And they can't break the mute jammer. They have no Maverick. They have no more nades because only Silent was bringing nades. So what can they do? They have to funnel and pray that One Shot just swings into them. Even Kaid Claw being procced on the left wall, but the mute jammer gets destroyed. So I guess there is a slight entryway into sight, but no, it's just a kill hole. They have to funnel at this point, Carter. This has been a disastrous round for Luminosity so far.
Yeah, but LG certainly have the skill to make this work, especially if they're able to kill this player in blue. If maybe Kix gets a little, or Kilo, excuse me, if Kilo gets a little over-aggressive, that might be the opening they need. But right now, he's playing this right. He's not getting aggressive, knows LG are on the back foot, and they'll just have to send it. Two smokes going in, Candelas as well. These magnets, they're still alive. They haven't been burned. One gets caught, but the other goes in, and so will Eddie. Blue is blocked, but a C4 can travel through smoke. It finds one, Kilo finds two, and downs another. It's just Asian and Silent left to make this work. Excellent shot, though it costs a lot of HP for the Glaz. Almost gets a second. That's Asian's kill to finish off. There's one coming down West Main right now. He takes down one, but not the second. It's Asian last alive, but he loses it in basement once again. Match point for One Shot as they saw the rush, and they just said, we're going to play our game. And what are you going to do but deal with it?
Don't need a Warden if you can't even get in the damn building. It seems like Luminosity just were not meant to have a successful round in that situation. And especially with not having the Maverick or extra grenades in that situation, it just seemed way too taxing to stop the Kaid trick or stop really anything that One Shot was doing to deny Luminosity a direct entryway in towards sight. And I really do got to beg the question why we didn't have anyone rocking that blowtorch to help out the ace or any other kind of hard breach you would bring in that round, and instead having a Nomad, which, don't get me wrong, flashes are fantastic. You can utilize those air jabs as well to make sure no one can directly retake the site. But if you have smokes, you're not going to need the air jabs, A, and B, with Kix / Julian running Claymores, you already have your main hop out taken care of, so it just seemed like just an unnecessary piece of utility that could have been switched out for something better.
Now they'll, after losing that basement attack, One Shot are on match point. Just one more defensive win on Chalet, and they can take this. But basement has certainly been the most consistent site, and Bar was the only other one they were able to succeed on, and it required some really good positioning and individual play by Prod. Kitchen did not go One Shot's way whatsoever on the previous attempt. They held out on the site for a while, but LG just played their game. They just sat and watched those angles, and all of the kills just flew their way. So for One Shot, it's not a guaranteed 7-4 right now. In fact, by far and away not guaranteed.
Dining back on the drawing board here for one shot, and it seems like for Luminosity they're still up to their old tricks, trying to go for a bottom to top approach to just not focus all that much at the very top floor for a little while, until we've got Asian hopping in eventually to go make some nice lines of sight with the Sledgehammer. So maybe we'll have a little bit of surprise attack by Eddie at some point, but for now it seems things are rather basic for LG as they want to try to get this vertical down and just force back one shot away as quickly as possible. But I think last time we had this exact same kind of style of play happened by Luminosity. They were not successful in the slightest with clearing out anybody that was on the top floor, and it almost cost them the round if it weren't for both Ferda and Asian just lighting up the kill feed to bring a huge man advantage to their way.
This is how One Shot have played it so far. They just pull back. They don't try to heavily contest office with their presence. They'll play off some long angles previously made. But I like this decision. We have seen Luminosity sticking with that Maverick and that Hibana a lot. Actually, no, sorry. That was One Shot stick with the Maverick and the Hibana a lot. But now that we see these Selmas come through, this wall is opened very quickly. Very quickly. You don't even have to worry about it. Sure, it's Cade Claw now, but like, what are you going to do? The holes are already made. You have a kill hole on the left and something you can sprint through on the right. They're looking good so far, but now, as you said, you do have to focus a little bit on this top floor. Not necessarily clear it all the way. Definitely be careful. One Shot isn't getting too aggressive.
Minute 10, and we've got the same stack up here by LG. Got Ferda placing down his Osa shields just for better lines of sight. Silent actually through the hard wall, connects a headshot onto Kilo. Once again, grabbing the lead-off kill for Luminosity here on this dining room attack, but still a plethora of utility. The smokes are finally being flung out here by Swelland, and there is still a Nitro Cell in the pocket of Prod, which, if timed correctly, could be huge. And NVK denying Eddie of the back take by Trophy side. It's going to allow, once again, a very linear stack up here by Luminosity.
Definitely Eddie, I think, getting a little too comfortable right there. Thought there wasn't anybody on Solar Stairs and ends up losing it. Prod C4 finally connects onto Ferda, and Razor's playing cat and mouse with a player on the top floor right now. It is Asian. He knows he's there, but the trigger discipline so key, so on point. It gets him the kill, keeps the man advantage as Silent gets a nade. He's able to win and get a gunfight with that LMG earlier. Kix has pushed very far in, but he might be separated from the rest of his team right now. Silent's got his nade up, but Kix has his gun up. Cuts down NVK. It's off up to Swalen, the Pro League Savant, who should have made it in. He wins the game instead! Staying in CL, staying in the round, gets One Shot their lead over the New Org pickup.
The GOAT with the Mossberg takes down 2 in a biblical fashion, as CJ would say, and we're not going to need to see another round here on Chalet today as One Shot lock it out 7-4. And I'm really shocked of how they played out in that 1v2. I thought they had confirmed the last player was inside of Kitchen. I thought we were going to see a plant go down because there weren't many, if any, toxic smokes left in the pocket of Swalen, yet we still saw both of them just run at him like chickens with their heads cut off, and that costed them not only the round, but the game altogether, Carter.
Yeah, just Swalen able to keep it calm, cool, and collected. Though I imagine, to be fair, I imagine he probably was not very calm in that situation, prone behind a table as players were sprinting towards him. So yeah. I imagine he was probably a little stressed, but still able to keep his composure and win those out. As you said, LG seemingly operating without some of that necessary intel. I mean, we saw Eddie die earlier vaulting through that window, and that was a little bit of foreshadowing for the clutch that was to come. He's hopping into the trophy window. He's like, okay, Kilo has died there. Maybe he even droned it out and didn't see anybody there. Gets a little ahead of himself. Doesn't consider the possibility that somebody's on Solar Stairs. NVK walks down and kills him. The exact same thing does Luminosity in the end, and it gives One Shot a 7-4. And, might I add, while the desk might have gotten the run-free prediction correct last time, Jonah, Brim, and I, we got the One Shot prediction correct here. So we can throw it back to the desks to break down what might even consider to be an upset victory over Luminosity.
Sometimes you just got to break away from your desk and make your own decisions. And, sometimes it pays off. Tanner, what I wanted to talk to you first and foremost about, obviously we know through just watching that game, we know that Kilo is an effective player. But one thing you made mention of as we were watching it was that you believe he's one of the smartest players in CL. What is it about him that impresses you so much? What does he do?
It's mainly like his positioning. Like he's always in the right position at the right time. And you saw that in his 1v, I think it was a 2v4 clutch that him and Prod had. But it was basically a Kilo show. I mean, he was picking off one pick at a time. And he just walked in through sight, through breach, and was just able to make sure that he was isolating his targets individually. And then he was getting those picks before they went in and finished off the last picks. And I just want to say, like, in general, like, It might have been a 7-4 scoreline, but that game was a lot closer than it looked like. There were three big clutches coming out from the sides of Kilo, from the side of Prod on that defensive round on Bar Gaming, and then right there, Swalen at the end to close it out. That was another 1v2 where they knew where his position was, and he still managed to get away with it. Just an absolute barn burner of a game between these two teams. Like I said, despite the scoreline, despite one shot getting 3 points, that was a very, very good showing from LG and the roster moves that they just made.
Well, up until they broke away, Connor, this matchup was back and forth, one round, but also Kilo's good, but what a debut by Asian. It's just too bad, Connor, that it had to come in a loss.
Yeah, at this point now, if you're a brand new player to Challenger League and you play Yana, it seems like you're going to have at least a 1.5 rating and at least 15 kills because Asian did it, Dexter did it. Apparently that is constant, but overall with the side of Luminosity Gaming, even though they lost in regulation, you might think, oh, look, they were number 1 last year. Now they've taken a regression. This is a significantly upgraded roster, and their playstyle looked so much better. However, Tanner, you said it, the gambles, the risky roster moves for the side of One Shot. Guess what? They put all their eggs in one basket, and man, they are making the most fluffy and delicious omelet I've ever seen.
Okay, guys, we've done this before though, where we're one game into, technically overall 2 games into our stage, and already we're like, oh man, this team, they look good. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like as an analyst desk, we often shoot ourselves in the foot by making these calls where we're just wowed out the gate. Didn't we do it?
No, these 4 teams that we have seen are 4 of the top 5 teams.
Yeah, just instant
I would agree.
Prediction.
I would agree. I think the biggest thing though is like you're looking at the NAL, right, and how competitive it is. Like that's going to translate immediately into Challenger League. You know, these Challenger League teams are the ones who are primarily scrimming versus NAL teams. They're getting the absolute best exposure, and I think it's trickling down into Challenger League. We just have like an absolute barn burner of a game after barn burner of a game. We're just starting off. Like this is just the beginning of the day. We still have 3 more games after this, so
we just continue to reap the rewards. But I'm not complaining. Okay. We've got the interview ready. It's going to be Swalen from the side of One Shot, and we've got some questions for them. First of all, Swalen, congratulations. This was a great win. You guys finally broke through later on, although it was back and forth. How is the depth looking on this team now that you've made those roster changes? Because it's looking pretty sweet to us.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We've been putting in, a lot of work, a lot of hours of just dry running, VOD reviewing. All the little tedious things to make sure that we have like all those little details checked off.
And when you made these roster changes, did you have to adjust roles for people at all? And if so, are people fitting into those roles nicely?
Yeah, definitely a little bit. I know that like Nate, he was moved to like the vert roles, like the sledge. I'm pretty much like the same. Me and Kilo are pretty much the same. Probably picked up like the flank watch. And yeah, I'd say they're definitely, fitting in well. Razor obviously just kind of fit like right into that entry slot. So that was pretty easy.
Now, the first thing you did today, play day number 1, is go up against the number 1 team from last stage. Is that a big confidence boost, taking them on and beating them and making a statement day 1?
Yeah, I'd definitely say, it's nice to win, but obviously, we're just kind of keeping it game by game. And then we have LSR tomorrow. So take our win and then right back to work, I guess.
Well, it was impressive. A lot of fun to watch. Thank you so much, Swalen, and hopefully we'll be talking tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Hopefully.
Have a good one. Yeah, we had definitely the play of the day. It is so weird to think that was a 7-4 game because it can't be stressed enough. It didn't feel like that. It was almost like we were sitting here and we were like, wait, that's it. They took it. The game's already over. We're expecting a few more rounds just because of all the action that was going on. But the action isn't done yet today. We have 3 more matches. The next one coming up. Hold on, I got to get this right because both teams, their names are in flux at the moment. But we're going to have TTK taking on Karn & Co. That'll be the 3rd matchup of the day in just a few minutes. back, everybody. We are 2 matches down, 3 to go, and we're going to number 3 right now. We are going to have Took the Kids taking on Karn & Co. I'm sorry, I have to keep looking at my page because these two teams do have incoming name changes, but they're not ready just as of yet. So they're the names that we are used to from stage number 1, Cookies. Let's start with Took the Kids. This is another team that made a big shakeup with their roster.
Just a little bit. You know,
just a bit.
This team is hilarious. All right. I really like Mr. B. Mr. V is the shining pillar of IGL excellence that Tier 2 needs. I think you should really keep an eye on how Mr. B handles this team in the situation they are currently in, because Trist was dropped. Trist was LFT, but they brought him back. Woo's just got relegated. Packer was on this team last stage, and they actually looked good with him. They had an 8-7 affair on Theme Park where Packer had subbed in. Packer's okay, all right? We can assume Packer's an okay guy. And Gavini, I'm not gonna lie to you. Who is Gavini? I guess we're gonna find out today. But this team is in a very tumultuous state, and quite frankly, the only thing that they can 100% rely on is Mr. B to lead them to victory. And if he does against Karn, who fortunately you're gonna have a lot of fun with who's on that team too. I don't even know, to be completely real with you, I don't even know who's on the other team based on what they've got going on and their side of things as well. So it's going to be a fun matchup for sure.
Yeah, for sure. on our roster page, Tanner, I'm sure you've been looking at it as well, for the side of Karn & Co. There are just notes all over the place of what could be, what might be. So what we're going to do, Tanner, is put up our best guess at the roster they're going to be fielding today, or at least our best guess at what their roster is going to be overall.
Heard that. I'll just throw that away. It's a mess. Like, there's Karn & Co. They made a bunch of roster moves. You know, they brought on players like Hat and CZ. They took Indy from the sub role and they brought him on the main role. But the thing that doesn't really matter is there's scheduling conflicts throughout this entire stage for this roster. You know, some days Mikey's there, some days he's not there, some days Karn's there, some days he's not there. So who's actually playing on this roster today? I guess we're going to have to find out in the game, because as I've been informed, there will be a couple subs. Who's being subbed out? Not too sure. I believe we're going to be seeing the likes of Whitlock and Whitlock and Wi-Fi in this game. Other than that, you know, pretty good pickups coming out from the side of Karn & Co. You know, you've got Hat coming in. He's an up and coming T3 player. You know, a lot of teams really wanted this team. You know, Nocturnes tried to get him, and then we also saw from talking with Mr. B, TTK also tried to get him. And then you've got CZ. He was on Aqualix back in SCS, I think season 2, where he just went on an absolute tear. If you go look up his stats in SCS, like, they're ridiculous. He's like plus 35, really good entry differential, just an absolute impact player for Aqualix in SCS. And then, you know, Indy coming back in. Indy's always been, you know, a pretty decent player. Now he's coming back into a primary role. He's going to have a little bit more time on his hands, and we're going to see a lot of him. And overall, you know, I don't know if it's an improvement from stage 1. I think it's more of like a lateral movement. But overall, you know, some pretty good pickups, some new gunners coming into the scene. We're going to be able to get their Challenger League debut today.
I feel like you got to do something, though, because when you come in 9th, and they were flirting with relegation, a few teams were, mind you, not just this team alone, but a few teams that even played well. And this is how tough and competitive it is. These shakeups this stage were necessary for a lot of teams. But let's talk about Took the Kids, because Cookies, I mean, outside of Mr. Biblical, the guy who's been tried and true, steady throughout the stage, we don't really know what to expect from this team.
Like I said, Gavini,
I believe it's called Gavin. Like, he just has an eye.
Oh, it's okay. Gavin. I don't know who he is. Honestly, I haven't seen him in any other leagues. I like to watch, like, the San Francisco Challenge League, all those leagues. I like to watch it. I still don't know who he is. Okay, so this guy came out of nowhere. Trist had some good IGL calls. He co-IGL'd alongside Mr. B last stage. Okay, but for the most part, Trist was stinky last stage. Okay, they dropped him. They didn't want him back. It just so happened, we need Trist to have a roster to even be able to play this stage. So he's back. And now you've got, who else? A Packer? It's just, there's no stability. It's as stable as, you know, I'm not going to say that would be an SFW, but it's not very stable right now. But you do have Mr. B, like I said. I think he's actually on the tier 1 watch list in terms of IGLs. Mm-hmm. He's very solid. He's very confident. They're really going to have to rely on that today. That's for sure.
Karn & Co., I feel like we could copy and paste the critical points for them. What are your thoughts on them? Because it's a toss-up as well. These teams are taking big risks to try to get themselves into that picture of, let's say, the top 4, or really like kind of the ones that separate themselves from the bunch.
I don't know if they're trying to reach top 4. I mean, obviously that's the goal of everyone. But if I was going to, give them realistic expectations, I'd be looking at both of these teams like we're just trying to survive this stage. Both of them are basically pug stacks at this point. TTK, they made their roster moves on the deadline, and Karn & Co., they're playing with a sub. So the biggest thing that's going to be happening between these two teams is which team can adapt and overcome and play the pug stack better. And I'm kind of leaning towards the side of TTK here a little bit because, Mr. B, he does have that IGL experience. But then on the side of Karn & Co., they just got some really young gunners that just popped into the scene. I really like what I'm hearing from the side of from Karn & Co. on the side of Hat and CZ. So I think it's going to be who can respond better on the attack, who can respond with the picks, who can make sure that they're adapting to like the randomness that's going to be happening from the defensive side. If they're able to kind of like finesse these picks and work these picks and stay on top of the game, that's the team that's going to be pulling out here. And I think that purely comes down to IGLing on both sides.
I would have to imagine, Cookies, with so many question marks as we get into the map veto, you have to imagine that both of these teams are probably going to, I would think, go somewhere they're comfortable. Well, I mean, okay, Clubhouse is off the board, so maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about.
I'd wager to say, do I know what I'm talking about? Both these teams should, in theory, be so much more different this stage. That I think going back to stage like, how they played or how they were last stage on them, I'm not even going to talk about it. I don't think it's valid to whatever TTK did last stage. It's just totally irrelevant. This team is completely rejuvenated as much as you could literally do it between stages. Karn's team, we'll say, we talk about it a lot. If you can disrupt their very straightforward style. They're the type of team, if they set up, they have it dry ran, they have it ready to go, they'll rock your world. They've also been really bad on Cafe. That's always been one of their bans. But looking at what they've banned, I would say that kind of aligns with, that philosophy has aligned with what they've banned. They're not trying to play border against Mr. B. You're not going to be able to set up any sort of attack if you're Karn's team on that map. And I'm actually curious what they banned last. So let's, again, stop the foreplay, Tango, and show us the last 2 maps. Where are we going? Like I said, Chalet, you're not going to be able to set up real well in Chalet either, honestly, against whatever Mr. B has for teammates. So Oregon's a really stable map for Karn's team, I feel like. And, of course, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
Absolutely. I think this is a good map for both these teams. Like, we're talking about this pug stack kind of gameplay. Oregon's a map that's like a pickup. It's a plug and play kind of map. Yeah. Anybody knows how to play that map. Everyone understands the roles for the most part, what they're responsible for. I mean, it's probably one of the most played maps in all of Rainbow Six. We call it an equalizer map for that exact reason. It's really simple to IGL. The takes are very structured and methodical. So I think for both of these teams, there's actually a really good map coming up from both sides. I just want to check my notes here real quick. So I believe Karn & Co. has been successful. Like, both these teams have the exact same record, almost the exact same record on this map. I think the difference is TTK won this in overtime once more, and then Karn & Co. lost this in overtime once more. So it's basically the same record. Both teams are very comfortable on this map. I expect this to be an absolute barn burner every game.
Well, looking at the predictions, this is a tough one when it comes down to our predictions because there's so many unknown quantities, not just, in the roster changes, but Tanner, the unknown, we still have unknown quantities with Karn & Co. I'm going to change mine to Took the Kids on this one because not knowing up until this last minute even what roster we're looking at going into this matchup for Karn & Co., I think you have a better job, Cookies, looking over at the side of Took the Kids with someone like Mr. B to bring stability, that ability to bring stability, not even trying to rhyme there, to essentially a new roster.
Right, and I actually want to piggyback off what you said, Force, in terms of the win-loss percentage on Oregon. Take the Kids should have beaten, coulda, shoulda, woulda. I know they should have beaten LSR on Oregon last stage. Ended up because they got smoked by Kenta. The guy dropped 100 kills on him.
You got to watch out for that.
Also, I voted Karn's team because I figured Karn's team everyone would they called off work and they're ready to play on Saturdays, Sundays. I don't know. I don't know. They don't have the full roster, so I don't want to pick them anymore. I want the kids. I think Karn's team is just going to have a little too much coagulating to have to do live in the moment, and that's not really Karn's strength. I think Mr. British and his team take this one.
I'm sticking to my prediction here. I mean, I don't want to, but I'm going to be different, so I'm going to do it for you guys. So, sure. I'm 0% so far in the day. It's not looking good for me. I have no idea what's going on.
Just keep making the sacrifices, and we'll keep reaping the rewards. But let's get into it. Third match of the day. We'll throw it once again back over to Fellow and Lynx to take it away. We're going to Oregon. It's steady. It's ready.
I mean, listen, I'm going to be real, guys, in case you haven't been able to tell so far. This game, it's not going to be like one-shot LG. It's not going to be like the Renfrey LSR game we saw earlier. This game, it's going to be a little silly. It's going to be a little weird, but you know what, John? I think it's going to be a good time. Let's get into it. Let's see who could come out on top between Karn & Co. and TTK. I would like it to be known, I am actually also, to give more work to Preston behind the scenes, I am going to change my prediction to Karn & Co. Change my prediction to TTK. You don't have to, flash it up on the screen, but, I'm feeling it.
It has now been said, therefore it must happen. Exactly. I'm just glad that Jim actually changed his prediction to TTK, so I actually don't end my day with a 0% prediction rate. So already looking pretty good. Fingers crossed, that is. Not a superstitious guy, but maybe today might change that. I think today, for this matchup, it's going to mostly be a battle of IGLs. I mean, you've got Karn, you've got also Mr. B as well. Those have been the main core of both Karn and Co. Obviously, for that team, it's in the name. And then you've got Mr. B, who has changed this. Yeah, he has changed this roster 80 times to try to make it work. So he's hoping that whatever he's throwing at the wall, it's finally going to stick. And what is going to stick in the ban phase so far, Thatcher and Finka, makes a lot of sense, and the third one is going to be Cade. So far, nothing too shocking.
Yeah, getting the Finka off the board in what is probably going to be the puggiest of games of today, probably a safe bet just across the board. If Oregon is an equalizer, that ban is an equalizer between these two teams. Cade, and then, again, Azami following up. Again, given the state of these two teams in this match in particular, a solid ban to come through. So we'll see how this goes on Oregon. No Finka, no Azami off the board. At Thatch and Cade, that's whatever. That's old news. Those are the two I'm looking at to really change the pace. That does mean, though, John, that Valkyrie is up. And if the style of game that we've been painting this as is how it's going to be, Valkyrie could shift the tides a little bit for who can play off that op better.
Mr. B might be trying to get a little active in this round, or at least just do what I've been mentioning a couple times when Valkyrie has been on the board, just sitting on cams, feeding info to your teammates, being like, hey, Gav, it'd be a pretty good time to go swing this, because there's a guy just on his camera. He's like, all right, sure, there's a kill. That's probably going to tip the tide very heavily into whatever team can utilize this information game properly, especially when you have some pretty much well-known IGLs, again, such as Carnage and Mr. B playing against one another. That's really going to be the deciding factor, I can imagine, for most of this best of one.
By the way, I just want to let this be known, because I learned this today. Mr. B's name is not Mr. British. I didn't know this. I just assumed that, he's British. His name is Mr. B. I assumed that Mr. British. I was wrong. That's not his name. And frankly, I think that's a disservice to all of us in the CL community.
Well, it helps me forget that he's actually British. Because I think Mr. B's a really cool guy. That's the one negative that he has. Genius, really fun guy to talk with. British. That's the only negative, really. You can't come with anything else.
CJ was really hyping up Mr. B in the pre-show.
Mr. Biblical.
Hey, listen. I think Mr. B's a solid IGL, but CJ was really talking him up. Hey, we'll see though if he's able to come out over Karn & Co. See if maybe all that praise is worthwhile. Also, Hoax, by the way, is Hat. That's Hat. He just changed his name. I feel like we got to clarify 18 different things between these two teams. Maybe Karn & Co. Call this a segue, John. Maybe Karn & Co. can clarify the early round and maybe find some revealing holes in its defense.
Well, especially if someone's actually droning out Hat. I don't think that happened. I'm pretty sure he just droned himself in, then he got shot, and he just walked in the building, but hasn't been detected so far. Trist almost gets shot in the back via the lobby double door, but is unfazed. Spots the player close to Classroom, but loses a gunfight as they were already tagged from that player in double door. CZ, just barely alive, wins the opening duel, and the Jaeger is already down for the fight.
taking down one of the roamers as well. It's a player you don't have to worry about later on down in the site. Hat can also just sit in this double door, and kind of like we saw Dexter do earlier on Theme Park, just wait, see if maybe somebody can took the kid's bites, takes the gunfight, and what do you know? Right as I talk about it, Woos peeks out, takes a gunfight, doesn't die, but is put down on the floor, will be revived. Another one crosses inside of the closet. Another member from Took the Kids is put to low HP by Hat's LMG. Right now, the defense very much worse for wear because of Zofia alone.
Once again, Hoax is now, or Hat is going to be able to eliminate Mr. B. Gavini eventually steps up, getting rid of CZ, but all defenders except for Packer are on incredibly low HP, and it's still a dominant shown by Card & Co so far. Literally, it's just the Melusi to put in work, but it's still the man advantage for Card & Co as they continue to hit the site.
Ooh, excellent shot by Packer onto Wi-Fi inside of Pillar, but with Gavini on low HP, it's likely all going to come down to him. Never mind, Whitlock not aware of his presence, but Hat's been going huge with this LMG so far, and 1 bullet out of 50 will be the end of Gavini, but I imagine a lot more will be expended on a lengthy pre-fire. Plenty of time as well, but no diffuser control for Hat right now. Does not have it in his hands, but he has the intel in his position! Boom goes the dynamite! Hat takes round number 1.
And off the back of a 4K, essentially, and pretty decent coordination overall, being able to self-drone himself to work his way in through Shower Hallway, stack up with the rest of his teammates over near Lobby. They get control of Laundry. They begin to work their way around the map by rotating near the E-Box drop / Pillar in general. And overall, it went pretty well because they were just still able to isolate, and it looked like they had a pretty good read on how TTK were going to play in that round. They were down a man, they had to work a pick, so they just waited for TTK to swing, and although it didn't guarantee them kills every single time, it got a lot of defenders to very low HP, which still put themselves in a very dominant position.
One thing I did not consider in switching my prediction to TTK, by the way, is that Hat is like the platonic form of LMG players, so probably should have weighed that a little bit more in my thought process, in my switch predictions. But hey, maybe he'll cool off in a little bit. We are going to dorms, so Took the Kids rotating the site from what they were on previously, and maybe that's fair. It was only really Gavini and Packer a little bit doing work in that round for Took the Kids, so trying things in dorms could be a little bit better. See a Bandit coming through, getting some hard breach denial on the bedroom wall and probably the attic wall as well, and also extension down below for Card & Co to cut their teeth on.
Well, now we've got the full-fledged extension over on the middle floor. Sometimes you'll see at least one defender over near Freezer. Maybe they fall all the way down into the basement if they're expecting someone to clear out through Blue Bunker, or they just use it kind of as a highway system to go run around the map, be able to rotate, go for a flank on one of the many stairways you see that connect into the basement floor. It's just a matter of the situation you're currently thrown at during the round itself. For Card & Co, seems like they want to go for the exact same approach, getting someone to aggressively work their way in through Shower Hallway, granting a lot of map control early on, and potentially working a kill as well, because we've got both Gavini and the smoke of Packer getting aggressive, and Gavini just walks right into CZ's crosshair. Another opening duel won by the Ayana.
Not gonna lie, I thought Gavini was about to smoke CZ off that angle, but one singular bullet does the Melusi in. Excellent shot by CZ. Great pick on the entry as well. They can now start fully focusing on Woos inside of security, as one of the players he was relying on for support, the only player he was relying on for support, at least on the same plane as him, now gone. He's got to watch the kitchen doorway. He's got to be worried about the doorway behind him by Top Freezer. A lot of things that Woos now has to worry about. Mr. B doesn't some work, compensates for the earlier kill, compensates very effectively, compensates incredibly well with 3 kills for Took the Kids. CZ gets a second, but Packer smokes Hat off of White. It's now only left up to the one-hit wonder so far, CZ on the entry game.
Still has plenty of time to potentially utilize their Gemini replicator. Maybe go for a Gemini bait as well, potentially, but it might not work out in a 1 versus 3. Someone would eventually catch on to that, or maybe just blindly walking up the white stairs to try to isolate a 1 versus 1. Someone peeks in through the single wall rotation, brings down CZ to just a sliver of HP, and although there's a lot of time on the board, there aren't many resources left here for CZ to work this 1v3 into a potential clutch.
Now he's on 1 HP as well. Does have some intel on some of the players inside of the site. He might be able to anticipate somebody playing around the diffuser as well. Ooh, does spot one. Chris loses his life to the Yana again. 2 rounds in a row, though much later than before. Maybe he's got it. I mean, crazier things have happened. He's able to burn out another smoke. He doesn't have to worry about any of the toxic gas being what does him in. But he has a crossfire to worry about. Both remaining players who took the kids looking towards white stairs. Final smoke canister goes out. That's 10 seconds. CZ has to wait. And they know he's probably going to push this way. have a good idea that once the smoke canister goes, CZ has to make a play. He's just baiting for kills right now, hoping Cook the Kids make a mistake. It doesn't look like they're going to make one. Packer just waits and gets his kill.
TTK at least able to find something mostly off the back of Mr. B. One thing to note is CJ mentioned, of course, the world-renowned San Francisco Challenger League, the T3 league that I'm very well known for being in. He mentioned at least just the league in general. One thing to note as well, that TTK, they actually play in that league, and they went up against a pretty well T3 team and didn't do all that hot, except for Mr. B, more on the IGL/supportive role. And it seems like so far we're already seeing that trend kind of fall through, except for more or less Gavini over in round 1 and a little bit of extra help from Packer, but we probably could have seen Mr. B at least probably find a 4th in that bandit role last round. So if we just continue to see a lot of that, those single heroic plays, just mostly by Mr. B or Gavini on a round that's pretty much already lost, this could be pretty troubling for TTK moving forward in this matchup, but that is still way too early to call. It is only round 3 after all.
By the way, to be the hall monitor, yes, we do know it's called Solar Flare Challenger League. We're just making a joke.
Solar Flare Competitive League.
Oh, is it actually Competitive League? That was not a bit. I actually thought it was Challenger League.
Wow.
Well, listen, it's not my fault. When I see CL, you know, my job, I kind of default to it in my head.
No, that'd be too smart, no. Well, it wouldn't be smart for SFCL. That would be that'd be straight up like just stealing. So.
Oh, I mean, no, they got the S and the F. It would not be stealing. That would that'd probably fly in a court of law.
Good thing no one's there to sue him.
That's true. Nobody's suing Tofu, and I'll be happy about that. But anyway, back to the round. All right, well, I was gonna say Hat might get smoked off this angle, like we saw Gavini fail to do, and he does. Trist on a very long angle takes down the goated LMG player, at least given round number 1. We still have Gavini retaking this position, so he'll just shoot a drone, then probably, back off.
A good play, got him hit by the Melusi. Already done a fair amount of damage, and when you're going for an anchor-orientated setup, you don't need to really roam for all that long. You waste about a minute, break some drones, sometimes you get a kill, like we saw by Trist landing a clean shot on the LMG-wielding player of Hat, and you go back to site. You've got all these ADSs, the magnets, shields on top of that too. You've got a lot to work with. And now that you have a lot of that explosivity gone too, because those explosive lifelines are now gone, it leaves just the nades and some Rotero drones left. It's pretty possible that if TTK land another kill, maybe on that Flores or CZ as well, this could be a very defendable site, not only for the 5-on-3, but just the lack of utility that Cornico would have left.
We also have an excellent Valk cam to influence Gavini's play if he wants to start peeking into Freezer. Exact intel on CZ's position right now, but he spots the Valk cam, so if Gavini wants to make use of it, his intel will now be delayed, and he'll have to actively gather anymore via sound cues or via somebody else. EMP goes off and jams that Yana clone. Thankfully, with also Hat off the board, no presence at the laundry double right now, so Cook the Kids can rest patiently unless Wi-Fi decides to try and steal some of his teammates' energy.
Only able to break the Banshee so far. A flash flies in through to try to blind Gavini, but he seems pretty safe behind that bomb chassis. The nade just barely misses, hits the lip of that soft wall. So once again, Gavini will stay pretty comfortable until a Rotero drone flushes him out, but no one's here to push him. It's just immediately back on the drone for Wi-Fi, so he remains behind the bomb chassis for a little while longer.
Ooh, CZ just face-checking that angle. You can guarantee someone's playing right there, but the exact position eluded CZ's senses, and he loses his life despite doing a lot of damage to Mr. B. Carnico have done a great job taking this time and focusing on the position Gavini's playing, but in terms of actually getting anything out of it, that has been less than stellar. It's almost like everyone is working around Carnico instead of Carnico working around the positions they know Took the Kids are playing. Whitlock now on 1 HP, the impacts miss, but all the guns trained on his position with intel to boot are ready to take the lead from Carnico, and take the lead they do, with Woos rounding that round out.
Starting off strong with Trist winning that opening duel against Hat and having still tons of information and at least team play to guarantee they can hold down Freezer. You had someone playing for the wide swing over into the double wall from Freezer leaning in a laundry room. We had somebody close tucked behind the blue locker in Freezer. It really was a match made in heaven, especially since the utility game by Karn & Co. was very weak and just poorly timed. Wi-Fi did a really good job of attempting to clear out Gavini, but because we didn't have anyone getting aggressive for the swing, because there was still someone directly in Freezer, and because the wall wasn't opened up at all, Gavini could just walk away from the Rotero drone and then just go back behind the bomb chassis, still allowing that crossfire to be a nuisance for Karn & Co., which it ended up being their own demise as they could not even get outside of Freezer in round number 3.
First time so far we will see a tertiary site come through, mostly because it took the kids inside their repeat basement after their loss on round number 1. Imagine we'll see a roam here, see a lot of coordinated site play as well. Not necessarily coordinated, took the kids could certainly still botch this round or in the early or the late game. But they have operators that can mitigate that potential fact. 2 Evil Eyes on the board, some castle barricades, not so much for the on-site play to help the off-site players, you know, waste some time, guide the attackers for where they might want to push. Pretty standard though, for the kids, all things considered. So if we were talking about earlier, how Oregon is kind of a map where you don't have to be on your IGL in game 100%, this should still be pretty solid for Carnico to unpack.
Carnico opting to still bring out a boatload of soft destruction, this time now having Whitlock over on the Ash, and not having a, you know, a normal orthodox pick of, you know, that Sledge, for example, or Buck. Instead, they're just rocking multiple sets of, you know, breaching charges if they want to go for that vertical play on the top floor, which 6 should be enough, especially when you already have an opening duel as a win, so you can get a lot of map control at a pretty good chunk of time. CZ like the first one, but Mr. B holding in through the soft wall connected between site and back stairs actually manages to shut down the Ayana and equalizes here in the first minute.
CZ's been so far very solid on the entry game, but excellent shot by Mr. B. Taking a little bit of a gamble, but it paying off by taking down CZ. Overall, solid start for Tokyo Kids. We can see what Carnico going for, though, while accidentally puts Mr. B to 1 HP. Maybe not accidentally, but definitely luckily putting Mr. B to 1 HP. Now, one player inside of Newton will certainly feel dissuaded from taking any more fights with the players outside inside of Green.
Still not able to open up the attic wall just yet, and just now ready to try to break open this wall leading into the meeting room, but there's still a mute jammer that has not been destroyed, but with the wall directly next to it being soft and open, Hack can just spot it out and allow the Thermite to go and do his job in a matter of moments. Still trying to get Green Hall control as well. Carnico definitely have a lot left to accomplish, but at least they're in the right places on the map to do that.
Currently just sitting down behind some of these Osa shields, still kind of struggling to push on forward from what they initially got. See a concussion go in, the exothermic go off, or a lifeline go in, then the exothermic go off. So they will open up that stage wall. Now they can make use of that Osa shield. They can plant all the way in front of Big Tower Stairs. They also know attackers playing close on that doorway on the opposite side of that drone hold, where there's not really much Hat can do right now to take him down. Just wait, hope that maybe Packer crosses in front of it, but beyond that, no nades to work with since CZ was taken down early, so you just gotta hope he walks his feet in front of those and you can take him down.
30 seconds left to go. I'm really shocked that we have the hatch reinforced actually too, so anyone on that top floor cannot really like actively play for the plant now.
That's a good point.
It has to be something more direct. Thankfully, with Evil Eyes potentially being on the board still for Woos, they have something to stop this, and a Nitro Cell by Packer, which is bound to land soon.
Oh! Beautiful shot by Wi-Fi. That's the round saved right there. Hat gets 2 kills with that LMG, and even though he's felled, this is still looking like a great round for Carnico. As the plant goes down, Whitlock, no, it's not. I thought it was Wi-Fi that hopped up, but he falls to Woos' LMG. That leaves Whitlock, who got that kill, trying to save Wi-Fi's life. Trapped in the 1v1 with a Maestro, but with no hatch to play off of, it's now working against Whitlock in the post plant. Woos doesn't have to worry about the attic angle and only worry about back tower stairs. He falls off the plant, knows that Whitlock is coming right down. He can still bait. He can still play the time. As he's sticking, he falls off. Whitlock is playing this so incredibly well. Woos will have to go up for the retake. There's an Osha shield in his way. You can shoot his knee. You can pre-fire. You can do anything but walk up. Whitlock still wins it out in the end, and we're back to tied between Carnico and Took the Kids.
And a very awkward round altogether, I might add. Beautifully done by Wi-Fi to shoot out the Nitro Cell, which after the Evil Eyes had been destroyed and after a majority of that site presence was taken care of, that was the only saving grace that TTK had, especially since no one could play on the hatch. Carnico, I think, realizing that, just lightly cleared out the top floor to where they would have a line of sight to stop anybody from getting aggressive, but because they're not attacking over near kitchen, for example, they don't really need to do a lot of vertical. They just have to get enough control over in back tower where they can comfortably push into sight and get that plant down, and with no denial for the plant, it was pretty darn comfortable, especially when they had a Talon shield with perfect coverage not only for the plant, but also after the plant had gone down for the Ash to win the 1v1.
Yeah, just great foresight by Whitlock. You know, not committing too much to peeking the Maestro, pulling back exactly when you need it, and when you know that the Maestro, if he wants any chance of winning this, has to go for the retake, just play behind that Talon Shield you set up. Excellent game plan by Whitlock right there. Took the Kids, will rotate over to dorms, not wanting to repeat. Meeting and basement, not unlocked yet, still need to wait one more round for that to happen, but this was a round that Took the Kids won, albeit, John, with a biblical 3K by Mr. B early on.
Mr. Biblical, yeah, as we would like to call him before knowing his name. I think we've made that joke a lot. That would be off the back of CJ. He loves the word biblical. His favorite of all time. And I guess Mr. B's favorite op so far has been the Bandit because that's the one he's had the most success on overall. In terms of success, Chris has not found all that much here. Playing on the aggressive Jaeger role, he has found the entry at least one time, but as of now, he hasn't received a lot of pressure towards him just yet. Again, it's just been that solo clear done by, I believe, CZ, but I could be incorrect about that. Looks like a majority of the offense is pushing in through Master Bedroom, trying to get that closet wall opened up as soon as possible. And Wi-Fi, he's already in the middle of Armory, so that cutoff angle is established as well in case anyone wants to wide swing over near your doorway.
Drones flying in. Small tower right now. Whether they've spotted Trist is determined. We'll reveal his position with some shots and then retreat back up White Stairs. Vini, he won't retreat. He'll push forward down Freezer, not fully down. He'll just play on the landing at the moment. To this spot where CZ took him down before, albeit Melusi was a little bit pushed far up, and CZ got a very nice shot onto the Melusi. Neither Woos nor Gavini are giving away the game too early. Melusi will rotate into security, but still no action taken by Carnico outside of some hard breaching.
Decent time frame so far for TTK to still be holding both kitchen and security. They don't even need to overextend. Just wait for Carnico to make that first move, waste a majority of their utility, and that denies a good half of Carnico's offense just by sitting around and looking pretty.
Yeah, you don't need to get too over-aggressive if the onus is on Carnico to push forward and to clear you out of both security and kitchen. Just chill out, wait, let them make the mistakes, or let them come to you. Right now, Carnico are starting to make inroads upwards, but CZ takes down one member down below. Still need to start focusing towards the site with 1 minute remaining. There's 3 players in bedroom, one on top right. CZ can keep this guy isolated downstairs, but wow! Oh no, it's a trade! I was gonna say, that's a big impact frag by Gavini. Because him and CZ trade, it's now only the 3 remaining site players. It does leave CZ gone, but had to maybe provide some support on White Stairs, and there's still the remaining 3 Carnico members outside of the bedroom wall who can start going in. Mr. B will rip and throw his C4. Nobody shoots it, but it goes wide nonetheless. Karn reacts to Trist in time, but does not react to Mr. B. Somehow misses that one, even though the Bandit was staring him in the face. Mr. Biblical, the 1v2 now, only on 1 HP. Hat does him in with the pistol from White Stairs. Carnico take the lead.
I'm really shocked that we had Trist actually get hyper-aggressive and going for the attic swing, maybe not trying to allow that plant to actually go down, especially since we had coverage over into the top of White as well. But I thought there were still toxic smokes left in the pocket of Packer, which was really the main reason why I was shocked that we had Trist going for that swing when it was an even 3-on-3 for just a brief moment. Carnico still holding on strong, having that multifaceted approach, because like we saw with Gavini, getting that 1-for-1 trade directly, that still left Hat alive, so he could walk up White and provide extra coverage when the site execute actually went down. And because of that, Carnico retake the lead.
And if, of course, if maybe Hat is able to have a little bit more impact in this round, could even go up 4-2 on their attacks. They were able to win round number 1, which was basement, but a lot of it was built off of just somebody, in this case Hat, sitting at double door and able to get quite a few kills from that position. Hat ended up getting a 4K overall, but even if he hadn't gotten those final 2 kills, he already did a lot of damage simply by lurking at that double door, putting 2 players to 1 HP, and then finishing them off later. It was when Carnico were forced to actually push through Freezer and actually push through Laundry instead of just having kills given to them by playing the waiting game. They struggled heavily to Took the Kids out of their positions.
Basement floor for the potential final time for Took the Kids, and it seems like they're still going for that anchor-based kind of setup, but still having some sort of light roam game established for the early portions of the round to, again, just waste resources by Carnico and maybe, just maybe, win a gunfight off the bat. Both Trist and Gavini are playing slightly in tandem, one inside a dining room and the other down shower hallway, and Trist read CZ like a book. He's been trying this play almost every single round, and because of that, the Valk finds not only 1 but 2 kills, expecting the refrag by Hat, and Took the Kids take a great lead.
Quite an excellent lead at that. Trista, you know, has been having a whatever game so far, but those are two very impactful kills. Both entries for Karn & Co gone, and the player who almost single-handedly won that basement defense in round number 1, also off the board as well. Everyone else on Karn & Co, excluding maybe Whitlock, have been struggling. Wi-Fi and Karn rarely finding opportunities to put up numbers. I mean, Wi-Fi did some good job with the Rotero drones on basement before. I will give him that. Now he's on Sledge, who... that impact is really only going to be felt with those frag grenades. In the 3v5, you're going to have to start relying on more than just utility if you want to win this.
The Banshee gets destroyed eventually. Still a few pieces of magnets, for example, over on the board, and that Freezer player hasn't really been pushed back all that much. Still tons of natural cover and still tons of time left to kill on this round. Eventually, Karn & Co will begin to work their way lower in the building, but they are met quickly by Woos, holding down a nasty angle, eliminating Whitlock, and stacking up this man advantage even more than what we saw earlier.
And now the two worst performers for Karn & Co's attacking half so far. They're the ones that have to somehow find 5 kills. Wi-Fi does spot one player on cams, and even if Gavini is not on cams, an aid will surely be able to take down the Melusi if there are no ADSs or magnets covering that position. That's a big if with a minute remaining and both Jaeger and Lamai on the board. Might be somebody taking that washing machine rotate. Wi-Fi loses a little bit of HP to them and doesn't fight back because Chris doesn't give up that angle. He instead goes prone, sends out a C4, but Wi-Fi has pulled very far back at this point. He'll throw his nade in, but there are those ADSs and likely those magnets as well, eating up one of his nades, but a well-timed and well-placed shot onto Trisp. Maybe brings a little bit of hope into the equation. But as Gavini swings, Wi-Fi falls to 1 HP, Packer finishes him off. It's Karn left to do, I'm not certain, John.
Just do everything, I guess. With 30 seconds to go, low on HP, low on info. You got flashes, but with magnets and ADS across the board, I mean, you're not probably going to connect much of those flashes.
Oh!
But, two people line up for Carnage. Makes it a 1 versus 2. This has become much more winnable for Labana, but still, the odds are stacked heavily against him.
A disgusting final shot, but you don't really have time to be droning Karn. Any bit of intel helps, but there's only 10 seconds left, and a final smoke canister goes out. You gotta push on through that doorway, take the damage, but he can't, unfortunately. He's too low health to make it through. And despite a very impressive set of 2 kills, they're impactless in the end.
Yeah, getting choked out eventually by the Toxic Babe, and seems things are evened up now, fully. In the first half. I mean, Tanner did jokingly say this match is probably going to be a barn burner. He might have been pretty much directly on the money in this case because we had a completely evened out half going now into round number 7. But I feel like with Attacker Repick, you see 3-3 splits more often. It's not even just a team-based thing. It's just now how the game works because the attackers can make a lot of defender-based maps a little more favorable because they can tailor a perfect composition to what the defense is bringing out. But so far, only a couple of repicks have been on the board of TTK and Karn & Co. They're not opting for anything too out of the ordinary. In fact, they are mirroring the composition that TTK brought when they were defending this basement site countless times.
The kids will switch things up, though. They'll bring an IQ to counter the Valkyrie, which wasn't something we really saw from Karn & Co. Well, also partially because the kids ran a Valkyrie a few times, but it wasn't a mainstay in their lineup. But on basement, they certainly ran it, and there were some useful spots, like the one placed in Freezer Stairs. We'll see as he did find it out later. Denying cams like that, or cameras in general, that maybe go unnoticed in the late round, and you gotta prioritize. You can't be focused on finding a cam, you gotta be focused on hitting the site. An IQ in the early round can mitigate that potential damage by just nipping it in the bud, going forward, with being able to spot those cams and deal.
Only problem, though, is besides that, the gadget can be a little useless, but still, with how important the Black Eye cameras have been in a couple of these rounds to just feed information constantly throughout the entire round, it does make sense to want to try and hard counter that. And besides that, as long as they're able to break the Black Eye cameras, it can't be too big of a hassle, I suppose, just to bring out the IQ here and there, maybe force Karn & Co. away from that information operator. TTK starting out clearing all the way through Small Tower like we saw Karn & Co. do multiple times on their attacks to maybe work their way in through Freezer, and Woos by himself is able to get rid of Wi-Fi early on, just able to quick flip near the armory door and shut down the Valkyrie pretty early in round number 7.
Wi-Fi unfortunately gets turned on right there. Unlucky. Gotta, accept that. Push on forward. Whitlock is really an opportunity for him to get turned on. He can just chill on these back stairs, maybe destroy a drone or two, then head back down towards the site. And all the work for Took the Kids has pretty much been done, at least on this middle floor. They've cleared out one of the only players actually roaming. They can now focus on getting these hatches and pushing down into positions like Freezer if they want to. So Hat is playing a little bit aggressively. And Hat, as well as Wi-Fi, definitely been having a lot better of a game. Ooh, almost takes down Woozy, re-challenges the angle. So does the Melusi, and both of them fall!
A hilarious tag team accomplishment by TTK, granting them a 5-on-2, almost a 5-on-1. But Whitlock thankfully slows down at least Gavini, putting him in the dirt, giving a potential redemption arc here for Karn & Co. But still, 4 versus 2, and all the time in the world for TTK to just drone out and start throwing in their util. It's a very tall task to try to accomplish for Karn & Co.
It is a very tall task, but only a minute remaining. That's 30 seconds. Karn can still burn. First one goes out. Knows somebody's playing on those back stairs. He'll even get a little bit aggressive, but TTK are fully anticipating this fact. He'll instead go over towards the bunker doorway, start looking towards over it, but nobody from TTK is actually fighting yet. They're not getting too aggressive. Right as I say that, Mr. B drops. Both him and Woos make their entry into the site, but there's Karn inside of Elbow. Whitlock too, but he falls. It's Karn going huge, but only 2 kills for him once again. TTK get their first round on attack.
I really liked how Carnage tried taking initiative on that round, establishing choke points that TTK could not go through. And if we saw a little bit of better team play with him and the Jaeger, I feel like they could have completely stopped anyone walking in through bunker doorway. They could have put all their attention pretty much on anyone dropping down E-box, and maybe even had a chance to put that in a 2v2 and a pretty much winnable position at that point. But just the timing of when they were going for swings and how much that Karn & Co had to juggle in a 4v2, again, it was just an almost impossible position to come back from, and impossible it was because we did not see Karn & Co take a 4th round here so far.
See if the attempt goes better. See Wi-Fi adjust. No Valkyrie on the board this time. We'll go for the Thorn and those Razor Blooms, which you do get a nice little deployable shield, so you can play with a shield inside of Elbow if you want, and also in a shield watching either Freezer, maybe watching Laundry as well. You can rotate it either which way, depending on where Took the Kids decide to go from. So sure, no intel, but a little bit better utility if you want to focus on holding directly on the site, which appears to be what Karn & Co are going for. But John, since Hat is in the lobby, I still imagine somebody somewhere, Hat and CZ, somebody somewhere is going to get aggressive.
It just makes sense. Match made in heaven, I suppose. Yeah. Maybe not Hat. Maybe he'll be more of the X factor later in the round because currently they're rocking the Omai, which you need to keep a lot of those magnets in your pocket to let them build up over time and then throw them out later for the util denial.
Well,
you could get aggressive because 1.5, and it is Hat, so yeah, he'll go for the ladder.
Yeah, he will actually go for the ladder. I didn't even realize he was peeking that long hallway, but he'll back off after doing that. He did try to play aggressively on those freezer stairs last time, and well, we all saw how that worked out. It looks like you might be trying to repeat it again, or at least repeat the play again. Hopefully not the result.
Trying to find at least something early on, then falls back. Was surprised that Wi-Fi wasn't actually trying to be maybe the first initiative there, because you just have all your util put down. You can kind of do what you want in the Thorn. Maybe feed yourself information with those Razor Blooms, because you basically use them for information. You're not going to assume that they're going to find a kill, especially in one of the highest levels of play. But, oh well. I'm not the one playing. I'm not going to be all that judgy, I suppose. First minute off the board in TTK. Still pretty darn good pace. And now with the Razor Blooms being on the board as well, with the IQ scanner active, not only can you find some of those extra pieces of utility, like you would normally with a black eye camera if they were on the board, you can find those Razor Blooms as well to make them pretty much ineffective.
Or some are placed in hard-to-reach spots, like one, for example, placed next to that E-box hatch. It's something, if you want to take it down before you drop, you're going to have to nade. Not really something that you can shoot. Or you can spot it with that IQ scanner, but you're going to have to use utility to take it down. So, still some expenditure required for Took the Kids if they want to be proactive in taking down those Razor Blooms. Hey, knowledge is still better than just going in blind, so still a little bit of an additive bonus with that IQ on the board.
We can acknowledge we have Packer actually beginning to drone his way down in through back stairs, along with the play stacked up near E-box, and someone's getting ready to work their way down through blue bunker as well. This really is just the perfect storm for TTK. They just gotta work a pick and make sure they're not running in blind.
Only have 3 flashes though, so their initial entry definitely not a large window for them to maneuver. They can throw on those flashes, maybe a smoke as well. beyond that, especially when Bruce uses this nade, you don't have a lot of time to act. With the 2 players in backstairs, 2 players could drop as well. They'll storm on in. Might be too much for Whitlock to deal with. Yeah, he's caught completely off guard by Packer and Gavini pushing in from the back line, and Freezer. CZ put down as well as Wi-Fi gets active. CZ finished off. Still something for Karnico to do as we've swung back. Never mind. To a 1v1. Came close with this basement round previously. Karnico don't have control of the diffuser. Trist has that, but only 15 seconds left. He's got to decide, go for the kills or go for the plant. He knows Wi-Fi's in log, but Wi-Fi still wins it! A poor performance up until this point. He redeems himself to bring us back to even between TTK and Karnico.
And funny enough, as I say it, the opposite happens. You normally don't see a Razor Bloom find any damage on the round, but it ended up killing somebody, forcing a 1 versus 1. Trist with no coverage if he were to go for that plant. He had to get aggressive, and he fell right into the palm of Wi-Fi, exactly where he wanted him to be in that situation, evening us up back to 4-4 this time around. And honestly, if they just had the information that a Razor Bloom was there, that could have been played out potentially a little differently, baiting inward towards the door to proc it, then falling back. They don't get any damage. That could have allowed more bodies to be on the board, maybe a 2v1. That way coverage could have been had on that plant, and TTK could have had a 5th round.
But they didn't, John.
But they didn't.
But they did.
Yep. Could have, would have.
Wi-Fi got a 4K in that round. So, how's that for you?
Now I see why he didn't roam, so he could stay alive to go crazy in the final 20. Makes sense.
Exactly. I believe in Kyle. I lived with Kyle for 3 days. I know what this man's capable of. I know what he can do. He's got this in the bag. We'll go to dorms. Maybe he'll have some better luck here after that previous round. We'll also see Trist go to the Nook, which, again, with some a couple players from Karnico playing off-site, might be able to sneak in the middle of them and either get a pick or just wait for CZ or Hat to start getting aggressive and then watching the flank, take them down.
Got TTK potentially maybe going in through the base on that Nook play, but no, just directly in the small tower. Again, all right, nothing too complex, just getting in and active as quickly as possible. Maybe waiting up for people like Gavini to go help you out, burn some as utility so you can have your grenades at the ready to go. Force back Hat completely, for example. Not a bad call at the slightest. First minute just about over and done with. In the background, we heard that exothermic charge detonate, allowing, I believe, the back wall into closet opened up. If not, maybe attic. But with Mr. B over near the master balcony, I could imagine it was actually closet and not anywhere near attic.
Yeah, sadly, with only those exothermics, though, clearing out this kitchen position without security control is a lot harder to do. You can't open up that single panel. You just have to either clear out security and start pushing on in, or hope that Hat peaks so you're able to get a nade in. But of course, you have to clear out that Aruni gate first, and like the previous round, well, there are many flashes on Took the Kid's side, but Triss is like, alright, I'll just activate the Hell Scanner, punch open a hole in the wall, and Hat, you are now dead! CZ also. Now, the only one on the roam down below. He can still waste some time. That security position is open. They can start pushing in and pinching CZ. He's got to fight for his life and find a way out, but doesn't even get a kill before he falls.
Packer fully anticipating that swing brings us into a pretty good advantage once again for TTK. They've got the 5 vs 3. They've got vertical if they need to, still having plenty of grenades to start throwing at the floorboards that Karnico are sitting underneath. The Jaeger tries to get aggressive, but Wi-Fi is shut down. Gavini brings us in the 5-on-2 and little to nothing stopping this offense from actually getting this plant down and winning the round outright, but Mr. B just gets wallbanged by Whitlock, and now they've got to recover the case.
Not even wallbangs, just no one was covering him. Not a single person from Took the Kids was watching the attic doorway. Either Mr. B getting a little ahead of himself, or somebody wasn't doing their job, or there was a flaw in the plan. One of those three things has now resulted in the diffuser being planted, not activated, but just dropped in the middle of sight, where the remaining 2 players at Karnico, even at a reduced number, can watch and play a crossfire off of. Karn and Whitlock still have to rely on accounting for a lot of angles and maybe even getting a little lucky, but a lot of times now wasted, and a post plant was evaded because of that oversight. Took the Kids. Whitlock can watch from concrete right now, swinging this doorway and taking advantage of players, but now that Karn is gone, Whitlock is the only one left. As one swings from his right, he just manages to evade death, but he's got to switch to the pistol. There's LMGs looking his way, plenty of other players looking his way. Gavini switches, and he wins the round in the end. A potential clutch and a definite oversight by TTK, but it doesn't matter, because they win anyway.
And for the past couple of rounds, the entries by Took the Kids have been spot on. It's been giving them a lot of map control early on and has almost granted them 3 rounds in a row. It could have been 4 as well because TTK won round number 6, 7, and just won the 9th one. If it weren't for that Razor Bloom forcing a 1v1 and Trist having to get in a very uncomfortable position, we could have potentially seen match point already just based off of the setups we've been seeing by TTK. Instead of Trist getting hyper aggressive by himself in Dining Room, he waited for his teammates to take that map control he just gained for them. He rotates around, melees a single wall, and completely catches one of your main roamers of Hat off guard, forcing CZ to go for a hero play, and there's just way too much for him to worry about all at the same time. It's a 5-on-3, and at that point, TTK just put themselves in the driver's seat.
And going back to dorms, if they go with the same setup, I like these changes coming out from Karn & Co. We see CZ go to the Wamai. That'll provide a lot more active projectile denial that Took the Kids will have to worry about if they clear him out from down below. And with those Razor Blooms as well, we saw when it came down to the wire, Took the Kids actually faced a lot more damage from those Razor Blooms than we normally see them cause in a lot of rounds. It obviously depends on what Karn & Co. go for. Right now, we don't even see anybody going downstairs inside of Kitchen and Security. This will all be focused on the site, but it's still very useful utility to deal with.
It just slows down the opposition as well because they have to go wait a couple seconds for, you know, the Razor Bloom to fully detonate, break the barbed wire that's probably around it, or the other utility that might not be too far behind those Razor Blooms as well. It just buys Karn & Co. more time, so if they can keep that roam game alive and they can either fall back or just weaken the oppression that TTK has been ditching out a majority of these rounds, it's going to be pretty helpful utility moving in towards the, you know, the last few moments of this round potentially.
I don't know. We actually do have somebody off-site, and actually we have a few people off-site. Not inside of Security. No, you silly boy. It's actually downstairs inside of main lobby right now. Hat smokes Trist outside, but Mr. B finds one of the other players off-site, and that was CZ on the Wamai. So all that hyping up of the magnets I did, you know how Wamai, he's got impact, more and more impact as the round goes on. Well, CZ decided to play aggressive. Now you have like a quarter of the magnets you might have had otherwise.
No impacts as well, although there aren't many spots you can impact her from. I could imagine if you have the, you know, the fan spot opened up through Classroom, you could probably stop Mr. B from doing his job, but he goes above and beyond, as per usual, and actually kills that Wamai player that could have been very impactful later in the round. Seems like with TTK, they're not opting to go for the default push. They actually get the Attic wall open up with the help of Mr. B and begin to drone their way in through Attic to A, break some utility, and B, potentially try to set up an execute soon.
Going for Took the Kids right now. All 10 drones, all 9 drones still on the board right now. So even though they just lost one, quite a lot of utility for us being almost 2/3 of the way through this round, and it might be paying off. 2 kills going their way right now. Or CZ died earlier due to some, you know, tomfoolery, but Wi-Fi naded from below. Some intel probably helped there unless he was getting a default spot. Even then, good play if he's able to make that work.
Hat potentially trying to go for a flank. Not a bad idea when your options are very limited. Yes, you have the Toxic Smokes to buy time, but 50 seconds minus 20, you still have a lot to work with just simple arithmetic there. And now that Karn is receiving a lot of heavy fire, most likely we're bound to see some sort of X-Factor play up if we want to see this round salvaged.
Yeah, we see Hat go for that X-Factor play right there. Packer on the back line, now fallen. Goose feeling obligated to push up. Catches Karn with his feet out in the open down below. The dog's out inside of dorms right now, but Whitlock answers back. Cuts down the player in Attic, and Mr. B is going for a rotate. Just maybe enough time to make it work, but not on the rappel. What's he doing right here? Diffuser, 20 seconds left, maybe trying to find a pick, going for the kills, it pays off, catches Whitlock mid-rotation, but now he's stuck outside. He's got to rappel in. Hat is focused on white stairs right now, and Gavini's got to push in on 1 HP. He's spotted, but an LMG can't solve being on 1 bullet away from death. Now Mr. B's got a plan. This is Hat's game right here. It's his world and we're living in it. He goes for the swing, but another 4K for Hat in this game between these two teams gives Karn & Co. another round to keep it even.
And a small misplay by the Zofia as well, not waiting to get her gun back up. She still had her actual primary gadget out, which allowed the Thor to just shut that down and force a 1v1 for Mr. B. Again, he can no longer go for the plant, and he had to get aggressive, pistol in hand, and having to worry about a shield. I feel like we saw something rather similar a few rounds ago in the first half with an Osa rather than a regular shield, but I digress. It still gives the upper hand for Karn & Co., and they do not have to look down the gun barrel of match point for another round.
Might be our first overtime of stage 2 if these if these teams aren't careful. We've evaded it so far, had some fairly close games. Both teams tied up at various points, and we were 1 round away from OT in our first game between LSR, but the pace this is going right now, John, this is looking like an OT game.
Definitely seems like it, especially when you have just these minute issues happening towards the last 20, 15 seconds, and it's just off to some sort of magical recovery by either Card & Co and TTK, as we've seen it on both sides of the board at this point. And again, the level of play has seemed pretty similar between the two, hence why we have the 5-5. Funny enough, the battle of the IGLs, Mr. B and Carnage, still seems pretty on point, but also the battle of the Gunners, because both TTK and Card & Co have some pretty well-renowned fraggers who have been hitting their shot a majority of these rounds as well.
I mean, Card & Co, we've had a few 1vx's with them so far. Hat having one of them in the previous round. Whitlock has had one as well. Whitlock and Karn specifically. Wi-Fi also having a very big 4K. Obviously, some of these 1vx's are 1v1s, but still able to win out some very close rounds. Card & Co and many of the players on it have been very clutch in this regard. Just will look to do away with one of them very early. He's pushing up the back tower stairs, catches Whitlock, but Whitlock, he is wise to these tricks. He's going to retreat back down and not try to give anything up too early.
He doesn't want to risk the potential of having that 5 versus 4, and also big tower stairs control too. If the call's made and you get the hatch opened up immediately afterwards, you get somebody to rotate down into blue bunker with about 1:30. You waste out the smoke grenades, and it's pretty much just pretty easy access after those smoke grenades go down. But because of that, we still have a pretty slow and methodical take by TTK, as they want to get everything accounted for when going in this next 1:30.
Opening up all of the hatches, getting as much intel as they can. A drone placed on back tower stairs to catch any rotations in the site. Took the kids very much not trying to leave any stones unturned at the moment. Make sure all options are available to them. Spot somebody in freezer, but it will have to reach a point where Took the Kids commit to something. They got a lot of bodies in a lot of different areas, but they have yet to find an opening or have tried to commit to creating an opening at some place.
Seems like they're committing a little too much to a bit of everything, it seems. Still having someone lightly creep their way down freezer, while we still have someone potentially trying to late rotate over in blue bunker. Drones are being thrown out, scattered across the map to try to see how clear it is when working down those back stairs, and someone waiting patiently on top of the E-box hatch as well. Everything seems to be going all right for TTK so far, but they are short on time, and Card & Co, they are not short on utility to stall out TTK.
Not at all. A lot of this projectiles caught by magnets and ADSs as the nades go through. They don't even find an iota of damage on the side of Card & Co. Whitlock able to survive here for the moment, but the two players pushing down big tower stairs and the two dropping the hatch managed to overcome his play inside of Long Hall before, and Wi-Fi, the key player who clutched out that basement round, cut down as everyone falls on Card & Co. CZ the only one with any kind of athleticism so far in round number 11, but he's also now one of the players of the two remaining on low HP. Karn's the only one at full. He's running out of smoke canisters as well. Final one detonates. That's still 10 seconds in 2 different areas that will be burned off the clock. CZ's also watching long, but nobody's covering Mr. B. Again, another oversight, but as Karn gets aggressive, he's shut down. Now Packer can pick up Mr. B's slack, and CZ can get cut down in long. Took the Kids, take match point.
A major sigh of relief, eventually killing out Carnage and only having to worry about the last defender trying to wide swing over in through the double door close to Laundry, and Woos was guarding that with his life as they needed that round to secure match point. And you know what? The hero play working in through, I believe that to be Freezer, it did pay off because everyone was just, again, hard focusing on the back take. You normally don't expect anybody to solo walk down Freezer when it's more that blue bunker, E-box, and backstairs play. But, I mean, if you're just going to end up funneling, you know, the same 3 people in one direction, you might as well diversify a little bit. And because we had Gavini pick the perfect ult to strike, he found multiple kills and was taken care of when the damage had already been done. It was far too late. 4v2, and although Carnage did slow down TTK, it was still too much time on the board and still too many players to get that refrag eventually.
And the way these rounds have been going, it's still likely we could have overtime on the board. We've seen TTK win a round, then Card & Co answer back, and then so on, so on, and so on. TTK have now won basement. We'll see how Card & Co can answer back. But again, one time they won this site on basement so far, came down to Wi-Fi, not only getting a 4K, but winning a 1v1 as well. So it has not by any means been decisive, well, for either of these teams so far, to be perfectly frank, but especially for Card & Co so far. We'll see a change. We'll see Hat go to the Warden of all operators. You know, not a lot of Ying play coming out from TTK, but those flashes and those smokes coming down through E-Box, John, that could be perfect to counter the 4 players who have been routinely dropping and running down into that area.
It does allow over-aggression. I am a little shocked that Hoax is potentially not running the shotgun, though, if he's going to play there. Maybe he'll be holding down longer angles to stop some of those flash plays.
Watch
or
Freezer.
At least with the, yeah, that is a good point. Or at least with the MPX, you can actually proxy into your pillar and stop anybody from going backstairs. So that is, I guess, something to note as well. But it all depends on what Hoax wants to do moving forward towards the end of this action phase. You're probably not going to be doing all that much on the Warden in the first minute.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it is Hat, of course, but I doubt on Warden he's going to be doing much in the first minute 30, unless the attack gets very quick with things, but still doubt that. CZ pushed to the top of Freezer stairs. No one from Took the Kids really looking right now. They've actually gone for a full clear, taking the top floor, and of course there are still some very useful applications of that control. That breach charge you just saw, and another breach charge on top of main stairs can help you watch and see if anybody is pushing aggressively up the stairs. But that's more for main than Freezer. You still have to worry about players like Hat and CZ holding this position right here. Tempted to swing up and get aggressive, but nobody from Took the Kids is even remotely over there, save for Gavini, who is on drone.
Quite literally stacked up for a handful of seconds until one of the two eventually just falls back and retreats fully into the bomb site at this point. Minute 30 to go, and it's still the same structure we have seen every single time. Laundry has been in play. TTK, they have the Habana, get all the hatches opened up. They start feeding themselves information, setting a couple people up in Freezer. They've got the backstairs pressure like I mentioned earlier. Again, it's just a matter of when and how they're able to get this first pick in the books.
Would be from a nade, as there's still 3 on the board for Took the Kids. Would be from Gavini, who's been very successful pushing into Freezer in the late round, but it looks like Mr. B and the rest of the Kids are all very much focusing on Freezer and Laundry instead of going down big tower stairs, and this is actually probably favoring that Warden pick for Hat a little bit more. Pillar can be a little difficult, but here you can play the launching machine, or you can play in Freezer as he's doing right now and peek through any of these flashes or peek through any of these smokes. It's not as difficult to make work as Pillar might. Right as I say that, there's still a smoke coming through and still one player playing over by big tower. 30 seconds remaining. Took the Kids, they're all stacked on this side, but they need to start committing to a push and trying to find an opening. None has worked so far. Wu still has 2 grenades, but the first kill goes Karniko's way. Chris goes down to Hat, though Woos finally answers back, and Gavini just pushing on in, holding down Mouse 1 as hard as he can. He's the only one left, though, and we've got our first overtime of Stage 2 in Challenger League, as neither team can keep the lead for long.
The confidence being able to be fully reliant on your util denial with the ADSs, the magnets, and now having the smart glasses as well. It was just the final nail in the coffin, and unlike a lot of other rounds we saw by TTK, they weren't able to get the entry at a decent time frame. They were really trying to force the aggression, and Karniko, they were completely relaxed in their positions. They let TTK make that first move, and it was a very ill-advised one at that too. Granting overtime, like you had mentioned, Carter, and like Tanner said all the way at the beginning, I've mentioned this a couple times, but it's an absolute barn burner, but it makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, both these teams have a lot of similarities because they have a lot of new people on their roster and still a lot of growing pains to get through in Stage 2.
Hey, given that pattern so far with each team being back and forth, now it's TTK's turn to take the round. They are starting out on the attack, which, I mean, so far there's neither side really been favored, so take that as you will. They're on the attack. Cool. Still not been super decisive for Karniko in these rounds. I mean, we had round 12, which was very much decisive for Karniko, but overall, it's still come down to the wire, and maybe TTK will go back to their pushes down Big Tower Stairs, which have worked out a lot more for them, because right there for Freezer, not only were they unsuccessful in the execute, setting up was about all they really did right, or at least seemed to have worked for them.
I didn't even notice this until now, but there weren't even magnets on the board last round either, and well, there wasn't an entry in the first 20 seconds, nor a refrag.
All right.
Triss through the small tower window, managed just to eliminate the Warden early on. That is a huge sigh of relief. Yes, you lost Gavini, who's been a fantastic entry fragger, or just gunner in general so far, but same thing can be said for Hat. It's just 2 top fraggers gone in the first 20 seconds or so. That's not too bad at all.
Not bad whatsoever. That is a very fair exchange. Very fair exchange for TTK in the early round. Of course, now you don't have to worry about those warding glasses once they identify who Hat was. Once you send out those flashes and those smokes, you know that the player, barring anybody hiding in a corner and somehow evading it, is probably going to be blind or won't be able to peer through that line of sight. And you can play with a little bit more certainty in that regard. And Took the Kids can also now as well go on with their normal clear. Sure, not up a man, but still having taken down such a powerful player. You can open these hatches, do whatever you want, without one of the most aggressive players for Karn & Co. still being on the board.
So you don't worry about those razor blooms, though. That could
That
always be a problem, as it has been a few rounds in this best of one matchup, especially since TTK have been a little slow sometimes on their rounds, especially if they cannot get the ball rolling early on in terms of, winning some sort of opening gunfight. They technically have done that, but it was an even one-for-one trade, so call it what you will. It still feels like it's a pretty darn equal position for both teams, and that timer, it's slowly getting smaller and smaller as we continue throughout this round.
You can see TTK, I think, going back to their roots on Oregon so far, at least their roots in this game. Going to big tower stairs, we see 2 players already on the landing. They do, of course, here, if you're just now tuning in or don't remember, 2 players on the hatch, and then they drop, throwing those flashes, throwing those smokes, then try to get those kills. And it's worked out fairly well so far. We do see Whitlock move to Harry Potter, though. Might reveal his position as Packer swings. He does it in time with the flashbang, but only does a little bit of damage as he actually blinds himself in the process.
Still able to survive a little while longer, just biding time. No one can properly push down backstairs so long as his Jaeger remains alive, but having to worry about E-Box, backstairs, and blue bunker, it can be very clear to maybe try to shut down this Jaeger, but a lack of info allows him to find 1, almost 2, but finally it's traded out by Packer.
Excellent recovery by Packer right there. Whitlock had match point in his hands right there. Packer shuts that one down. Second Razor Bloom goes off. Wi-Fi's got a third in his pocket as well. If Mr. B goes on into plant, which he surely will. Oh no, he just evades it by just a hair. The Razor Bloom does not proc, but the bullets for Wi-Fi certainly do. Mr. B pulls off and falls to the ground, and Karn & Co. take match point firmly in their grasp.
Even though we had people walking in through blue bunker, there was still a lack of a clear to actually get rid of Carnage, still playing there as the smoke. Having heard about that, and also Wi-Fi rocking the Thorn, getting aggressive, and almost having another Razor Bloom to stop Mr. B off that plant. It did seem like, again, Karn & Co., they were just in their element. They were fully reassured in themselves that they were going to win their gunfights, or at least hold down enough of the map to where TTK are going to be very vulnerable to, multi-attacks, or just in general, not going to have enough coverage to properly get that plant down, or at least win enough ones to, get the round win outright just by having no defenders left to kill.
Also the first time, John, at least in the second half of the game, somebody was able to win 2 rounds in a row. Obviously in the first half. Added a couple of times, but nobody was. From rounds 7 through 12. So now Karn & Co. not only able to break that streak, they also now get to go to attack the basement. I mean, again, it was fine. 1-1, lost 2, so, not a stellar record. You also have to worry about those Valk cams, which TTK will bring back on the board, and those kind of, at least Trist on the Valkyrie in particular, kind of had a delayed impact. At first, didn't seem like he was doing too much, but as we went later and later on, Trist actually had quite a bit of impactful kills, potentially fueled by that intel.
Karn & Co. trying to get creative here potentially on round number 14. They've got the Ying in the hands of Hat with some secondary Heart Breach. I mean, to me, this just screams we want to open up E-Box potentially and then just go run down the hatch, blue bunker, maybe someone on backstairs potentially, and just kind of ignore the other half of the map for the most part. Even though we have the Magnets ADSs all proc, a majority of them might be relegated towards Freezer, so this could be a huge opportunity for Karn & Co. just to hit the site and start shooting people that don't even have a chance to fight back because they're fully blind.
And I know Hatton sees you'd be more than happy to go down that line of that train of thought you're thinking about right now. Of course, some drones still just kind of probing for information. Doesn't seem like they're going to get too quick with it, but maybe once those hatches open, like you said, they'll spring the trap, throw down the Candelas, maybe a nade, maybe something else. Then we'll see them start moving on forward. For now, they are heavily focused in Big Tower right now. Of course, not even a Hibana on the board, just those 2 hard breach charges for Karn & Co. right now. So whatever hatches they open up, that's the side they're committing to.
Well, with no Cade, you don't really need to worry about anyone trying to, Cade trick the hatches, and with with all the walling or the flooring being hard, no one can actually go for an impact denial either. So at least that guarantees you get the hatch opened up in through E-Box, and seems like Hoax or / Hat might want to try to relegate his last charge over near potentially the lobby one to maybe help out CZ, as he's been kind of prowling over near the main lobby side of the map as of right now, but not confirming it just yet. Maybe he'll go in through Freezer. Either way, it's another point of attack for Karn & Co. and another element of surprise later in the game.
Still got probably about 40 seconds or so before you really have to start looking towards that side, maybe even sooner, as still a 5v5, and we saw how TTK struggled to push forward in 5v5s before, though. Now specifically pushing Laundry and Freezer right here. Looks like that Karn & Co. are going for back tower, and maybe somebody lurking in Freezer in the late round, like we saw Gavini and the rest of Took the Kids do on their attacks throughout their previous attack round. First, Candelas go on through. Just the one so far, maybe testing the waters. A nade goes on in instead. Mr. B put to 1 HP, not by a nade, but by bullets. The two more go through, and finally, Hat drops down E-Box and promptly dies. Woos Packer both pick up one. Wi-Fi's the only one who makes that scramble for control work for Karn & Co., as it really has not paid off whatsoever. No control gained. Pillar still controlled by the defense. Mr. B can easily catch Wi-Fi off guard and put the diffuser down right in front of him. The only guy left is Whitlock, and he's sitting outside in barrels, not even in the building. With only 20 seconds left, he'll maybe rotate up the big tower to just try to make something different, but with likely only 10 seconds left once he starts pushing. 4 people to kill. It's likely round 15 on the board, unless something changes. 5 seconds to go. 2 kills. Now, unfortunately, we'll have round 15 on the board, even if Whitlock gets one more to pad his stats.
Close call, despite it being a 1v4 at one point, but again, the coordination in that execute just didn't work out. I believe the nade was used to make sure nobody could wide swing in through the actual supply doorway when the E-Box drop happened, so they could just focus on the guy in Pillar. But again, the timing of both the nade spam and the Candelas, it just wasn't proper. And instead of having those Candelas thrown out both near supply doorway and also the doorway leading from E-Box in through Pillar, they just threw them all in one or the other and picked a 50-50 gamble essentially. And again, not having anyone properly clear out blue bunker, it forced essentially a funnel, because no one went down and through Freezer. Everyone went through either back stairs or E-Box, and again, that lack of a bunker presence, it allowed just pretty much everyone to focus on one portion of the map, and that was it. And because of that, we see a full 15 rounds here on Orange.
I mean, I don't know why, to be fair, I don't know why we expected anything else from Took the Kids. I mean, I know Tanner was talking about a barn burner earlier, but this is Took the Kids playing right now. Literally cannot help themselves from playing all 15 rounds in a best of 1. So, I don't know why I thought maybe, there would even be a regulation win. That was silly of me. But there is still the chance they could end up losing this. We'll actually see an interesting shift from Trist. Never mind, it's back to Nook, so doesn't matter. I was going to say, I wonder why he decided to give up the Nook. He seemed to really favor it on the Dorm's attacks, but he's back to it, so doesn't matter. Both attacker repicks, actually, just go back to the same operator, so.
I think here I think the Nook pick here is a little more useful than the Ash, because you're probably going to want to utilize the nades via vertical, and with Ash, you're probably going to do the same thing, because you already have Gavini on Zoe and Woos with another set of grenades, and Packer with nades, so it made more sense. And again, also, the major info denial you can have with that Hell system, so it just makes a little sense. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, we don't see Trist just, walk up white stairs like we saw over on stage 1. No, he's actually on the single games window repel. Maybe trying to throw some grenades over, breaking any kind of util that's nearby the double wall, because there's no wall denial utility. Maybe just some ADSs or something else, perhaps like a Banshee. Or he's just waiting there for someone to go peek him. He can just gun them down to grant that first entry. Because again, when TTK get that 5-on-4 lead, they pick up the pace on their executes and just overall map control pretty darn effectively. And, well, there it is. At least he downs CZ, so if the nade is tossed out properly, that's a 5-on-4.
And unfortunately, CZ not able to crawl to safety right there, so Trist can take full advantage of that. CZ also, again, on the Dorm's defense, those were Mize taken down early on. No more magnets to generate. That really wasn't his fault, though. I mean, sure, he rotated in front of the window, but he wasn't playing in Garage like he was last time. It also leads to Took the Kids able to open up the bedroom wall very early, maybe focus on Attic if they want to, but they are definitely eyeing for a big window play or even a sprint up white stairs.
Wondering how effective Whitlock can be potentially trying to slow down anyone walking up through Deer, or also just swinging the attic door if those toxic smokes do not meet their mark. Karn is pretty much across the site, so he's got to get a lot more active if he wants to actually use his utility to slow down this push coming into a closet wall.
Might be able to find an angle, but you do have a good point. Maybe you need to start getting into the fray. Now that you're down a man, now that wall is open, you start focusing on Freezer and White Stairs. Wi-Fi is playing over there. Unless somebody goes to big window and starts throwing utility, he might be relatively safe, except for some potential nades from below. But there's only one left, and that's Woo's holding it right now, and he might be more focused on locating other players in different positions. Took the kids. I've got some good control up until this point, John, but nothing solid just yet.
Packer at least is able to dodge the Razor Bloom. No more funny stuff here by Hat so far. Trist, once again, being that X factor in his position on the Nook, makes it a 5 versus 3, and things seem almost impossible for Karn & Co. It's just Carnage and Whitlock left alive. Packer detects one. Whitlock and Karn find kills of their own, bringing it to a 3 versus 2, but still, the man advantage for TTK and the option to go for this plan is going to be massive. Karn was at the shotgun, down to 1 HP, but still puts in the 2v2. There's no coverage. Mr. B has to spring up. He gets taken care of by the MP5. It's only Trist, and Karn & Co. bring back from the 5v2 to a complete win. Mr. B gets silenced in the round, and somehow one of the lowest teams from stage 1 have a pretty close call, but still a win outright in this matchup.
Based on how that round started, I did not expect it. But, as you said, something that seemed to be a problem, at least especially in overtime for TTK, maybe some poor coordination and communication between the players seemed to rear its head right there. We get 2 kills from Trist, one on that generator window, and one as they start to push into the site. Wi-Fi even swings, as of course he kind of needs to in the 3v5.
Yep.
And ends up dying to the player on Freezer Stairs. Or not Freezer Stairs, on White Stairs. And then, I'm going to be real, that was so chaotic, I'm not even entirely sure what happened beyond there just being a mad dash into the site, and Karn & Co., with a little bit of luck, just able to take advantage of the entire chaotic situation.
I mean, we could have had just, I suppose, less aggression in the 5v2. I mean, you already worked your kills. You don't need to start running at the opposition, but I guess TTK were thinking of something different. And again, the lack of coverage on the player planting the diffuser. I mean, we saw that last time we saw Mr. B try to go for a full-fledged heavy plant, and it cost them the round last time. It will cost them the game now on round 15 as Karn & Co. just hold on by a thread and just take the full-fledged victory.
And with that, that's enough for John and I for today. But of course, we still have 2 more games to talk about, and the analyst desk to break down that very close victory for Karn & Co. overtook the kids.
Very close has to be an understatement. Going the distance, 8-7, and I feel like, you know how we joke about there's 7-4 games that feel like they were closer than that? This was 8-7, and it still felt closer than that. And Tanner, one of the things that we talked about, going into this match was, how are these teams going to work with all the new players? And we expected a lot more chaos, and it didn't start that way, but it absolutely finished that way.
Yeah, it definitely finished that way in overtime. I felt like throughout the body of the match, the main thing we were just seeing was just like a lot of lack of coordination. Teams they're really slow to get their jobs done. They're slow on their executes, and then just a lot of mistakes coming out from both sides. But Karn & Co. were able to clutch it up in that last round. In a 2v5, no less. I don't know where the plant coverage is. That's why you can't just be like, 5v2, just take the gunfights and win. Expect to play trades and win, because you're giving the enemy a chance to kind of get back in the game. That's exactly what Karn was able to do. They were able to put down some smokes, get a smoke kill, get a shotgun kill, able to deny the plants, right, and then just basically smoke and isolate a very poorly timed execute coming out from the side of Took the Kids.
And CJ, do you think, looking at this game, it was just so close between these two teams? Is this what we expected between like two teams with so many changes? There's just so much uncertainty surrounding this. What was your take on how it all played out?
I have a stat for your hand, okay?
Ooh.
Karn's team had 4 1vx's, not including the last 2v5. That doesn't count as a 1vx. So that's 5 rounds that Karn's team potentially could have lost. But they, forceful, as you said in our green room, they managed the chaos. They managed the chaosity of a 1vx.
That's not a word.
That's not what I said.
That's not even close to a word.
Chaosity.
They managed it enough to win those rounds, 5 different rounds. And clearly, in a 7-7, 8-7 affair, when you win 5 different clutches, and it's it's pretty meaningful. I would say I'm not that great at math, but I can tell you that mattered quite a bit in this one.
I mean, you're not too great at English either, Mr. Chaosity, but you know, we got you here anyways. Tanner, we were talking about this, except for winning round 1 when they came out the gate 1-0, Karn and Co, they were up. It wasn't until taking that first round in overtime where they managed to get up again. This is a game that they literally pulled from the jaws of defeat.
Absolutely. And it feels bad because, like, you go and look at the stats here. You see Packer, Packer put on one hell of a performance. 93 cost is nothing to really snuff at. Like, that's one heck of a game performance. And basically, when it comes down to overtime there, it just came down to the two IGLs. Like, who learned more throughout the entire process of how the other team likes to play, who could put up these adaptations a little bit more effectively and manage to come out with a round win. And in the end, I think both of them did pretty well. I mean, they both won their defensive half. And then, or their attacking half, and then we went right to the final round, and it was just a clutch. So, yeah, I honestly don't know what to say here. Like, it's just they played well. They managed the chaosity, if you will. It was biblical, if you will, and it was a good game. It was a good game to watch.
Well, we're gonna just have to ask Wi-Fi about it because I'm sure he's got some answers about what went down. Since he experienced it firsthand. Wi-Fi, congratulations! This is a big win for you guys. This is a big win for you guys. Does this feel important considering how much change went on with this team?
Yeah, I'm really just a sub for like the first game, so I don't really have much to say, but yeah, that's a big win for us considering like we've had one day of practice with us 5. Yeah.
Was the goal coming into this game just to get any points you could get or improvement? What was the mindset coming into it?
I mean, I think everybody on the teams just come in like we're gonna destroy these guys, right? It's like they're decent players, but they're not like crazy, so everybody's beatable.
Now, Hat made his CL debut and it was mighty impressive. What's it like playing with him?
I love Hat. Hat's a buddy. He's one of the guys that can change a game.
Well, he absolutely did that time. Congratulations on the win, even if it was for a little sub here or there. But good luck for the rest of the stage for your team.
All right, thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Cookies, if you're either one of these two teams, do you think this is almost a win for both teams, walking away with points when you came into the match with so much uncertainty?
Technically, yes. That is, you absolutely nailed it, Brim. If you come in and you're missing people and you're lucky, if you're TTK, you're lucky you even have a spot anymore. Like, you're lucky Triss said, all right, I'll come back. Like, getting a point here and having something to build off of, it's a win for them, even though they lost. And of course, this was a team they placed decently in top 6 for stage. So any point matters in terms of getting, at the end of the year into the playoffs, your TTK. So I'm sure they'll take this. And I'm sure Mr. B will be very angry and very passionate about improvement going forward.
Well, I'm sure we'll also hear about it soon enough because I'm sure they're going to win matches eventually. Okay, 2 more matches left today, as Carter let us know earlier when the match was done. But of course, as always, we have to flip to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be seeing Luminosity again, this time taking on Aqualix. Welcome back from that minorly extended break, everyone. Let's be honest, this wouldn't be an official Siege broadcast if we didn't have, technical issues completely out of our control. That's just how it rolls. Now I feel like we're really into the nitty-gritty of Siege here. So, fourth matchup of the day, we're going to see Luminosity for the second time. They're going to be taking on Aqualix. Now, the first time we saw Luminosity, it was the previous 1 versus the 3 seed. Now this is 1 taking on 8. Aqualix had a bit rougher of a season, but Cookies, I guess, kind of just do a quick refresher over Luminosity again. We'll see, their roster up. But what were your thoughts on that game, even though they did drop it?
I'll talk about it more with my critical points, but this is a Luminosity team. They are Mr. B doesn't play for Luminosity, okay? We know. So everyone just calm down when you see it. Just calm down, okay? But yes, your highlight player is actually going to be Asian. I think this guy, he's their key to repeating as state champions, because as we all know, it is very difficult to actually do that. I think Parabellum is the only team in the history of Challenger League to ever repeat. So this is quite the challenge. Even though they just signed with this epic biblical org, they did have struggle of a first game. One shot is a tough opponent. There's a lot of tough opponents they're going to have to overcome. I think Aqualix will be a tough matchup for them, because Aqualix is just as chaotic, is just as micro play based, a teaser of what we're going to be talking about a little bit later on here. And yes, Asian, they're looking for him to drop numbers and be amazing to, again, allow themselves a chance of repeating.
Now, Connor, over on the side of Aqualix, they made roster changes. They always do. It's what happens in Challenger League, especially on the side of Aqualix. What are your thoughts on those roster changes? How do you see them impacting the team?
Well, overall, I think that Aqualix has a completely because from stage to stage, if Gasher's on the team, there are 2 players leaving the roster and 2 players joining the roster every single time you go forward. Game. Bring in Bexdog, who unfortunately the game in Gladiator. That is now the second time that Jolton has dropped Bexdog. The first time it didn't work well. We'll see how it will do the time. But overall, the direction of the team kind of is in a good way. No longer are we going to say, hey, this is the Lay Gasher system. It's Bexdog. He also has a voice in there, as well as they've actually picked up a coach who has talked to every single member on the desk. His name is Chill. Absolutely amazing guy to talk to. Very, very open with what's the inner workings of the team. And overall, their trajectory is looking really good.
So you think we're going to see a closer matchup than you would project between a 1-8 is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Cookies, you alluded to those critical points. You didn't want to give too much away while talking about the roster. So give it all away now. I want to hear it.
Okay, so it's actually not a whole lot. There's a reason that there's a 0.
Wait, that's exactly what you said. You did give it all away.
This is the first time in critical point history there's only been 1 critical point, okay? Like, instead of 2. Okay, the micro plays, right? For example, you want an example today. Today, we literally watched them. We were blessed with an LG game today where Eddie hopped in trophy window trying to make a little micro play while his team is trying to push in on the fireplace side of things on a chalet attack. And Eddie, spoiler alert, guys, Eddie just died and didn't do anything. And maybe perhaps he was doing something else. That round works differently for them, but that's just kind of how it goes, right? It's like, it's here and there. Maybe the micro play will get you, a championship winning round. Sometimes you just hop in a window and die. That's kind of what life is for LG right now. And you're playing against an Aqualix team that loves to do the same thing. Actually, they love to just kind of walk at you, get a little too angsty on their roams and whatnot. And it's going to be a fun matchup, that's for sure.
Well, we're going to need further elaboration on Aqualix then, Connor.
Yeah, because overall, it's a dual IGL system at the end of the day. Bexdog and Gasher. And I can't think of 2 different philosophies towards Siege that are on opposite ends of the spectrum. And that either means you have 2 options. You either have yin and yang, where they're perfectly in balance and they somehow fill in the gaps of each other, and it's beautiful, or it's just too many cooks in the sauce and stew, whatever. It goes.
I like
horrible.
to imagine
it's not
1 foot
good
on the brake, 1 foot on the gas at the same time, and they're just getting hit.
Yeah, it's just not supposed to happen at all, and that's not going to be good. And CJ, you were already talking about the kind of micro plays and overall how the early round is going to be very, very kind of important, which Trouble is safer coming in. Maybe not as much as Psychosis as we would like to see. From you kind of think, oh, it's Psychosis, he's going to be on entry. I think he's actually going to take a little bit of a step back on the aggression, but kind of trying to shut down those micro plays, shut down Luminosity playing for picks. That's kind of the biggest game plan for Aqualix.
Okay, so we got to go to the map veto though, because Cookies, I get the feeling that between these 2 teams, we could actually get an interesting pick out of them.
You say that, and Aqualix used to be so irritating last stage. How many times they played Villa?
None? 1? Lots?
Too much. I think it was
too much.
There's like 5-6 times out of their.
I picture them on Coastline. That's what I just always. We don't have it, but that's just always what I'd picture them on from the first year.
I don't know. We might. I was gonna say, you just gaslit me. I mean, there's no Coastline thing.
I know that. I said there wasn't. I said we don't have it now.
I almost said. Oh my god, I'd love to see a coastline. We're not gonna see no coastline. Okay,
what if we did? What if we somehow still did? They opened up the rules just for them.
We'll get something similar. How about this? Chalet coastline. Okay. You know what's similar? They have a big window, Brim. Does that make you happy?
Yeah, I'm
There's
thrilled,
a big window.
Honestly.
All right. And you know what? I actually like this map for both teams, even though Aqualix quite literally, I hope I'm not cursing them by saying this. You have a VOD of them playing. You literally could have sat through that game and watched them play Chalet. You know how they're going to do it. You know Eddie's going to try to hop in or walk in somewhere crazy and lurk. So that should favor Aqualix, but Aqualix has been known to disappoint us a lot. So therefore, I don't know.
I think our biggest disappointment for
their own beat.
Aqualix. CJ, I just wanted to bring up, I think the biggest disappointment ever with Aqualix was them going into playoffs last year, and then they played Chalet, and we're like, oh my gosh, they're whipping out the Chalet. They got like 7-2 and look horrible.
But things have changed. Let's get the predictions up, because things have changed now. Connor, you'd have to...
What?
Okay, that is one way to... I have to imagine Purple Luminosities or Aqualix. Connor, what was your vote?
Mine is 100. I am not voting Aqualix in this game. I think that Aqualix is going to look a lot better, but with even the 7-4 loss that Luminosity put up against One Shot, that was one of those games you go, yeah, 1 or 2 rounds. There was 3 massive clutches on the side of One Shot that you would have to think of. Hey, those could easily have gone the way of Luminosity, and then boom, they won the 7-4. It was one of those games that it just happens how it happens. And overall, the level of play of what we saw from the ATK roster last year or last stage that won, this level was even higher. And this is this is the floor. I'm waiting to see the ceiling of what they're going to grow to.
I'm curious, CJ, to pick your brain. Do you think we see a close matchup between these two no matter who wins? Is this going to be a tighter matchup than we would have seen in stage 1?
I think by virtue of the players that are in the lobby, their play styles, Afer's going to get in your face. Tra from Outlast, listen, yes, they got relegated. They stunk. But the one thing that was good about Outlast was Tra and Woos at the time. And you know what? I think they match up perfectly fine with LG. I mean, Asian is exceptional, but that doesn't mean he's undiable or unkillable. I think
undiable. Ooh,
that's undiable. Generally speaking, I think Aqualix is kind of a matchup nightmare for them. Aqualix is not going to let those silly, goofy little micro plays go their way so easily. So it's going to be an interesting one. I know this is all LG, various colors, but I do think this is going to be a lot closer than what you're seeing on your screen in terms of predictions.
Well, here's what I will say. We were dying for a couple months to talk about Siege. And you know who waited a couple months and now a few hours? We're our casters, Jays Wills and Crow. So, you know what? Let's throw it to them. We're going to Chalet for map number 4 of the day.
Thank you very much, Jimothy Brimstone. Jonah, today's a great day. We got
yes, it is.
A nice break before coming on Challenger League. We got an extended break today. The Yankees are on a fabulous winning streak. I know a lot of people are going to be upset that I said that. And we get Luminosity Gaming. I was real jealous. I'm not going to lie. I was real jealous of John and Carter because I didn't read the schedule. I didn't see that we get a Luminosity game too.
Yeah, it's pretty great. 2 Luminosity games in one day. New org, faces that we all know and love, but a new org, a new banner to fight to fight for, and maybe not the result they wanted coming right out of the gate, but a chance to redeem themselves on stream, to showcase it in front of everybody on a map that, well, we know how they should be able to play. But like CJ mentioned, like Connor mentioned, this is a map that we also know Aqualix can play, right? Of course, it's not the Chalet that we probably saw, several months ago. We're probably going to see something a little bit different today, especially with these new operators we're throwing into the pool here. But this is anyone's game, and I agree with CJ. I do think this one is going to be closer than those predictions may have indicated.
Yeah, they talked about, Aqualix's playstyle also being a very micro play, in-your-face, aggressive playstyle that we're used to Gasher's teams doing. It's a common factor that he's always had no matter what team he's on. But now we're throwing Beastly into the mix, and you're not going to pick up Beastly to be a silent support. You're going to bring Beastly because not only is he a solid support, but he has that, IGLing capacity. And I can't remember the last time Gasher had a co-IGL, like a proper co-IGL. So I'm really interested how this is going to play out.
Yeah, we could see Aqualix hit the power up, hit the upgrade as they have before. You never really know. I feel like going into every single stage, every single game, what kind of Aqualix you're going to see, because sometimes it is an incredibly powerful team that people struggle to beat, and other times it is a team that
doesn't really look like it's operating on the same vein as everybody else. Their teammates kind of all over the place, running around like chickens with their head cut off. Obviously, I don't think that's the Aqualix we're going to see today, especially like you said, now that we've got Beastly coming into the mix. But here we go, diving into Chalet. We got through our operator bans, and I don't think they shocked anybody, given how powerful people expect Azami to be. She's not going to be able to have her time in the sun on Chalet. No Kiba barriers, none of those knives. It's just going to be standard defenders that we've come to love over the last few years. We do, of course, have Sens in the mix. That's a new operator that we're going to have to pay attention to, and something we've seen a couple times across, the various regions of professional play. But how it shakes out in Challenger League, that's going to be an interesting question to answer.
And the bans, too, well, the attacker bans, I mean, even the defensive bans, I guess, for the advent of Azami, are rather standard. They are different from what we saw in the original Chalet game. While the defending bans are exactly the same, Luminosity earlier banned Zero against Prod, really. And One Shot had a Thermite ban, which ended up really hurting a lot of Luminosity's attacks. We saw their Hard Breach really struggle trying to get those garage walls open, and now Thermite's back up, but Thatcher and Maverick, two operators that were available in the previous match, are off the table. So, interesting to see how those bans shake up as well. We'll see if Luminosity are more comfortable with said Thermite, but we got to get through the first half first. It's going to be a dining defense to lead things off, of course, with a top floor extension, as every good dining defense has. Aqualix already beginning to clear upstairs. They've opened that double window, and it seems as if they're set up for a solar.
And with that master window open, they now have a pretty solid cutoff to utilize up above if somebody actually gets on that rappel. For now, that's going to be Tra's position, but he is not actively challenging that, letting Beastly start the pressure from Solarium so that they can build this pressure from both sides. You will now have Tra work his way up on that rappel. You've got Afer pressuring from the other side, and with the double rappel on the Solarium windows, you know that these top floor players are about to feel a brunt of this pressure. Ferda's going to take a bit of damage there, so will Silent as he falls back downstairs, hopefully to safety. Gasher, unfortunately, is not safe as Asian actually steps up behind that deployable shield tucked in the closet and gets the opening kill. Julian will follow that one up onto Afer, and already it's a 5v3.
A little confused how Asian was able to get that kill. First of all, Silent getting away from Trophy Stairs is huge. He made it back to site. He's got one gas canister to conserve, and it looks like it's going to come with pretty good use considering how much time Aqualix is wasting up here. They know about this shield. They knew Asian was up here, and yet Gasher still decides to swing into the window with very little cover. Afer, who was attempting to pressure, I believe that's, the blood splatters on bathroom window. He tried to hop in, go for a double whammy, and just gets caught by Julian because there's no semblance of top floor clear anywhere other than directly inside Solar. There's only 44 seconds left, Jonah, and Psychosis and Beastly are still trying to deal with this. Sure, Psychosis gets one, but Ferda refrags make it two! For Ferda, Beastly's alone, Asian shuts him down, and Luminosity take round one with ease.
Yeah, I love the discipline there from Ferda because we actually saw Ferda take the opening engagement and take, I think 70 HP worth of damage kind of right off the bat in that round. Guess who's alive in the end and proving very critical to get some kills? Yeah. It's Ferda not taking those mid-round fights, playing a bit more passive after taking that early damage, allowing those yokai drones to really be the forefront of his really pressure in that round. So good on him for making that happen, and really good on Luminosity as a whole from just staffing that top floor and refusing to give it up under any circumstances. Obviously, the pressure from Aqualix was simply insufficient to pressure those top floor players out, but even in the late round, like you said, we were under that 40-second mark. Luminosity didn't give it up. They said, you know what, we're going to hold this position, even though there's limited time, we're going to force Aqualix to clear through us anyway. That 2v4 situation, not likely to favor the attack, and, well, the result is indicative of that as well.
Really like that passivity. Aqualix. It was really fun. Do you remember, Jonah, this is going to be a bit of a callback, the Two-Faced versus Okami?
I don't know if I remember.
It was
every detail.
Very last game of the season, right? And whoever lost that game would probably get relegated. Two-Faced team that is now Luminosity Gaming, had one of the worst solar clears I have ever seen in my entire life.
True.
I'm sure you remember now. That solar clear was terrible.
Yeah.
Aqualix almost matched that, only instead of fumbling with their utility, they really fumbled with their positioning and their timing. And with another solar clear happening and with the site upstairs, I really hope that doesn't happen again.
I mean, they're going to have to put in similar work in the early round, right? Unless they want to work their way in from the library side and kind of clear their way through that top floor. The start of this round is going to look identical to the last one. You've got Tra the Lion on the master window. You've got Beastly and Gasher taking up positions on those Solarium windows. The same exact start. Once again, Beastly will be throwing in those flashes, burning that utility in Solarium if possible, while Afer joins that pressure from the other side. But once again, it is these gunfights that are favoring the defense. Silent, Kixrow each take one. You've also lost Afer in the process, so Gasher, he's got to step up and go massive here. Psychosis will get one back as well to keep this one relatively close, but now that Asian takes down him, it's all up to Psychosis. He's got to 1v3 this. You've got a lit up Ferda, but that simply doesn't matter. Asian's going to swing from the top of Master here on the bed itself, taking the gunfight, winning it straight up, and Luminosity take 2 in a row.
That's Asian doing Asian things. Odd that he's flexed onto the Russian red dot rather than his the normal red dot that he is so well known for fragging out with. But that round, I mean, you were saying it pretty much while you were play-by-playing. You hit the analysis on the head. Aqualix forced themselves in the second round in a row. Didn't have the positioning. Didn't have the timing. All lost their gunfights. I mean, what? Just like the previous round. Except, I mean, the previous round was more off of them swinging into solar. They actually got in this time, which was great. You know, Gasher getting up to the closet door and getting a frag, but it didn't last very long. Aqualix lose all their fights. Luminosity do what they do best. Asian does what he does best. A big 3K on the round for him with that Aruni as he now flexes onto the Vigil. This is pretty similar to the Garage Hold that we saw them play against One Shot. Plenty of roam presence upstairs. Cade is on the board to help lock off those breaches for just a little bit longer. Main difference here is that while Thermite is up, they're still opting to bring Hibana with a Cade on the board. That's a bit dangerous, especially because there's no Maverick and there's no Thatcher.
Right, I mean, Aqualix, they're making this one right a little bit harder on themselves by, well, bringing the Nook, you would think. Tra whipping that one out. Like you said, with those bans, Aqualix are going to have to do this just with some good old-fashioned utility, and in Tra's case, maybe some good old-fashioned sneaking around. This is a pick we see every once in a while on Chalet, or on, I gotta say, a lot of maps in the pool at this point. Every once in a while, we'll see that Nook come out. Someone like Tra just sneaking their way around the building, hoping to jump in an entry point that the defense isn't prepared for. And I think, given the way the last 2 rounds have transpired, that's not a bad adjustment, because when Luminosity see Aqualix challenging them head-on, well, the result has been pretty clear. Luminosity winning those gunfights, saying that it doesn't matter how much utility you throw at them, that they are going to win and stay stalwart regardless. Maybe Tra can change that. They're going to have to force Asian out first. This roamer on the top floor who is now being hunted down by Afer and Psychosis. Afer will relocate and start to back off, likely joining his teammates down below, but it does mean that for now, Asian is left untouched.
Only 2 men on site. It's just the Alibi and the Castle. And we've eclipsed half the round. This roam is still going strong. Ferda on blue, not quite sure where the other 2 are, but drones are starting to come downstairs, figuring, hey, we've pushed them off enough. If we can just hold West Main, if we can hold that hatch, we don't actually need to flush out the entire map. Gasher's upstairs here on a sort of flank watch role as the Sledge, not often the operator that we associate with that job, and he's trying to hold Asian back. Drones are coming into sight. They will spot the Alibi tucked behind this soft wall. Nade comes in to try and clear the Cade, and I believe it is indeed successful. That means Beastly can start getting that hard breach down, establishing these long lines of sight, but I'm really afraid that these roamers from Luminosity are going to have something else to say about it. But just as those words leave my mouth, Gasher shuts one of them down.
Yeah, like you said, the flank watch from the sledge is not always the most common of decisions, but it'll pay off at least early in this round. More late in this round from Aqualix. They only have 20 seconds to get something going. A lot of damage onto Eddie is sure going to help, but have they noticed that Kixro is sneaking up and getting aggressive? Looks like it. Tra will take him down, no problem. Only 3 defenders remain. 2 defenders remain as Gasher finishes off Eddie. Silent and Ferda need to go massive here, but will they be able to stop Beastly from getting this bomb down? Doesn't appear so. You've got Ferda trying to go for a retake, but it doesn't work. The coverage from Aqualix was sufficient. Not the cleanest of attacks, but something they must have drawn up in prep, deciding that if there are some roamers, to ignore them and go for a direct take.
And it worked for one shot as well. If you remember one of those garage attacks, LG were not being pressured on the roam, figured, hey, these idiots aren't going to flush us out. We can go for some free flanks. But it turned out that the attack had more than enough bodies to watch said flanks, and the flood was too much for the low man count on site to handle. Luminosity overstayed their welcome on the roam, and we saw the exact same thing happen just now. There were still 3 people off site, while Aqualix was burning the Cade and getting the long angles down. Gasher kills Asian, the bodies start to fall on the site, that forces the roamers into a frenzy. Right in the angles, held by that flank watch. And Gasher even came off the flank watch to try and get his way into sight. I think ended up getting 2 or 3 kills for himself, so well played to Gasher. Glad to see Tra and Afer get on the board as well. They are big sources of firepower for this team, and if they're not going to heat up this game, it might hurt Aqualix a bit against such a frag-heavy roster as LG.
Well, in round 4 now, we will be heading back to Kitchen and Dining, the site of the opening defense of Luminosity. Not the most dominant defense, but a strong win nonetheless. I think the strongest one was round number 2, where Aqualix really didn't even get into the building before they were completely denied. But round 1 wasn't far off. Luminosity had a very powerful top floor hold that Aqualix worked their way straight into, and they got straight up denied. This time it does look like we are seeing a couple of different things, right? The presence of the Zero is one, as Beastly not only brings out that operator, but works his way in from the other side, hoping to go maybe and clear the other side of this top floor and pressure these Luminosity defenders, maybe surprise them from the back. But the rest of this attack seems focused on the same thing. Utility burn in Solarium, getting that master window open, and getting this vertical play dealt with.
Glad to see, I guess, that they're not full committing to a solar take, because it really did not do them much good in their previous attempt. Clearing in from off this side with 2 people kind of hovering outside big window and watching those trophy stairs. That's Psychosis' duty. Drones coming in, they will evade some of those mute jammers, but they have certainly been slowed down by those info denial devices. Kicks and Asian try to hold off Piano. I like the readjustment of the shield from Asian to properly account for where the attack is coming from, but they will have to worry about Gasher, the man on the bathroom window. Last time Afer just tried to jump in, but I'm sure Gasher did that a little bit smarter.
Oh, just a straight up window peek coming in from Gasher. Nothing fancy about it, but he ends up winning the fight against Kixro. That deals with the castle rather expeditiously, and now Aqualix can turn their attention to the last few defenders on this top floor. Ferda's got to be careful now because, well, he could easily get choked out and caught in this closet. Same for Asian as they kind of circumvent this choke point they found themselves worked into. But Aqualix haven't capitalized quite yet. In fact, they haven't started to actually pressure into Master until right about now. Finally, Afer will get the swing from Office, and Asian was none the wiser. You've got Ferda stuck in this closet at this point, and Afer should be able to take this kill no problem. There it is. It's actually Beastly who gets credited with that as he finally sneaks his way in from the other side of that top floor. And just like that, Eddie and Silent are left out to dry.
2 SAS players on site, one without a C4. The only form of entry denial they have is the last gas canister coming out from Silent on that hatch. But look at the time. 10 seconds. Afer, in a close angle, avoids the shotgun blast. Silent, full white now. Gasher goes down to the gas. 3 seconds left. He's got it down on Psychosis. All he needs to do is stop the plant from Beastly, but he can't. It goes down. He lands a nice shot on Tra, but the HP whittled away. Afer gets another kill, his third on the round, and Luminosity cannot handle the adjustment from Aqualix.
The adjustment was interesting, right? Because in the early round, they wanted to make sure Luminosity thought the same thing was happening, so they opened the Solarium windows, opened the Master windows, and in the mid-round, they started to slow things down. They got off the rappel. They pressured the other side of that top floor. They pressured directly into the site. And then normally at this point, we would be saying something like, oh, great adjustment. They went direct and attacked and pressured that site out and caught the defense off guard. Not really. They eventually turned their attention back to that top floor after that mid-round slow. But instead of just forcing their way in Solarium and forcing their way in Master, they utilized the map control that they had spent that time gaining. And that's the biggest difference. They worked their way in Library for a reason, not to just sit around and read some books, but to take that control, leverage the other side of that top floor against the defense, and that worked brilliantly. No longer could somebody swing them from one of those balcony windows and get a kill there. Instead, that's where the attack came from. That's where the pressure built from. Office was taken care of, and Master fell soon after.
You really got to admire just how many angles Aqualix had. I was in the same ballpark as you. I was like, oh, they're correct. Oh, wait, no, it's just a standard Office clear. And then I saw Psychosis go to the solar window. I saw Gasher on bathroom window. There was literally nowhere Asian and Ferda could have gone. And it just happened that Afer was the one to make the first move, get those kills, and Luminosity were trapped in a corner. A rat in a cage. So we even out at 2 apiece. We'll go to Bar. Usually the primary site, but not for Luminosity. They didn't do great on it in their game against One Shot, and they're leaving it 5th. They're, I guess, not a huge fan of this site. Not a terribly stalwart top floor hold either. You got the reinforcement, a couple ADSs. You've got a shield on top blue. No one actually in Library. Asian off adjacent, covering into Office, where no one from the attack is currently pushing. My eyes right now are on Trot, tucked in downstairs. He's got a drone for himself, and he could easily sneak up on this chimney guy.
Yeah, let's see if Tra can make it happen on the Nook again. It really wasn't sneaky the last time we saw him pull it out, but he was able to get a kill and was able to make an impact. In fact, his only kill came from that round when they attacked the basement. This time it's actually Afer who's doing a bit of sneaking here, trying to peek this sandwich window and maybe catch these Luminosity defenders off guard. Gasher will join him in that pressure, sending a couple of flashes in to allow Afer to push on through, but that is not enough to prevent Eddie from stepping up and swinging that. Those flashes did not wait long enough to actually push in, and Afer pays the ultimate price. Tra is able to get one back, but not before Asian collects a kill 2. That returns us to an even 3v3 with just about a minute to play in this round. You still have some of these defenders to get a handle on. I mean, you've got Silent roaming all the way over in kitchen and dining at the moment. The other two closer to the site. Both Kixrow and Ferda playing down below in Bar and Gaming, respectively. So now with the vertical control secured by Aqualix, it's just about transitioning that attack into an eventual execute.
Normally I'd figure, hey, whole minute left? This is plenty of time for the attack to happen, but they don't have a sledge. They don't have any source of soft breach. That means Ferda is going to be perfectly happy just chilling in Bar, Silent all the way in dining, completely cutting off main lobby. Kixrow, of course, still inside Bar stock, but not for long. Beastly cuts him down, makes his way into the site, and he's going to start getting this plant down. C4 goes out, it will land, returning us to even, and the clock is ticking. 10 seconds left. One goes down the stairs, one still by the hatch. Beautiful shot from Gasher, but Silent returning, cuts down Tra. 1 versus 1. Gasher has got to stick. Will Silent get there in time? No. He'll forfeit the plant. All Gasher has to do is hold DMR out. The close range fight not in his advantage. Silent will clutch up, and Luminosity retake the lead.
Not as clean of a defense as we've seen from them in the past, but at the end of the day, they got the round. Round 5 goes to Luminosity thanks to a, well-placed shot in the end, but thanks to really a just methodical defensive effort. And even though Aqualix slowly started to clear out position after position, that defensive Luminosity did exactly what it was supposed to. You've got those players on the top floor. What is their main job? to burn time. Maybe to find a kill or two here and there, but to burn the time off the clock. They did that. They forced Aqualix to take over 2 minutes to get the vertical control. We also saw a kill from Eddie at the same time. We saw him deny those players on the entry, and a big kill at that because it was Gasher on the sledge, limiting the vertical potential of that attack for the remainder of the round. Then those few defenders that lost their life on the top floor, at that point, they just passed the buck to their teammates who were then sitting down below, holding positions in kitchen and dining, holding positions on the site, getting kill here, a kill there, a trade here, a trade there. At the end of the day, they take the round, and it was exactly how it should have played out.
I'm a bit concerned about LG's decision to return to dining, because judging by that last Aqualix attack, they really figured out how to stop LG's roam upstairs, right? The complete and utter suffocation of the top floor. And Master is open. Or Luminosity did a fantastic job holding on to Solar, allowing Aqualix into the building, and then winning every single one of their gunfights. But now, we're on a site that Aqualix seemed to have figured out, and not only that, they have the opening pick on Silent.
That is a huge opening kill because Silent, riding that wave of, a couple of really nice kills in that previous round, tried to get aggressive again, maybe just rotating or, maybe just actually trying to take that fight. Either way, ends up losing his life, and that is not the start that Luminosity needed. At this point, they know this top floor clear isn't as potent, or rather their top floor hold isn't as potent as it was in that first round. They know that Aqualix can clear this out. I suspect we're going to see a couple of these players rotate off, drop down when they feel that pressure building. But for now, they're going to sit back. Even though they're down a man, they're going to commit to this top floor hold and, well, let the consequences, let the chips fall where they may. Because for now, Kixros will be swinging, he'll be tapping away. Gasher hasn't actually swung that bathroom window yet, waiting to get a little bit more intel before actually making a move.
Of course, the castle barricade is still closed. It seems like Gasher doesn't want to open it yet and completely reveal his position. More drones coming in from Beastly, spots out some utility, spots out some players as well. Big difference is Asian on Melusi rather than Wamai, so a lot less projectile denial. And they've got this Ying on the board that Psychosis is going to start using over towards Solar. Psychosis with that frag onto Eddie. Kixro, a refrag onto Afer before he jumps downstairs. Hearing that castle barricade on bathroom, he runs away. Candela is being avoided by the defense as well. And they will not overstay their welcome. They have defaulted back to site. 2 men on. Asian now in the basement, perhaps hunting for a late flank. There's 1 minute left for Aqualix to play with, and this time, Jonah, they have that sled.
That's a huge component of this attack, and the fact that they have a full minute to use that Breaching Hammer, to get Gasher to use all of his primary utility. You've got a nade that now he can use thanks to those floor hell holes being opened up. You can now use those Candelas even more effectively. It's going to be hard to stop this attack if you're Luminosity. Asian, I guess his hope is that maybe a top floor piece of aggression could get the job done. In fact, it's Ferda who's able to prove extremely clutch and gets 2 very big kills as this attack begins to transition. But Psychosis doesn't seem to care. A quad kill hunting for that ace and is able to deliver the final blow onto Kixro in the end. A well-played defense, at least a defensive attempt by Luminosity on the site. Ferda tried his best, but at the end of the day, just 1 man was enough to dismantle that hold.
And I have to ask, how different would that round be if Silent were there? That's another body on site, another crossfire that you can establish to stop Aqualix's play, which seemed to be pushing down trophy stairs while dropping the hatch. That's what I'm going to assume, considering the castle got a double kill. Aqualix had to have been kind of out of the water and exposed somewhere. So I'm assuming it was like a hatch drop play. But Psychosis being allowed in, not really even under the cover of Candela's. He still had some in his back pocket at the end of the round, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't hear any more go off other than the one he sent to Solar Stairs. He just drops in an aces, and sometimes that's what it takes. Luminosity did get crushed upstairs. They couldn't hold on nearly as long as they would have liked. They didn't get the necessary refrags either. They were already in a man disadvantage. Push that down into the execute. There were, I think, 2 bodies off site at the end of the round, and Psychosis cleaned house. big ace for him to tie the score. 3-3. If Aqualix had gone down 4-2 after their attack half, that would have been pretty troubling news, but 3-3, still very much salvageable.
Yeah, anyone's game at this point, right, Harrison? I mean, we haven't really seen one team dominate in one capacity of the game or another that we suggest is going to be the difference maker when they come to this second half. When it comes to these opening duels, though, if Silent keeps losing them, like you said,
R6 spawn peak?
Yeah, that is a very shocking choice, and I think, well, it caught Silent off guard. That's sure enough, because you've already lost your Finka. Not only that, your top frag, something you really like to have back. A near success in that duel from Asian, as Gasher was spotted and forced to fall away. This aggression from this Aqualix defense looks to be there, and Luminosity have yet to get a handle on it.
That was so close by Asian, unfortunately not able to grab that refrag. Losing Silent is definitely going to hurt. Still the top fragger for Luminosity. Dawn 6 and nades down, though you do have some redundancy in both Envy and Asian, as well as the Flores drone from Ferda. So there's explosive utility, unless you lose Asian right here. That's not really where it hurts. It's just that pure fragging power, that LMG, those Finka boosts that can be oh so useful. They're now in the dirt, but Asian makes sure that Psychosis joins his teammate in the grave, eliminating him. Eddie follows it up onto Tra. 2 refrags for the price of 1 for Luminosity. Flores drone comes out, and Afer almost lets it kill him, but he ends up escaping past the angles LG were hoping he'd be flushed into. Another player joins him upstairs. Gasher takes the head off of Ferda. I guess Kickstro not spotting the head of Afer there right behind the bookcase, and the last 3 players from LG are very separated, trying to close in on all these separate 1v1s. Kickstro will win his. Gasher is low and Beastly is downstairs. With a whole minute to play with, this is still doable for LG.
Absolutely. I think more than doable. I think it's heavily in their favor with Gasher so lit up. It has been messy, right? This attack wasn't clean. You lost Silent right off the bat. But the thing is, you still have 45 seconds left on the clock. That's a lot of time, especially when there are only 2 defenders left and 1 is on low HP. Now that you're actually starting to pressure the site itself, if you're Luminosity, you're sitting pretty. Not perfect, but pretty. Dash has been spotted out, and this is very good for Asian. Now he probably can just keep on holding left click. All he needed was 1 bullet, and he doesn't land a single one. Kickstro's also dropped down. How did that happen? A frost mat takes him down. He'll be able to get recovered here, at least most likely. Well, they don't have time. Only 10 seconds remain. They need to get a move on. Beastly holding this drop. Gasher ready to deny this push as well. All of a sudden, the tides have completely turned. There goes Kickstro. Eddie gets 1, but it simply doesn't matter. The time expires, and Aqualix take it.
Gasher goes huge. 4 kills on the round for the Melusi. Really putting it together. Starting off with the spawn peak on Silent, and despite losing the opening kill, Luminosity still had a pretty decent top floor clear. You know, they went essentially 1 for 3, losing Ferda, picking up Tra, Psychosis, and Afer, leaving it all up to Beastly and Gasher, but Asian, detached from the rest of his team, goes for a 1v1 that he should have been successful in. Gasher, like you had mentioned, was 1 HP, but Asian loses it, and that's the risk you take separating from the pack. Going for a solo play. On top of that, there was still a frost mat upstairs that hadn't been cleared. They have to waste so much time picking that player up. He's on such low HP. You saw the last minute rotate because they know they can't drop the hatch. They have no info on where Gasher is. All they knew was that he was by dining, which means that blue stairs is likely not a possibility. They have to go for the window. The Gasher's already repositioned for it, gets his 4th kill. Eddie can do nothing in time because Beastly peeks to delay, and Gasher gets the hell out of there. Now it's 4-3 Aqualix, a round that they really stole from the clutches of LG.
Stole seems about right. Maybe a little bit extreme. I feel like it was right. It was not too far gone from their grasp the entire time. But like you said, it was a bit of a comeback in the end. And a little frost mat, a little darting and dipping around the map from Gasher. Nice little quad kill from him. That's certainly enough to put your team over the top. So they actually take the lead for the first time here on Chalet. And now they'll be looking to lengthen that just a bit if they can. Shifting things over to the other side of the map. We're heading to Kitchen and Dining now. And Luminosity, comparing their attack to what we saw from Aqualix on their side of attack, already we see some pretty big differences, at least in how Luminosity are approaching this one right away. Because Aqualix, we eventually saw the adaptation to this library over type clear, but Luminosity are going for this right off the bat. They open that master window, sure, but those Solarium windows, they're still barricaded. Luminosity, they aren't beating around the bush here. They aren't trying to prank Aqualix that they're going one way or another. They are going direct to the site. They're clearing from the other side of the map, and they are ready to make this push soon.
Yeah, they're going for the direct that we thought Aqualix were going for, you know, when they had first adjusted. Wall already open. They brought that Thermite rather than the Hibana so they can grab, you know, that big gaping hole into the site. They've got the Osa as well to hold down long angles using those clear shields. You've got the redundancy with Eddie and Asian to supply double soft breach if they had gone for a full top floor clear, but that doesn't look like the plan. Rather, just open the office wall, sit a couple people upstairs, and have them prevent the defenders from retaking into office, and of course using those floor holes against you. Ferda setting up the first of those Osa shields, being spotted out by the Maestro. They've got pretty perfect info on it, and it should be cleared by that impact grenade, as Eddie takes the first bit of damage on the attack, but Asian strikes first. Afer goes down, man advantage swings the way of LG.
Yeah, exactly what they needed. The problem is these Osa shields have now been burned. They don't have what looked like to be that springboard into that execute that they were hoping it could. Two bodies, though, have been taken care of on the defensive side, and with that, Kixro is going to decide, you know what, let's just send this and get this down. Unfortunately, he was denied straight up. Psychosis, a quick bullet to the head. He'll drop the planter, but a couple of quick kills back from Luminosity swings this one back in the favor of the attack, no problem. Luminosity take that one without breaking a sweat.
Although they were denied from above, it was the storm into sight and the follow-up from Asian that really won them the round, because remember, he was the guy posted upstairs. So, wall is open, they go for the execute. Asian gets a kill on Afer, trying to retake in. Again, establish that control for the defense to use the vertical angles and deny that plant. Asian had fallen off at some point, allowing for, I believe it was Psychosis, to get in and, like I said, use that vertical angle. But while that was happening, Silent jumps in through West Main. He already had a kill previously on a Beastly the Maestro, weakening that site presence. Asian comes back after Psychosis gets the kill, makes sure that no more damage is going to be done upstairs. It leaves the Gasher all alone in sight. There's nothing he can do. Luminosity, just like we saw from Aqualix, really just had every angle covered, only in a different way. So they'll even the score once again, though I'm sure for Aqualix it feels a little bit better not having to fight from behind as we go down to the basement, and Luminosity are gonna make damn sure that they get this wall open. It's gonna be both the Ace and the Thermite up against Beastly.
They're not messing around in terms of the hard breach. I mean, in terms of that utility denial, you've got, you know, a handful of nades as well in the pocket of Silent and Asian. You've got 4 of those frags to actually deal with any hard breach denial explosively, but there's not going to be any of that denial. No mute jammer, no electricity other than those Kaid claws, and those should be relatively easily dispatched once Luminosity actually identify them. Often you'll see one of those claws up above that garage inside that main mezzanine area where, you know, we saw Beastly playing a moment ago, and if that's the case, it may require Luminosity to work around that just a bit, but if not, these nades should be able to take care of that no problem. Beastly only having 1 claw in pocket. There you go. Suggests that the other one has already been burned. The Selma charges quickly to follow that up, and all of a sudden, bam, there you go. The garage is opened up. You can now see the claw was actually repositioned to the other side, as Beastly may have been worried about the attack coming from the other side, and rightly so, because Kixro and Silent have repositioned that way.
He's got a C4 lineup as well to send towards the door, but here's the utility burn, followed by the nade to clear the Electro Claw. That's the first one dealt with, but remember, Beastly has a second in his pocket. He'll send it out, but oh, Kixro, he hears it, smartly gets off the Thermite attempt. And that will allow LG to slow their roll, call perhaps Eddie over for more burn. Kixro still has 1 stun grenade left. Oh wait, I didn't even realize, Jonah, there's no more nades. So LG have to completely reevaluate this. They're not going to go for the long angle. They'll open Sidewind instead, right into the hands of this shield. And I don't know if they have any explosives to deal with it. You heard a Gone 6 go out, but it's caught by a Wamai disc. Impact does a lot of damage to Silent, and it's going to be real rough for LG to get past this shield, or so I say. Except Asian kills him. Asian kills the shield player. Ferda follows up on a Beastly. That's the C4 down. Psychosis upstairs is dead, and everything is falling apart for Aqualynx.
I mean, what a turn of events. Luminosity having to brute force their way in. It looked to be a near impossibility, but looks like they don't care. Another kill goes their way as Ferda finds another. I mean, it's going to be Afer to get one back onto Silent, but now he is last alive against 3. Kixro now getting this bomb down. Afer just going to go for the miracle play and drop down the hatch. But Luminosity Gaming, they were very ready for that one, tracking him the whole way and taking that attacking round despite the odds, despite mid-round things looking really messy for them. They turned it around in a big way by just taking gunfights and winning them.
Despite quite literally being unable to clear the shield, staring them in the face. They were starved of util, no nades. Gone 6 was used and messed up, but Gasher just died, pressuring him from Sidewind. I guess Asian caught just like a sliver of him exposed from that shield. Gasher goes down. That frees up the site. Luminosity, just like we saw last round, floods in. Ferda gets a follow-up, and control is in their hands. In the meantime, Aqualynx are trying to get back the site from that roam as their anchors fall. Just like we saw from Luminosity, they overstay their welcome, and you have Kixro set up on that, or sorry, not Kixro, I think it was actually, you have Eddie set up on that Nomad. You have Asian fragging Afer as he tries to drop the hatch. Again, Luminosity with all their bases covered, they retake that lead, and for like the 5th time, Aqualynx find themselves fighting from behind.
I mean, the lead just switched hands again. The second time this game it has done that. Of course, it's been back and forth. We haven't really seen one team dominantly take the lead. It's either been, Luminosity up by 1, then we're tied. Aqualynx up by 1, then we're tied. And now it is Luminosity up by 1 yet again. Can they break that streak? Can they jump to another 2-round lead? It's going to come down to their attack here on Master and Office. The first time we're seeing this from Aqualynx. They're going through the full site rotation. They started in bar games. It was kitchen next. It was basement soon after. And finally, we land on, in my opinion, quite a tough site to defend if the attacking team knows what they're doing. We've obviously seen some good stuff and some bad stuff on this site. Luminosity defended this one in the second round to some solid success, but now they're going to have to attack it, and Aqualynx are going to have to see how they can slow down what probably is going to be that library-sided take that we saw Luminosity do a few rounds ago.
Judging by the spawns, it looks to be a solar-sided clear. There's no one going towards library with the exception of Eddie, who I'm sure spawned there to get to that bathroom balcony. Ferda setting up a Claymore to protect one of his routes. I'm sure the other Claymore is probably on that trench doorway, so he can safely rappel outside the double window with an LMG and completely demolish anybody that tries to rotate. Asian already set up on those solar windows as well. There is a man on the stairs. No, not on the stairs. He's, I believe, in Owl. So no one actually on the staircase, which makes it a slightly easier rappel in, but you still got to worry a lot about Gasher and Afer. You have to get these guys out of there before you can even attempt to walk in.
Yeah, here comes that utility. They can't walk in without successful burn of the shield, like you said. And, well, I think Asian tried to bite off a little bit more than he could chew, taking that gunfight and losing it quickly. Gasher matching Asian's 11-kill tally at this point. He's looking for more. He's got Kixro in his line of sight now as the Hibana is poised and ready to swing this angle. 2 deployable shields staring at her. Not the easiest position, not the easiest fight to take. You've also got Ferda joining on this angle. And what could get quite problematic is that it looks like Luminosity are just tunnel visioned on Solarium. They're trying to force their way in. 3 players were on the rappel for a moment, but Silent and Kixro will eventually fall off. But with all that focus on one position, if Aqualix can keep their focus in the same position, I guess, then Luminosity are going to have quite a tough time to actually clear through it.
Yeah, saw some shades of Two-Face there in that solar clear. A lot of utility being ending up useless. Asian getting caught on that rappel by Gasher, giving up the opening pick. It's got to be a full rotation from LG, but they've only got a minute to do it. They've only got a minute to completely 180 this attack and make it work. He'll already open up that office barricade, so Silent will let his position be known. And you can see Aqualix are starting to adjust to Luminosity's own adjustment. Half-reinforced wall will be opened up by Kixro, allowing him easy access to the default plant spot, but Tra makes matters worse. 3 versus 5 now for LG to work themselves out of, and Aqualix are in a very good position to lock out this round. Another headshot onto Kixro for Aether. Psychosis goes down as the only kill for the attack, as Silent's now stuck in a 1 versus 4. He nabs Beastly. There's only 10 seconds left, and if pretty soon, he's going to have to plant. The discipline from Aqualix showing itself until Gasher peaks. He takes damage, but it's no kill for Silent just yet. He'll finally strike, but it's just a delay time. Gasher making sure that the Finka could not aggress and get the other 2 teammates. It is the equalizer once more at 5 apiece.
When that round started, I did say, Harrison, and I think you'll remember, I said, Aqualix are going to have to defend against what's probably going to be a library side take. Luminosity didn't do that. They went for the Solarium take. Did it work? No, not at all. In fact, it was such a disaster that they decided themselves to pivot at the end of that round. They said, you know what, this Solarium thing, it is not working. We used a lot of utility. We've actually lost a body on this angle once. Let's just not do it again. Took them a minute and a half to make that decision, and then another 30 seconds to actually make the rotation. I like that you used the phrase 180, complete 180, because they had to go from one side of the map to the opposite side, approaching the site, then from top chimney, top fireplace, where they tried to just barrel their way on through, and we saw how that went. You didn't clear out the utility, and they hadn't cleared out the players from that angle, because again, they were focused in the early round on the other side of the map. Now, they just got completely shut down. That's the kind of thing you've got to worry about. I mean, if you're an attack, if you're running into so much utility in one place, you use so much utility on one side of the map, are you really going to have another to make that late round adjustment? So, like I said, not the best change. They probably should have made that decision from the get-go.
Yeah, they were hanging out those windows for quite a while. And Jonah, may I digress?
Please.
I don't know. I don't think the analyst has communicated this because I don't think the game is over by then. But Leftovers just took their second win of the day against West Garfield Park.
Okay, very nice.
Our inaugural team is 2-0, and I'm sure that Dexter did just fine in that match as well. I haven't actually seen the scoreboard. I'm just assuming because he was so freaking good in their first game. Anyway, digression over. Asian already moved up to piano as that Nook. Silent outside on the balcony. Eddie outside of library. Only this time, Aqualix aren't giving up the kills. Not nearly as dominant of a clear from Luminosity, at least not so far. It's only been a minute as they clear Psychosis' shield and make this chimney position a hell of a lot more exposed.
Well, it'll be exposed from below. That's not really going to be an issue, though, for this defense, because the attackers are still working their way in from up top. They're trying to pressure from sandwich window, from that main library window, but they've yet to find much of anything. In fact, not a single bullet or single bit of HP from a nade or anything has landed onto the defense. Psychosis still comfortable enough to hang out by chimney. You've got one player still comfortable enough to hang on the top of those breeding stairs. Aether will just take a fight and win it because Silent walks into his own death. Asian, though, is able to get 2. Wait a minute, he is in the site. He is already pressuring the bomb site, and Aqualix, I mean, look at Gasher. He's got to get all the way back to the site, and he's got to do it right now. Ferda has been dropped, and that is an important down for Aqualix. But again, quickly revived. This is going to be tough for the defense to claw this back. Gasher has returned to the site, though. this is Aqualix, and they're probably their only fighting chance.
By the way, I believe Ferda was in a frost mat. So, obviously, now 2 for 2 on bar with those. Flores drone will flush him out, though. Tra! Caught by Kicks as he's forced to move by a well-placed Rotero. Gasher now alone. Caught by Eddie. They will trade. And Luminosity will be our first team at 6 points in what is a very back-and-forth game. And that round played beautifully by Asian. And I really love, Jonah, that even though Asian snuck in through short, went into bar and got 2 kills, he immediately got out of there. LG did not get overzealous, didn't get overexcited. They took that moment to res Ferda and reset themselves. And I think that's something that they failed to do a couple times in in the game against One Shot. Really glad to see they've learned their lesson.
Harrison, you took the words right out of my mouth, because what we see...
My God, we are so in sync.
We're so in sync. I mean, what we see all the time, and in all levels of Siege, right? I mean, coming from collegiate, this is something that I used to see all the time. You have somebody rush into the site. They get a kill, or 2 in this case, and they say, wait a minute, guys, the site is exposed. Let's go. And then they all barrel into the site. Yeah. And they all get themselves completely destroyed, right? Maybe they're giving up power positions, they're losing map control, and they're just, you know, it's like fish in a barrel. Then the defensive team is able to retake, they take them down, you know, good round, it's over, the defense wins. Like you said, textbook patience and discipline from Luminosity. It's not something we're used to saying, I think, this roster. We haven't praised this roster for enough, and I think hopefully we'll see more this season. The discipline to not overextend, like you said, to get Ferda back up, to take their time, and to guarantee the round win after they had already that success.
I gotta say, that's probably in the hands of, you know, not only Ferda as a much more experienced player than the other 4. But we remember these 4 are console switchovers. I'd still kind of consider them newer blood to the scene, especially compared to a lot of the rest of Challenger League and T3 at the time, but also down to their coach and analyst. Those guys have been, you know, Luminosity have sung their praises. Those guys have been incredible, and I'm 100% certain that a lot of this new discipline that we're seeing from Luminosity that we hadn't seen when they were team-based, the early days of ATK, is down to that support system. So, hats off to them, as Psychosis takes a lot of early shots. He's down to 1 bullet's worth of HP as Luminosity are looking to clear this top 4 and have just as solid of a dining attack as they have in previous.
Well, 1:40 remaining in this round, and like you said, last time, Luminosity, they were pretty expedient with actually how they went about this. And on match point, when it matters the most, nothing's going to change. The same rhythm, the same early success. Already that exothermic charge from Kixro has opened up that dining wall. Psychosis has taken a bit of damage, so he's been forced to play a bit more passively, as has, you know, the rest of this Aqualix team. They don't want to overextend. They know how precarious this site can be, especially now that this wall is open, and they want to wait before they use that C4, before they use that plant denial, and before they step up and take these gunfights. But Luminosity are reading into this. They're not just going to send it in one way. They've got Silent rotating around to pressure from the back, and here comes this plant.
C4 goes out, but it misses. Kix gets off in time. Ferda with a kill on a Beastly. That's going to be the opener. Now Maestro dead. Nothing Aqualix can do to stop the plant. They'll kill the planter, but it's far too late as the man advantage is kept in the pocket of LG. Gasher tries to retake in. Lands a nice shot on Eddie, but he is so low. Both him and Psychosis. Silent still cutting off West Main, but he can't get in, and he can't see Gasher. Luckily, Ferda's there to cover. He's looking for another. It's just up to Tra, and Silent cuts him down. The 3 last players from LG, all with the kill each. They'll go 1-1 on the day.
Well, they made him fight for it. Aqualix really made Luminosity put in the work. But at the end of the day, it is that 7-5 victory that they've been looking for. So starting off the day, like you said, 1-1. Strong performance here on Chalet, though. As CJ mentioned, and something we mentioned before we got into this game, it is going to be close. It's going to be a nail-biter, and Aqualix are not going to give this up easily. And I think Harrison, at least speaking for myself, I was not disappointed at all. Gasher and the rest of those Oculix boys certainly gave Luminosity a run for their money.
Yeah, and this was the very first game, so I'm giving them a pass for that, but I am liking the Gasher Beastly combo. I think they had a lot of brilliant adjustments in terms of strat wise in that game. Switching from the solar clear to that suffocating style. A lot of their quick decisions were really on point. So I'm liking how Gasher and Beastly are gelling together. Maybe they just need a little bit more time. They couldn't really stand up to the firepower of LG because, I'm sure they're going to talk about it on the analyst desk. Gasher was top fragile. Now, while that's great for Gasher, hats off to Keegan Gasher last name. That means Tra isn't doing what you picked him up to do. Psychosis, I think he was just positive. Afer was negative for most of that game, and that's not what you want to see. You need all of Oculix firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, especially to take down a team like Luminosity, right? They're, coming into their own skin. We often see teams, right, who get this new org, who are fighting for a new banner, like I said earlier. We like to see them struggle a little bit sometimes. We saw it happen with the Wolves, a few months back. But what we're seeing right now is hopefully Luminosity finding their rhythm, and hopefully Oculix will be able to do that as we go forward. But enough from us. We'll send it back to our analyst desk to break this one down, and we'll come back with our next match soon after that. We'll take it away, boys.
This match, like we predicted, was very close, but I think it ended up being a lot more interesting than we could have even imagined. This was one where Luminosity came out, they started hot, and then, Oculix actually seemed to manage to wrestle some of that momentum back, but in the end, losing it again to the side of Luminosity, who Cookies picked up their first win today.
Yes, one thing I will say is I will tip my hat to Oculix before I, hype up LG a little too much. I'll tip my hat to Oculix and say that they did a good job keeping this game dirty. They weren't. My worry when they were picking up Beastly was that a lot of the issues from like the old gaming roster that Beastly was on would kind of resurface. But with Oculix, and that would be a horrible horrible combination. That wasn't the case today. I think, as Crow alluded to, it was a proper equivalent. How do I say it? Balance between the the natural Beastly style and the aggressive Gasher style. It was actually pleasant to watch, and they did put up quite a fight today. But
Connor's looking quite pensive right now. Is something on your brain?
I have one thing on my brain.
Oh, just one.
CJ, you mentioned the old issues with Bexdog on a certain team. Can you repeat that team?
Gaming Gladiators.
Ah, yes, and Jolton is on that team, and Jolton dropped Bexdog because he's the captain. And they just got absolutely gobsmacked 7-2 in their first game against Aerial Arise off stream. So, once again, history might be repeating itself. We've seen what happened when Jolton dropped Bexdog on KCP. I pray it doesn't happen again.
True. But Aerial Arise is Aerial Arise. They do their Aerial Arise things.
Yes. We need to focus on this game. Oculix, they didn't look too bad. They had a lot of growth, but more than anything on the side of Luminosity Gaming, when they were able to get those rounds, they were incredibly dominant. They were nice and clean. And for Oculix, it was the nitty-gritty rounds that they were able to edge out.
Do you think
Gasher makes it rough?
Connor, Gasher was able to pop off. Do you think that we actually saw a situation where bringing in Beastly removed some pressure from Gasher, where maybe he's got too much on his plate as like the one and only IGL, and it maybe takes a bit off his plate for him to go ahead and just do what he does?
Well, it also just freed him off of hard support. So he's able to pick up the Malusi and go on a roam. He's able to utilize the soft breach of Sledge and just get that overall freedom, as well as he doesn't necessarily have to be the one droning in somebody to find the gaps in the defense to get those entries. We saw he went 4-2 on entry. Sure, most of them were on defense, on the Malusi, on the roam, finding just a little bit of space and really reading into the attack. But more than anything, just getting, I think he had 2 on the side of the attack, which is way more impressive on the Sledge. You find the gap, you exploit it, and no longer does he have to send somebody else to go do it, and then that wastes a little bit of time.
Well, I'll have you know that if you want to interview with me, you've got to win to do it. You got to earn the right to talk to me. So, you know who did? Luminosity and their coach, Wafer, who led them to victory today. We'll ask him a few questions. Wafer, congratulations on this win. 2 tough matchups today. You're walking away with 1 win. how do you guys feel about your report card for the day? What would you give yourselves today?
Well, not gonna lie, it was a hard day. Okay, this is definitely not how we expect to start. We have a couple things before in the day, that actually affect us a little bit, but we know the mistakes. Well, hopefully we are gonna be able to fix them.
Did you notice? Obviously, you started off with a loss and then now end up with the win. Were some of those mistakes corrected in that process to come away with at least one win today?
Well, honestly, ego apart, right? I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. No, I'm pretty sure we still had those mistakes right there. I think we were just better against Baqualix, but I'm pretty sure we were able to solve those mistakes. It's basic details, but it's details. They affect us.
Now, one person who's had a very impressive debut today is Asian. Talk a little bit about him, because he's been a breath of fresh air to CL, and CL's been great, don't get me wrong, but he's been pretty amazing so far today.
Well, I think everyone in the community knows that he's a beast. That's how it is. He made this role perfect. Unfortunately, well, he had to ride today for us, but he's a beast, just like that.
Well, I'm sure there's only a bright horizon for you guys, so good luck with the rest of the stage. I'm sure we'll talk soon.
Yeah, thanks.
Have a good one, Wafer.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I don't know if you're just tuning in now today and you've missed the 2 times that Asian has played, but it's been absolutely insane. He's done so well, and Luminosity finally picking up that win today. So the day is not all for naught, I guess you would say, but that's 4 matches down. It's a long day today, but we've got one more on the books. It's going to be Aerial Arise, who just took a massive win, as you said, Connor, and they're going to be taking on Nocturnes, who this is a team that manages to stick around, but just by the skin of their teeth sometimes. We'll be back in a few minutes to watch them play. Welcome to the final matchup of the day. That's matchup number 5, and we're finally going to get to see Nocturnes and Aerial Arise going head-to-head. Now, Tanner, we'll start with Nocturnes. This is a team that, score sheet-wise, came in 10th. You're just missing out on relegations. They had some impressive matchups last year. This isn't a team that looked bad. They were just on the unfortunate end of the most skillful stage that we've seen in Challenger League. And they do have roster changes as they've had many, many times before.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that they're bad. It's just that they weren't good enough, which, previous iterations of this roster, if they had that roster maybe in stage 2 or stage 1 of last year, maybe they would have looked really, really solid. But until then, or unless that happens, they need to really step up their game. And I think they tried to do that this offseason. The big additions coming onto this roster, you see Doc and Splash coming from T3 and Splash, he's coming in from the side of ATK. I believe Splash right now is considered a coach or a sub, but I believe he's filling in for today for the side of Nocturnes. And you got Zeno. Zeno was on the side of Carnico. He's someone that we thought was going to be a massive star for a long time. And, he wasn't, I don't know if he wasn't happy with the system before, or he just was looking for a different look. Sometimes players need that. And now he's on the side of Nocturnes. So overall, you've got like 3/5 of a roster change, which, is pushing the limits there. But at the same time, I'm really excited to see what they can do, because every single person on this roster, for the most part, could shoot. And then you got Papa P, Mr. Poison himself. He's a pretty solid IGL. We've been looking at him for a while to kind of step out of the shadow of Nyx. Nyx went off, back to Mirage. So now he's got full reins and control of what's going on Nocturnes.
Just for the fun of the crowd, I would like to point this out. We're looking at the roster right there. Lackey, who has now moved to a sub role, was the last name on that team. It's going all the way back to stage 1 of last year, and I'll read this out for you. Exod, Lackey, FICO, Darkin, and Sykes. That was the original 5 for that role, or for that team. And I guess it's kind of like the irony is Nocturnes has managed to stick around for this long as Nocturnes under that banner, change by change, and finally we've now seen that entire roster flip over. So it's pretty wild what we've seen take place in a little over a year now. Connor, Aerial Arise, this is a team that we've seen them, but they're not the same Aerial Arise. They're a new Aerial Arise, but they're a pretty good Aerial Arise. Did I say that enough for you? Can I have to say the name again?
No.
Will you?
Because if you think about this actual group of players, sure, the org, they're getting different teams, but the core group, it's very similar across multiple stages. The complete opposite of Nocturnes, who's swapping out 3/5 of their team. Guess how many roster moves Aerial Arise made between
4/5.
stages?
4/5. I say 4/5.
They made 0.
Oh,
they made 0 changes. They've got all 5 players back. The only difference is that they decided to pack up Smitty into a wonderful little box and send him over to Parabellum in Las Vegas. So they did lose a support staff member who was incredibly good. He was incredible at his job. He helped, and obviously you have to be pretty dang good to get a pro league spot off of it. So it's going to feel that loss in the support system. But Jay, Reed Sink, Reed Adams, freaking Mohes dynamic duo. This is a team that pretty much everybody can frag and everybody has experience. There's no real question marks on the team anymore, because last stage was Reed Sink's first. Now he's got that experience as well as the experience of the entire team. He can still lean upon if necessary.
One of the good things, though, when we're looking at this matchup, we know how good Aerial Arise is, Forceful, is that when you look at Nocturnes, their best matchups last stage came against the good teams. That's when they were at their best, is when they were given a challenge, and they would succeed a lot of the time.
Absolutely. Well, it's a team with like a really strong support staff. You still have Dauntless. I guess you have Splash now. They picked up a couple analysts. So it's like they have the ability to go in and try and understand their opponents and try and apply some counter stratting. And that's kind of what I'm looking to see coming out from the side of Nocturnes. Aerial Rise, they have a lot of odd footage on what they're doing. Did they go through and prepare for these opponents? And when the opponents are good, you can typically see what they're trying to do. If a team doesn't know what they're doing, like how can you predict them? So that's probably why they're doing better against these better teams is in their prep work and in their staff work. My biggest concern for this game, definitely team chemistry coming out from the side of Nocturnes. Making a 3/5 roster change, that's an entirely different roster at this point. You might as well just added the 2 people from the previous roster to a new roster. It's a chemistry culture shift to a T. It's going to be nuts. And then the second thing that kind of I want to kind of pay attention to is that element of surprise. Like last stage we saw Nocturnes, they had a lot of like one-off plays, like one-off rushes. We're going to rush this. We're going to impact this. We had a lot of good micro plays that were like, they looked really well rehearsed, and they threw a lot of teams off. And one of those teams that we saw that it threw off was Aerial Rise, specifically on Bank, with a couple of the rushes and a couple of the plays that they're making. I think if they're looking to have any success against a team like Aerial Rise, who just won 7-2 versus Gaming Gladiators, they're going to need to pull out these plays right away. And if they can do that, they have a pretty good chance of maybe pulling an upset here. What do you think, Connor?
Yeah, I think the upset definitely has potential because of just how frag heavy this Nocturnes team is. I like to think of it not as the old Nocturnes at all. There's almost no remnants of it besides Papa P and now Slothy coming in from last stage, where this is almost just is an old T3 style team that Mr. Poison would IGL, where he's going to be shot calling. Everybody on the roster can shoot. He has the least amount of mechanical skill on the roster. And that's saying something because he still does shoot back.
Absolutely.
Well, Aerial Arise, let's talk about them a bit because they won today and they won quite well. Gaming Gladiators, still kind of an unknown quantity in what they'll contribute to this stage, but 7-2 nonetheless. These are all competitive teams. That's a pretty impressive victory.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And that's probably in part to the consistency that we've seen across their roster because whenever you have a roster move, you're going to take steps back. You're going to take steps back and you're going to have to try to catch back up to the level you were. And then hopefully you have a higher ceiling than what you felt with your last team before you made the roster moves. And for Aerial Arise, guess what? They didn't take 2 steps back. That means that they're technically 2 steps ahead of every team. They should try to use that growth that they've been able to kind of accumulate in the offseason. No stress on the side of, oh my gosh, who are we going to pick up? Who is going to make our team better? We already dropped this player. Like, what are we going to do? There's the stress in there. You're doing your tryout process. You're no longer kind of pushing forward on your map pool because you had to teach somebody your map pool. You got to teach somebody the strats and scrim over stuff that you've already scrimmed before instead of scrimming the new stuff. And Aerial Arise, they didn't do it. They didn't do it. And Tanner, I'm sure you can talk a million years about how just great that is in between stages, having a solid off season is as a coach.
Yeah, absolutely. As a coach, this kind of puts you in a position where you can build and like be an innovator and think of new ideas and expand upon it because the foundation's set. Your callouts are set. Your map pool is set. Your strats are set. You can build on new strats. You can develop new things. You can experiment with Sens. You can experiment with Aruna. You can be innovators in the game. This is something that we attempted to do last year on Ape in the same kind of scenario where we had a really good foundation and we just started, going to maps that teams aren't comfortable with, like Chalet and Skyscraper and stuff like that. And now Aerial Rise is once again in that position. They can build off that chemistry and it just gets better and better as time progresses.
Well, if you're that same team and you don't have to work on the old maps that you all know, is this the opportunity to bring out those new ones and force the hands of other teams?
Absolutely. Unfortunately for Aerial Rise, this won't be the game where they're going to be able to do that because Nocturnes, I don't know if it's to their benefit or to their detriment, but they also have an absolutely massive map pool. Last stage, they played 7 different maps. Yesterday, in what did Cookies call it? The San Francisco Challenger League. Nocturnes played on Chalet, which was a permaban that they didn't play in stage 1. So that's 8 out of 9 maps that Nocturnes feels comfortable going to. Whether or not they have a lot of success on that map is different. Going all the way through, we're going all the way down to Oregon. This was a map that wasn't shown by Aerial Rise all of stage 1. Historically, this has been one of their best maps, however, in stage 2 and 3 of last year. And Nocturnes, they played it once last stage, and they lost that game in regulation. So, this is going to be a game where, maybe the change of the entire dynamic of Nocturnes allows this equalizer to be favorable, and maybe they feel like they're up to the task of handling what is considered to be one of the best maps for Aerial Rise.
Would you say, we'll throw the predictions up here, Connor, would you say any points for Nocturnes is a win at this stage?
According to our predictions, yeah, because nobody believes in them at all.
I'm scared here though, and not because of the generic, how we always joke about the curse. I'm scared here because as much as I can't not vote for Aerial Rise in this scenario, given the history of last stage, with Nocturnes, this is absolutely one, Connor, that they could just sweep from under Aerial Rise.
I mean, especially because of the map choice. This is a good old gut check fundamentals kind of map that kind of lends itself to the upset factor. Your organs in your clubhouses, those are kind of where you expect to see upsets. And sure, you might see on the screen a forceful predicted Ariel Arise, and he has a 0% prediction
It's not
percentage.
true.
But that's
It's
an
not
it's an error. It's an error in the coding. It is not. He's not a lame Mickey analyst. I promise you that. He's also at like a 60 or an 80%. So you got to give him some respect.
Oh man, I don't know. I wouldn't want to take Jay or Freak to this map. I don't know if that's a good decision by Nocturnes, but you know, maybe they're feeling themselves. Maybe in scrims everything's different. New stage, new off season. We'll see.
I think early on you just got to go where you feel best, and you know, it came down to Oregon for these two teams where they want to start off. Although Ariel Arise does have a game under their belt today, you know, I think it's like Connor said, it's a gut check, not just because it's Oregon, but it's that first game. Nocturnes, a lot of turnover, a lot to figure out. I'm excited to get into it. We are going to the final matchup of the day. Nocturnes going to Oregon to take on Ariel Arise. We'll throw it over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Jim. Jonah, today's been a great day. We've seen some wonderful debuts like Dexter, like Asian, and now it's Doc's turn, our inaugural man in this game. But Nocturnes Ariel Arise, I have to say, although casting LG Oculix was great, Oculix with their resurgence, LG coming back into the scene, this was the game that I was looking forward to.
I mean, this should be pretty great. It's a bummer that we're going to Oregon, but I guess you can look on the bright side and you can say that both of these teams should know how to deliver on this map. That's all you can say about Oregon, right? We're probably going to see it 100 million times this stage. We saw it 100 million times last stage, and we've already seen it today. But these two teams should give us a battle. We all do think Ariel Arise are going to take this one, and that's more reinforced by the fact that Ariel Arise took down Gaming Gladiators 7-2 in an off-stream game just a moment ago. It really does seem that they are the favorites in this match. We're not going to count Nocturnes out. Like the Oculix LG game, this should be pretty damn close.
Because, and you know, the main reason why we're all voting Ariel Arise is because it's just that bias towards the standings. Ariel Arise were only a couple points off of first place. In fact, they would have come in first place had Gasher not beat them in that very last game, versus Nocturnes, who, you know, didn't finish great. They were in, what? They finished like 10th out of 12 teams, something like that. So, you know, that's mainly why we're voting Ariel Arise, not only because of the history, but also because Ariel Arise are still the core five. Nocturnes have changed 3 members. There's going to be some growing pains. And although the analyst desk highlighted that Ariel Arise lost Smitty, they did retain Fettuccini, who has proven himself to be a very capable coach. Always got to shout out my Chinese brother. Love that guy. So, you know, Ariel Arise still have a good support staff behind them. Talking about the bands, Hibana and Thatcher as the attackers. Thatcher, very normal. Hibana, a little bit odd on this map. Normally, it's like a Maverick or a different hard breacher, but that does force out the Maverick in order to open those hatches, so take a little bit longer.
Yeah, the bands, as always, or as has been the theme today, not a shocker to see these bans. Obviously, the Azami is something that we are going to continue to see banned pretty often. I imagine in all levels of play, those Kiva barriers can be exceptionally powerful if a defense knows what they're doing, and it's just another piece of utility that attackers would have to expend to deal with that added barrier they'll have to work their way through. But not today, not on Oregon. We're not going to see the Azami in play, and like you said, Harrison, nor will we see the Valkyrie. Those black-eye cameras and that extra intel will not have a place in this final game of the day. On the attacking side, though, these bans aren't going to impact play too much. The lack of a Hibana will limit those hatches from getting opened up, but with the presence of a Maverick, you throw in a secondary hard breacher, you bring in the Thermite, you bring in the Ace, and really, you're not going to have many hard breach worries at all. It'll be Nocturnes to start off on the attacking side with a pretty standard lineup, both the Maverick and the Thermite, like I said a moment ago, and they're going to have to begin on a basement attack.
Why is Reed Adams' name Bonge Reed?
Or is it like a Matt Bonger?
Oh, Bonger Reed? Did he misspell Binge Reed? That would be pretty funny. That's the funniest. So I'm gonna assume Reed Adams misspelled binge read. But speaking of Doc, he's going to be on that flex role for Nocturne. So he'll, I guess, alleviate that role from Splash, who was mainly playing that flex role when he was on ATK. Now he's on entry, along with Xeno, one of those primary entries from Karn & Co. And speaking of, our brand new player will lead off with a kill on none other than Mohes, one of the most consistent players we have seen in Challenger League in the past couple years.
Yeah, good start for this attack. Doc will be looking to maybe find another as he tries to pin down these lurkers over by the kitchen and now security side of things. Both Freak and Jay close and cuddling one another here in security before they drop down to safety of the site. But good early progress from Nocturnes. Already a minute burned, only a minute burned, and essentially they have cleared out all of the more dangerous roamers. There's one they haven't identified though, and that is Reed Adams, as you said, Harrison, binge Reed, who is up in T3. And it appears that Nocturnes haven't spotted him out. And while that may not be a problem right now, maybe in about 30 seconds, about 45 seconds, when this execute eventually begins, things will get very problematic.
Drone getting taken out by Freak, obviously just playing on those steps to deny said drone before falling back. Speaking of, Jonah, there are only 4 remaining. Oh. Reed! Unseen, still in T3. Gets a very easy headshot as he just watches Splash descend the staircase, trying to see if anyone would follow him, of course, but there is no one. Settles for the singular kill, and now Slothy is going to be tasked with trying to clear him out. Nade will completely miss, and now Slothy is probably saying, hey, Poison, there's a guy in T3. What the hell do we do about him? It looks like they're just going to ignore him, as Xeno and Doc have already made their way down blue. Slothy now trying to go main and join Poison on the main execute, and Xeno will end up getting a frag. Toxic gas canister goes out in response to choke off these players in Freezer, make sure they can't pressure the doorway any longer as Xeno breathes a little bit of that in. 20 seconds remaining now. Jay off the board, so is Reed Sync, and now the Wamai coming back to site. He's the only man left. Finished off by Slothy, now Nocturnes take round number 1.
Well, they got the opener, and although they had a couple of troubles here and there and a couple of unnoticed roamers, mostly just that T3 player, they really didn't have any other issues besides that, especially since they committed to that push once they identified the position of the Wamai. That was the big thing, because those T3 players, while they can be a threat, and while they can maybe pick up a kill or two if you're not paying attention, the one thing they can't do is actually protect the site. If you're all the way up there in tower, your only way down is to, vault down over a couple of railings or scale that ladder back down towards the bottom of tower and pillars. The problem is you are letting your team, you're leaving your team out to dry, and Nocturnes took full advantage. That is a good read of the situation. No read pun intended. And it is a great adaptation mid-round after the damage had been dealt. Rather than sacrificing more bodies and throwing too much utility, spending too much time dealing with Reed Adams, they just said, you know what, let's just send it downstairs, take the fights, and force that Wamai to come back.
Yeah, I mean, because they already started off with the opening kill on Mo, they pretty much knew, hey, if we all rotate site, we have the man advantage, we can play trade, which they did in kind. Sure, the smoke tried to stop the men in Freezer, but in the end, it was not enough. Xeno was still able to find an angle. Those Freezer players really came in clutch up until Reed Adams' big flank, but at that point, site had already fallen. Now, we find ourselves back downstairs in Laundry, only we've got a swap. Instead of Maverick, it's Jackal, figuring, hey, if aerial arrives are going to roam so heavily, a lot of these hatches are going to be either unreinforced or straight up open to allow for fallback. Freak, the first player to take an engagement and to take damage from one of those roam clearers. There's a lot of bodies bearing down on him. He's likely to fall back soon. Otherwise, he'll be a dead man, likely to either splash or dock.
Well, I'm loving Doc and the confidence that we're seeing the Sledge just exude in this lobby. Just pushing in some cases alone, but with some drone support, with that information, forcing out these roamers early. It's how he was able to get that opening pick in that last round, a kill that Nocturne's leveraged for the remainder of the round. This time, though, well, we're going to flip the script. It's Aerial Arise to get the opener. That one onto Splash, who's 0-2 at the moment, and that is going to slow things down on this attack. Aerial Arise will take the moment, will take that kill, and will rotate back to site as a result. And it does give control of the rest of this map to Nocturnes, but now they've lost a body and there's under 90 seconds to go.
Staring down Freezer once again. Aerial Arise have not lost an early body this time. Poison slowly opening this laundry hatch, leaving Slothy upstairs to cover. They will burn the Aruna Gate with a smoke rather than a flash as more burn goes in. Zeno and Doc, the two men with nades, tasked with taking Freezer, but now it's just, never mind. It's no one. Both of them cut down by Mo before Poison finally refrags, but it's a 2 versus 4, make it a 1v4 as Freak turns on his heels, frags out Poison, and is there to tag down Slothy as well. I don't think either of them expected the other to be there, but Freak, again, turns around just in time. It's the Freak and Mo show to give Aerial Arise the tying round.
The Freak and Mo show.
Yes.
Faux show. See what I did there? Nice. Anyway, Oregon brings the worst out of me. It really does. But we are tied up at 1 thanks to a well-defended basement site. Aerial Arise, they go back there 2 in a row, and, I mean, really, the adjustment they made was finding the opening pick rather than getting opening picked, and then falling back to site soon after. They didn't have to worry about somebody stuck in T3 because they didn't commit to that position either, and really, they just played those engagements down below on the site. They knew that Nocturnes would be in a bit of a tough spot when you're committing to bringing that Jackal. You're really hoping on the attack that you can get full use of that Jackal rather than getting one of your teammates killed early and then having everybody scramble back to the site, making the primary utility of that Jackal essentially useless. When it actually came to the site push, that gadget isn't going to help you do much, and just barreling your way down Freezer and Laundry didn't have much success either. So a much more dominant round for Aerial than Nocturnes were hoping for, and now Aerial will pivot things up, and naturally, it will head upstairs to dorms next.
Very different lineup. Now bringing the Mute and the Frost in the mix. Clearly a lot of delay power going on. Comboing those two shields with Aruni and Wamai. Intel denial as well to make sure that Nocturnes aggresses just a tad a bit slower. Every second you waste in this game can be oh so useful as a defender. So we'll spot a couple of drones, but be unable to capitalize. As Nocturnes continue to clear. It's a completely small tower-sided push, though, and because of this Ying, as well as the Capital, makes me think they're going for a big window white play.
Yeah, it does look like it, especially now that they're setting up a couple of air jabs down below, hoping to limit this defense and their fluidity on the site and down below the site. With a C4 in Freak's pocket, you're just hoping that that can be at least removed early or put Freak in an uncomfortable spot where he can't actually throw that and deny the plant or deny that entry. Where is Freak right now anyway? Looks like everyone is up above on the site itself. Nocturnes do seem to be aware of that. There's Freak, stuck over in attic. That C4 not going to be all that helpful from that position, but he could always rotate down below and try to sneak it up from there. But for now, he will remain stagnant, as will this attack, because right now their focus is just getting some more intel. If they can, leveraging these nades from below to get a couple of early kills before they actually push.
But they've used, well, all of them. Not a single frag has come of it. Doc setting up for the Ying. He'll try and go through, but they didn't even clear the Frost. Poison gets finished off by the gas canister. Zeno At least there's a refrag. Doc takes a lot more damage as he tries to make his way in. Slothy swings the man count before Jay refrags, and Doc doesn't know what to do. He can't plant. It's not safe. Reed Adams comes out of nowhere, materializes right next to the Ying, shotguns him down. Splash once again trades. Neither team able to escape with the advantage. We're down to a 1v1, but Splash is oh so low. He's going to have to hit the shot of a lifetime on the head of Jay if he wants to win this round. Both players know exactly where the other is at, and he wins it! Doesn't even need the heady, he body shots Jay down, and Nocturne steal the point.
I have no idea how Splash doesn't take a single bit of HP of damage there, but hey, he wins the round. That was a fumbling and bumbling execute. It really didn't ever feel cohesive, and it was kind of all over the place, right? We saw the Candelas thrown in, countered by a well-placed Toxic Smoke, and then we saw the Thermite just run into a Frost Mat and die. Then we saw a couple of other attackers push in here, push in there. We saw Reed stuck in the middle, we saw Reed Adams get a kill onto the Ying, who was stuck in the middle of dorms. Kind of took too much map control and didn't have a teammate to support that position. But what the heck? You leave Splash alone in a 1v2 with 1 HP, and I guess he can win it. And at the end of the day, that's all you're asking for. So Aerial Arise, despite what looked like a pretty cohesive hold, and several options of denying that execute. They seemed really prepared for it too. They just couldn't close it out. That's now happened in 2 rounds, both in round 3 and round number 1, where Nocturnes are taking full advantage of a slightly unprepared or a slightly flustered defense. Splash makes it work and takes the round.
And you really gotta admire the tradability from Nocturnes in that round. Amongst the chaos, amongst the confusion where it looked like Aerial Arise would run away with it, Nocturnes were trading back and forth and back and forth. And I think that's a big highlight with this big roster change, you know, bringing in Splash, Xeno, and Doc. You know, no hate to the previous roster and anyone else has been on this, who's been on this team, but I feel like this team has the most raw fragging potential that we've ever seen from Nocturnes. Because sometimes Nocturnes are very strategically sound and they just kind of lose their fights, but clearly that's not the issue with this new team.
Yeah, right now, the gunfights have generally been going their way. They've been taking heads, and even in a couple of messy situations, they've been able to come out on top. They'll try to do that again as they work their way to dorms and see how they're going to change this attack up. Last time it was that big window white focus, thanks to those Candelas, really allows you to go for those more exposed and aggressive positions, but this time we don't see the Ying and we don't see the same attack at all. Instead, it's focused on this east side, an entry through Armory and opening up this master wall from the side. Slothy will take advantage of that distraction and work his way around the other side to take care of Freak, but Reed will answer and finish off the Nook in kind. He is cut down to 1 HP though, so Reed will not be fighting at full force for the remainder of this round.
Such little HP that even a tickle from a nade might be enough to bring him down. Maybe not a kill, but at the very least a down but not out. Eager to see how this Thorn is being played around by Mo. Don't believe we've actually heard any of them go off yet. Not quite sure where they're placed. Splash is just on the doorway. Ends up going 1 for 1. We're back to an even 3v3, but like we highlighted, Reed very low. But despite that, he'll still get the down onto Doc. The Sledge looking resible. As Poison starts to make his way down attic and towards pit, he has to fight this Aruni at some point. The Finka boost is enough to bring Doc back from the dead, but he's very quickly finished off by a nice pre-fire from Reed Sync. 3 versus 2 now equalized by Poison walking through, making another for the IGL of Nocturnes. Now it's Reed Adams alone, a nade in his face. He cuts down the Finka. Now Poison has the info. Shotgun out to finish. He'll dart back across the doorway, tuck himself in the corner as Poison begins to get the plant down. Thorn device forces him off. The Razor Bloom goes through. Another one to stop him from planting, delaying even more time. Soon he'll have to stick, but Reed Adams, he's not pushing. Poison gets it down. He can lift off and take the fight, and he wins it! 3 kills in a row for the IGL, and Nocturnes go up 3-1.
3 huge kills and a nice clutch to close it out. That's back-to-back Dorm attacks where Nocturnes have won it just by the skin of their teeth. But if you look at the round count, and when you're at the end of the match and you look at the scoreboard, it doesn't matter how you got there. It just matters that you got there. And Nocturnes have now done it twice. It was Splash, and then it was Poison. Another example today, and we've seen this several times on Playday #1, where defensive teams are allowing that bomb to go down, where they're slightly hesitant, maybe not stepping up as early as they should, and all of a sudden, the attacker is able to stick the plant, get off the diffuser, and take your life. Exactly what Poison did, and it was well played.
Apparently, his crouch key, Splash's crouch key, is no longer working, and he has to swap keyboards. So hopefully we're not here for too long, as we get a little tech pause approved by the admins to extend it slightly to give Splash enough time to get that keyboard. Of course, because it is a, tech pause, they do not get to talk to their coaches. At least I believe that's how that works. So, I'm sure both Aerial Arise and Nocturnes are talking amongst themselves now. Nocturnes hyping themselves up and telling each other to keep it up. Maybe talking over that last round because, a clutch is never the ideal way to win. There's always things you can improve if you win off the clutch, as we get the R from Nocturnes. Aerial Arise need to have some kind of discussion because that's now 2 rounds where it's really looked like they've been in the advantage and have let it slip away.
And it's a theme that they need to quash now. They've got to do it now because Nocturnes have gotten their 3 rounds. They've gotten the maximum rounds they are really supposed to secure on any Oregon attacking half. And Aerial Arise, they've only found 1. They need 2 more. Really, if they want to go into the second half, their own attacking side with that confidence that we know they can have, that we know they bring to every game, you'd really like them to be about even when you go into the switch. Attacking half on Oregon, you go up 4-1, you go up 5-1. It is a daunting comeback for the defense, or really in any situation. So Aerial Arise, they know it is their time to switch it up. And I gotta say, when I saw that timeout pop, I really thought it would be Aerial Arise taking a tack timeout, given the lack of success in these back-to-back defenses on a site that generally goes the defensive way. Instead, it was Nocturnes who took that tech pause, and Aerial Arise will still have to figure something out as we enter round number 5.
The Aerial Arise are able to make something happen as we once again see the Ying brought out, but Jonah! There's a sense.
Let's go.
I guess sense is Belgian, so it's more like sans.
Sans.
Or it could be, what would it be? That would be the French Belgian, because there's also German Belgian, which would sound more like sense.
I will admit I'm not intimately familiar with French Belgian or German Belgian culture.
Well, English is a Germanic language, so you should be able to speak it fine.
Oh, my bad.
Nevertheless, the Belgian operator coming out. So, a ton of smoke presence for Doc and Xeno. And the main counter to that, a Warden not present for Aerial Arise. They do, however, have the Wamai and the Jaeger. If you don't know how Sense interacts with those 2 operators, if you didn't watch the deal, a Wamai disc will simply redirect the, what the hell? What is it called?
A Sense projector is what we go with.
All right. It'll redirect the wheelie thing that drops the projectors, and I believe Jaeger will straight up destroy it. So, hopefully Doc is a little careful. Of course, he's got hard breach charges, as does the Ying, which is why you see no other hard breach on the squad, but I am very excited to see what they do with this.
Yeah, so often we'll see that Sense projector wall used to just springboard and execute, right? If you block off an entire line of sight, you completely limit what the defense can do. You can make the call and say, okay, it's time to push. Here's Doc throwing down that first and now the second projector to enable what looks like Splash to push in bunker. That didn't work at all because Splash was sprayed down through the wall. Now Doc is going to work their way around into Long Hall here, try to spray some people through the soft wall. Not going to work for him, but it will work for Zeno as he picks up one. That returns us to a 4v4, but that final projector now done. It's going to have to be an old-fashioned execute here for Nocturnes without that Sen's gadgetry. Now, Doc with the DMR will pick up a kill, so 2 defenders have been felled, but 15 seconds, that is all that remains for this Nocturnes attack. They've got to get aggressive, and they've got to do it now. Poison gets an impressive kill onto Reedsink right after Slothy gets one of his own. It's all up to Mo, who has only 4 seconds to deny, but 4 very tough seconds, because now this bomb is going down. Gets 1 kill, but Zeno hops off the plant and takes him down. That is round 5 that goes the way of Nocturnes, and Aerial Arise are in a heap of trouble.
That was an incredibly impressive kill on the Doc at the end there, but sadly, not enough. They used the Sens, what you use Sens for. Instead of having to dedicate all of Yang's utility to dropping the E-Box hatch, they instead use 1 and put the majority of it on the back of the Sens smokes, or the Sens walls, I guess we can call them, those smoke walls. Because of that, they retain a lot of that Ying's utility. Now, I thought that they were going to use a lot more utility than they did on the execute. I thought that was the entire point of the Sens, was to conserve utility, to use it on the site. They didn't really do too much of that. I think the Ying used 1 Candela after, which again allowed for a little more movement. But the highlight is, once again, Nocturnes now have the fragging power to beef up their strats. Even if the strat goes slightly awry, like we just saw, where they weren't using a lot of utility on site, Aerial Arise were only down a man, they walk in and they frag out. Poison killing Reedsink in elbow was the thing that really started things off. If Reedsink lives there, then he has a possible flank in elbow. He's got the shotgun to play close on the plant spot. That round turns completely on its head, in my opinion, if Reedsink gets that kill, but he didn't. Poison was better. He had the support of his team. And Aerial Arise, the second place team from last stage, find themselves down 3 rounds on Oregon defense.
Oh boy. Aerial Arise, like I said a moment ago, in a heap of trouble. And they've got to fight their way out of this hole. At the bare minimum, they need, absolutely need, this final defensive round. Issue is that, given the lack of success on dorms and that loss on basement a moment ago, they are heading now to a tertiary bomb site in hopes that this is enough to give them the edge back, to find that round 2 defensive success that we just have not seen since. It's going to be kitchen and meeting hall. Looks like they're structuring a pretty standard top floor hold with reinforcements on that game's wall, a deployable shield facing games from Attic, and a good bit of defensive presence extended on this first floor as well. That's what Reedsink is up to on the prowl over by Small Tower, Dining, and Showers Corridor right now.
Bringing the Thorn again as well, I was figuring that they would just like a shield and added info, I suppose. A lot of people use Thorn similarly to an Ela as a shield slash kind of like trap info or info trap operator. Thorn, just some people prefer because her gun is a lot more wieldly. Ela can sometimes be a little bit that's. Well, Thorns does a hell of a lot of damage because I think it's canonically like a 50 cal Uzi or something ridiculous like that. So, Nocturnes now have to clear upstairs. There's a shield staring them in the face from Attic as Poison opens that main wall without much trouble. Luckily, Nocturnes have a whole bunch of utility to do.
A lot of utility in pocket, including 4 more frag grenades. 2 still in the hands of Splash. We haven't seen him whip those out just yet, relying on those from Xeno right now instead. You've got the 6 flashes, now only 3 flashes, now that Slothy has been taken care of in terms of that utility game. But a good kill onto ReedSync from Poison, who is on a heater right now, will bring things back to even. Xeno and Poison are creeping their way in down below, trying to apply direct pressure to this site, maybe get this cut off, but with Splash working his way around, with Doc pressuring from there as well, it's going to be a direct site take. No one is bothering with that top floor, and just in, 2 seconds? 4 kills have been found, and Nocturnes finish off the half with 5-1.
I don't even know how that happened. There were 3 people upstairs. 1 got a kill, fell off, traded out by Poison. Then I believe it was Freak and... Actually, it may have been Freak and Mo. Still left upstairs. I don't know. It was Freak and someone. All I know is one of them was the Thorn. And Nocturnes decide that, you know what? Going 1-1 is enough. That's all we need. Because there's so much upstairs presence, Nocturnes can take the 3v2 on site, leaving Doc upstairs to flank watch, and it works flawlessly. Poison and Xeno coming in through Shower Hall. Splash pressuring Split, getting his kill. After he gets that, Nocturnes or Aerial Arise are likely like, hey, guys, they're on the site. They've killed an anchor. You got to get back here. And little do they know, Doc is upstairs. Kills both those roamers, leaves the Maestro on an island in the middle of nowhere with 2 different angles to worry about, and he was staring at the wrong one. That was a beautiful attack from Nocturnes. I know CJ talked about Mr. B being, the current IGL pillar right now, but Poison is definitely up there with him, and I'm really glad that now he's got, the firepower he needs to back that up.
Talking about firepower, I just took a look at the frags, and always pleases me to see so many contributors on the side of one team. Yeah, so even on the side of Nocturnes. The same can't quite be said for Aerial Arise, with Freak and Jay taking up the rear in terms of the overall kills, but everyone on Nocturnes putting in the work. I mean, Doc, who's had some critical plays, as you mentioned earlier, Harrison, that kill in Bunker in Elbow as he took that control is just one example, has 4 kills and is only 1 kill behind, both Slothy and Splash. And now that they're on the defensive side, really could see these players start to heat up even more now that they have a little bit more freedom to move around this map, maybe take some early gunfights and catch Aerial Arise off guard. Now that they're out to a 5-1 attacking half, I mean, talk about the confidence builder that has to be. Already a minute burned in this attack, though, for Aerial Arise, and it is now their responsibility to find some confidence of their own. They took one earlier off-stream win, 7-2. This is obviously a very different story. They're going to have to work for this one if they want to take the win.
They brought a Dokkaebi, though I'm not quite sure how she's been used thus far. She sent out 1 Logic Bomb, not much action off of it as she sends out the second. Slothy is our first casualty from above. Mo claiming that kill from kind of that little destructible strip in Attic right next to that tower wall. So a good first frag. Slothy, not the most important utility pick, but it is a roamer off the board. It's a player who can no longer fall back to sight, and it gives the advantage towards Aerial Arise, but they don't have a whole lot of time to work off of. They've only got a minute left, and they haven't even taken tower. That's going to be on the shoulders of Reed Adams, who has that Ying in hand. But even if you're able to force yourself into tower, or sorry, into pillar, and take that E-box control, there's usually still steps you have to do after that, but those steps might be mitigated by kills. Freak with 2, make that 3, and Aerial Arise just shuts me up and completely nullifies my...
Okay, well, that's the Aerial Arise that we expected to see coming into this game. A team with so much methodical play, so much discipline, and so much preparedness going into each round that they can just snap their fingers and rack up a bunch of kills just like that. And that is exactly what they did. Again, much like that last Nocturne's attack, Aerial Arise, in the span of about 3 seconds, get 4 back-to-back kills and finish off the round in a flawless fashion. That is exactly what they needed to do to start. Personally, I have no idea what just happened to that Nocturne's defense because it all fell apart so quickly. It seemed that Aerial Arise, even though they hadn't actually pushed into Pillar right about that 1 minute mark, they had people set up in every position they could think of to actually get an eventual push. They had the intel they needed to then unleash that push into Pillar, and when they actually made that 3-2-1 execute call, well, everybody was dead. Everybody was stuck out in the open for Nocturnes, and they just got caught off guard one by one and lost all their duels. Great round from Aerial.
Just about to go on a whole tangent about how even if you force yourself in, there's still steps after that. Oh, Aerial Arise might not have time to do so because you still got to burn utility to make way for you, and then Freak walk down tower.
Man, that's just the way it is sometimes.
That's how Freak operates. Nice to see him go from 2-5 to now even in 1 round, thanks to a big highlight play. Still going to need more from him and more from the rest of Aerial Arise, because you can see, like we highlighted on the side of Nocturnes, everyone is contributing. They are all within 2 kills of each other. Meanwhile, Aerial Arise has some clear standout performers. Well, you know, Jay and Reed Sync are catching up a bit. Still not quite what you want to see, especially considering the round count. This time, Nocturnes won't be roaming as avidly. This time, they are all collected down on site with a much heavier delay tactic style setup. Not only do they have that Cade to protect those breaches, they've got 2 shields, they've got Goyo in their back pocket, as well as Freak sends it down the freezer stairs and trades with the smoke of all operators.
Yeah, good trade, honestly, for Aerial Arise, I'd say. Obviously, they don't want to lose the Finka, but you take care of the smoke. At that point, you've only got to worry about those nitro cells and those Goyo canisters in terms of that plant denial and area denial. Now those toxic smokes aren't a worry, and you can push in without needing to fret about a shotgun or some smokes in your face. It's a 4v4, so Nocturnes also have to be a bit more careful with these remaining bodies and playing around this utility especially. But speaking of, another well-placed Rotero drone will deal with that deployable shield in that long hall facing freezer. That should give Aerial another entry point that they were looking for as they continue to force these defenders back. Look at how these Flores drones are being utilized, forcing Doc to back off, forcing Slothy to back off, which should eventually give this freezer and laundry control to Aerial. Question is, are they going to take it? Or are they going to go for a back take with E-Box opened up and Pillars an option? Could that be it instead?
Poison and Doc are big X factors here. Flashes go in. Do they know about Poison and Bunker? It seems like it might not matter. It's a front side push, taking advantage of this Ying. Doc gets a kill with the Thorn. Slothy, another kill for Doc with the Razor Blooms? That is unheard of. That is on, at some point, it is on you for getting killed by that trap. Thorn herself will be shut down, making it a 1 versus 2 for Reed Sync, but it's not enough. Jonah, 2 people died to an inanimate object. A set and forget trap that takes like 3 seconds to detonate. That doesn't happen, and it's a 3 versus 2 for Aerial.
That is a bit ludicrous, I gotta say. Occasionally, and I feel like every so often, maybe once every 2 maps, or maybe once every 3 maps, we see the Thorn brought out consistently, we'll actually see a Razor Bloom kill. Have we ever seen 2 in the same round, though? Good question.
I don't even know how many times we've seen 2 in the same map. Usually it's like one a map.
At some level of T1 Siege, we've seen 2 in the same map, but 2 in the same round, this may be the first time ever. I'm just saying. It could be the first time ever. I mean, that is either incredibly big brain Razor Bloom placement, or that is simply, Aerial Arise just not paying attention or lingering in some positions where they really shouldn't be. Either way, that's 2 big kills for Doc. He'll happily take those, and that is a big round for Nocturnes because they stopped whatever momentum Aerial Arise were hoping to build with that flawless round. It's now match point for them, up 6-2. They've got a 4-round cushion to put this game away.
And they're going to dorms, a site they have not defended yet. Aerial Arise will be going into this mostly blind. Nocturnes are, once again, bringing a lot of utility. 2 shields. Goyo pads. got the ADSs to try and cover. They've got the mutes as well, but the Goyo himself, well, I don't really know what Zeno's plan was there. He was kind of like prone behind a shield, maybe trying to get an angle, maybe trying to sneak by, or I don't know what he was doing. He obviously had a goal in mind, and it didn't pan out. Reed Sync will shut him down very early on, and while, you know, his Goyo canisters are on the field, they do lose one of only 2 C4s.
Slothy taking an aggressive fight with nobody on the window, but making sure it was clear before retaking that position, an important position in security. Holding that with a shotgun and a C4 is always important for the defense, because if Aerial do eventually go for that white stairs, Dorm's big window push, well, you've got somebody down below to deny it nice and easily. 2 options, both the pre-prepped shotgun holes and a nitro cell to boot. You've got everything to work with there. But first, Aerial Arise actually have to get to that point of the round. With 90 seconds to go, there is still a lot of work for them to do if they want to approach from the Dorm side, that is. If they want to approach from the game side, it looks like they have a bit more of a direct avenue to actually work their way on in. You've got Master and Trophy, which has been cleared out. You've got Reed Adams looking to get that wall open, and you've got a pretty huge amount of attacking pressure building from here as well.
I like the early burn of the Goyos as well from the attack, really doing their due diligence, making sure that once it gets down to crunch time, they're not going to be stopped by any wayward flames. Gas canisters being used very early on by Poison as well. He's only got 1 left, and the C4 from Slothy has been wasted. Long angle held by Reed Adams is good for 1. Reed Sync and Mo both follow it up. Doc gets 2, but he can't get the 3rd. Reed Sync shuts him down, and Aerial Arise keep themselves alive for now.
Yeah, they stay alive here on their attacking side with a pretty clean Dorms attack. Like you said, methodical, really thinking about how they can deal with every single piece of utility before they actually make that execute. Those Vulcan canisters from the Goyo, I mean, really, that was the big thing. At least that was the thing we could see the clearest in terms of the patience of Aerial Arise, because every time they spotted one of those canisters, for example, they would make sure they had some way of dealing with that, whether that was, you know, with a Flores drone, with a frag grenade, or just have somebody get an angle on it and deal with it early. That was the most important thing, because when it came to the push, and this is how Aerial Arise avoided the mistakes of that last round, when it came to that push, they could push in cleanly without being held up and being pushed into some Razor Blooms, for example, or lines of sight or nitro cells or anything of the sort. They were able to push through cleanly, penetrate all the way into the site, taking those gunfights and winning the round. So Nocturnes, that 4-round cushion is reduced to 3.
Still not terrible for Nocturnes. I'm sure they're still a little comfortable. That was probably, you know, that was just a throwaway round. That was pretty dominant from Aerial Rise of your Nocturnes. You think about that, you're like, all right, guys, we just kind of got outplayed there. Let's not let it get to our heads. We still only need 1 round to win. Even if they lose here, Jonah, they can still go back down to Laundry, which is, as we know, Old Faithful when it comes to this match. Pretty, actually, I was going to say pretty similar. The exact same operator lineup as we saw in the previous round, but Zeno has not gotten killed within the first 30 seconds. So if he's able to exude his presence in Trophy, maybe it takes a little bit longer for Aerial Arise to get in. Maybe those smoke canisters and Goyo canisters get held onto for a little bit longer, and maybe Aerial Arise can't flood in as efficient. Nope, never mind. He's not in trouble.
Yeah, just repositioning, working his way around. I mean, it's the same idea, though. I mean, he's got an easy avenue to potentially swing that doorway and deny those entry points from Aerial Arise, who are, again, taking their time here and getting some intel before they step up. This time, instead of putting their early focus on Master or on the Dorm's big window, it's going to be on the attic side instead, as they work their way up from the tower side. Splash is a potential problem for this attack if they continue to go this attic route, because if he works his way up from T1, all of a sudden those are a couple of nice kills that he can find to put Nocturnes over the edge. Doesn't look like he's been spotted or droned out. I do imagine there is a flank drone somewhere in T1. Just so happens that the drone isn't looking at the staircase, but here comes Splash. Unimpeded, goes all the way up, makes a little bit of noise while doing so, and actually gets a bit too nervous for his own good. Pre-fires a window, but looks like Jay, being on his drone, he still doesn't know. Poison's able to pick up a kill, and look at this. Jay still has no idea that Splash is there. Switching around from drone to drone, though, so clearly nervous that someone might be in the tower side. Caught between a rock and a hard place, though, he will choose to get closer to the site and now to get more involved now that his team is down a player.
He seems to have gotten away from the clutches of Splash, at least for now, as the Alibi repositions inside Attic itself. There's 2 players now stacked up in there, in that long hallway. Jaeger peeks out, takes some damage from Mo. In comes the Thermite, takes a little team damage, but he's getting this plant down. 2 C4s still on the board. Doc, a beautiful shot onto Mo. Reed Adams dead to the Nitro Cell. Jay is down, and it's all over. Nocturnes, a dominant 7-3 win, cutting down Aerial Arise. They look so improved.
Yeah, put some respect on their name. You know, even all of us who may have predicted Aerial to win this game, we need a little bit of admonishing here because we did not do our homework. Look at Nocturnes putting in the work, everyone contributing. Doc with 10 kills to finish out the day. An impressive performance from the entire team, though, really limiting Aerial Arise from getting hot, from getting any momentum on both the defensive and the attacking side. But what's going to stick out in all of our minds and will likely be a talking point every time we see Nocturnes over the next few play days, a 5-1 Oregon attacking half against a very impressive defensive team in Aerial Arise. Not something that many teams can do, but Nocturnes just did it, and that's what put them over the top.
That's crazy, because, I mean, you think about Aerial Arise, not only are they a structured, strategically sound team, but they have the guns to back it up, and those guns just came awake a little too late. You only had a couple players who were consistently fragging up until, you know, the tail end of the map, but like I said, too little too late. Nocturnes were awake pretty much the whole time. We know how much of a tested IGL Poison is. He's got the T3 firepower now to back him up, with Dot coming through the scene. Splash, who we saw have some really impressive performances back on, you know, ATK. Xeno, who is one of the highlights for Karn & Co. Slothy, who's been super consistent. And something I noticed about the game, too, is there were a couple rounds that Aerial Arise lost where there was like a big mistake, right? Like getting killed by 2 different thorn traps. And it's like, oh, that was it. That did him in. When Nocturnes lost those 3 rounds, it wasn't like that. It was more Aerial Arise digging in and getting frags. There was no big, like, mind-blowing screw up from Nocturnes. And I think that really shows just how solid that they're becoming.
Yeah. Definitely promising as we head towards the future. Only the first play day, but so much more Siege to come, not only from Nocturnes, but all of the teams you saw, or in some cases, didn't get to see today. But for the last time, we will send it back to our wonderful analyst desk, and they'll tell us really what this game was about.
Well, we said it going into the matchup. If there was any team that could do it, it would be Nocturnes, because they just seem to play well against good teams. Now, Tanner, I'll start with you, and don't get me wrong, we are going to talk up Nocturnes in just a second, because obviously they played really well. But on the side of Aerial Arise, was it a couple, like 1 or 2 issues, or was it a plethora of issues? What was going wrong for them that they just couldn't seem to get it together in this match?
Honestly, it wasn't all that much that they were doing all that wrong, other than just losing gunfights. There were a couple rounds where they were close, you know, 1v1s, you know, they just needed to close them out. You know, that Reed had that 1v1 versus Poison. You know, Poison just walked in and gets 3 picks. I think the biggest thing, if we're talking about on the defensive half of Aerial Arise that they needed to shore up, was definitely not playing like a turret. Like, once they get these picks, I believe they got the entry pick quite a bit on the defensive half, for them to just, you know, don't just concede. You got to maintain tempo. You got to maintain pressure. You got to stay in their face. You can't let them get stuff for free, especially on a map like Bunk's defense, where, you know, you just get naded from below, or you just get pinched out and the crossfires get cut real easily with smokes. They just needed to get a little bit more active. They needed to move their feet a little bit more. And I think maybe they could have won a couple of gunfights. But that being said, like Nocturnes played lights out. They played absolutely stellar. Like just walking into site and getting 3 picks, like that's winning these 1v1s. Good teams find a way to win rounds, and Nocturnes came to play today, and it was very clear that they're not messing around this stage at all.
Well, Connor, then I'll flip the question to you, the exact opposite question. What was it that Nocturnes did so well? Did they focus on their own game, or did they also manage to, take Aerial's game and just blow it to pieces? They did not allow them to play their game.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is just you can boil this game down to the fact that Nocturnes had a significantly larger amount of firepower on their side. They had more shooters, and those shooters were indeed hitting shots as well as on their attacks. They got that 5-1 split, and a lot of that success was because the biggest shooter on the side of Aerial Arise wasn't really taking gunfights. Freak was getting naded from below or shot in the back, or he wasn't getting to shoot his gun at all. And that just let them have so much freedom to the fact that you have players like Reedsync and Reed who are not as mechanically skilled as somebody like Freak, all of a sudden are getting pre-fired by an LMG when they only have an SMG-11 to defend themselves. Those aren't fun. Those are not good and fun gunfights to have taken. And overall, just when everything boils down, once again, this is the playstyle that we've seen Poison have the most success when he has IGL'd in T3. He has a bunch of shooters. He surrounds himself with shooters. He has aggressive players that will listen. And even when he's the first dead jumping into a window because he jumps into a smoke while Finka boosted and dies immediately, the rest of his team will still trust and listen to his call, and they will make something happen.
Now, Tanner, let's talk about Nocturnes again just for a second, because the thing I want to focus on, we've got one game here. It's a very small sample size, but this didn't look like a team that changed over 3 players and are figuring it out. They seemed to come in today, and it looked like it was last stage where they had subs or something, and then this was the real team that they were waiting for to put together, because they were just in sync. It was all clicking. It was all working.
And I think you got to chalk a lot of that up to the coaching staff. I mean, you have a massive coaching staff. You have a big off season. They were decisive in the picks that they wanted. They somehow managed to get the 3 picks that they needed to reboost the roster up. And then, it's just working out the kinks. And that's what a big coaching staff can do for you. They can go over critical points. They can see errors that you're seeing in scrims. They can debrief the guys. They can give them like a game plan to kind of make sure that they're improving upon this stuff. And then, of course, it was a really good map choice coming out here from the side of Nocturnes. They didn't go to a map that's like overly complicated for team play. They went to a map that was very simple. Like I said earlier, it's a map that's an equalizer, and everyone should be able to plug and play this kind of map. And they went to a map and they plugged and played, and they looked really good doing it, mainly off of the IGL and the individual gun skill coming out from the side of Nocturnes.
It's also mighty impressive looking at the stats when you see that Nocturnes didn't have a good entry game, but they didn't let that bog them down. Sure, they'd lose a pick, but, they would win most of those rounds. It's concerning, Connor, on the other side for Aerial Arise. Now, we didn't get to see their 7-2 game, so obviously things are working for them in some sense, but I mean, when you are leading the entry kills by a considerable margin, but you can't convert those into round wins, there's something to work on.
Yeah, to be fair, you can almost put an asterisk by that because a lot of those engagements were traded. So it'd be going down immediately to a 4v4. So not necessarily the 4v5, kind of only one was like round 9, where I think it was Jay got an upside down rappel kill on the master door as somebody still setting up a shield. I believe Zeno inside a trophy on a second floor defense. That's kind of the only first pick that went untraded for the side of Nocturnes, especially on their defensive side. So there is still the issues for Aerial Arise of not converting, because this is a team that has experience and should be kind of focusing on the small details. They aren't worrying about catching a player up to speed with strats and overall communication issues, getting call-outs, getting their map pool in line. You can focus on the small things like, hey, in a 5v4 execute, we know we can have this extra person doing a little bit of misdirection somewhere here, somewhere there. There wasn't overall a lot of misdirection on the side of Aerial Arise, and they weren't utilizing that man advantage to apply pressure in multiple places. It was a lot of more linear 5-man pushes, hatch drops, overall trying to push down staircases, especially for the basement side, which sure, it worked a couple of times, but then when they started losing the rounds, that's when we didn't get to see a whole lot of their attacks.
Well, we had a big day today. That's 5 matches down, but we have 5 more matches tomorrow. So let's have a look at the matchups that we can expect tomorrow. Tanner, what's exciting you looking at this list?
Looking at this list, I mean, there's a couple games that kind of pop out to my immediate attention. One Shot versus LSR, like we said, those are two of the top 4 teams from last stage. Them coming into this stage, they both have an axe to grind to play against each other. And then the other big one is right at the beginning, Rent Free and Luminosity. You got the New Bloods versus the top seeded team. We're talking about giving Rent Free a run for their money, or a team that's actually going to give them a challenge. This is probably the biggest challenge, or one of the biggest challenges they're going to get all stage, and they've got it right at the beginning. We're going to be able, after this game, to basically be able to determine, where Rent Free probably is going to end up at the rest of the season, or rest of the stage rather. So I'm really looking forward to that game, and I'm really looking forward to the One Shot versus LSR.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge play day tomorrow. I can only imagine we are just continuing to build off of that super stage 1 that we had just a few months ago. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We will see everyone tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening.
is. Yep, it is.
Yep. All the way up.
Yeah. I mean, I can try my best to say it. Brown or some Time in a Bottle. Maybe even some Don't Mess Around with Jim. That song was in Stranger Things, so that got a little bit of a boost on Spotify. But beyond that vocal range, not really a lot I can do for you. I'm kind of just more like I don't really know the exact terminology, but I'm really just kind of like, mid, like a little bit below average voice range, a little bit on the lower one. It's like I can't really go very high. So that kind of area, maybe some like 50s kind of country rock kind of thing, some Jerry Lee Lewis or some Chuck Berry. I could do that, but like can't do like Billie Eilish.
Yeah, I was listening to what Carter was saying. I did hear, I think, Jerry Lee Lewis. I don't know. I don't listen to a lot of that stuff. But I don't know. I've been getting Serena into my music, which she likes. I hate her music though. She listens to like screamo and like shit like that. It's all pretty terrible, if I'm honest. You just hit me really hard on my arm. That stung a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I am now screen sharing my OBS. My entire screen? Oh, is it not working? What about now? Is it better now? Sweet! As you can see, my audio levels are pretty okay in vMix, consistently at the top of the green, sometimes getting into the yellow, definitely getting to the yellow, and even the red when I get real excited. I'm going to boost it. Oh, mono. I thought you said monitor. The microphone, Preston, is now on mono. Does it sound any different?
Yeah, because I was going to say, if I have the same issue, I have mono on, so. I could. I could do that if I wanted to, but I definitely will, because you know what? I'm a team player. Okay.